Faux Love, Real Rings by Tyla Walker.
Looking good today, baby.
And I know it too. But why the sudden interest in my beauty?
You think this is sudden?
Well, it's not like you're the complimenting type.
I could call you a goddess. Tell you the sun rises and sets with your smile. You would never catch the hint.
You think the sun rises and sets with me?
I think we have a job to do. We should get to narrating.
That's right. Miss Tyla waits for no one.
To get the best version of these audiobooks uncut and ad-free, find them on tylawalker.com.
Use promo code SAVE40 for a 40% discount on any digital product, including audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles.
Thank you for listening to Tyla Walker's Faux Love, Real Rings.
Chapter 1. Jackie. I sigh, pausing before I open the door to Arthur Vince's office. He's my least favorite of my editors, which is unfortunate since he's the one my publishers have been forcing me to work with on my latest book. When I push the door open, he's already waiting for me, arms crossed, as he stares at me. His eyes sweep down my body in the way they always do. I make my way toward him, already wishing I had left the door open behind me so someone could witness my interaction with this creepy white guy. Arthur, I say, taking a seat across from him. Jackie, it's good to see you, he says, leaning back in his brown leather chair with a smug look on his face. Can't say the same to you? So I'm assuming you wanted to meet about the revisions I sent you, I ask. I worked really hard on those last edits. Yes, I'm sure you did. But you know, Jackie, if you want to be a big name one day, it's going to take a lot more work than that. As if Arthur has any idea what hard work looks like. He only has this job because his father is a co-owner of the company. But as always, I bite my tongue and paste a smile on my face. I'm willing to put in as much work as I need to. He snaps his fingers and points at me. That's exactly what I want to hear. Arthur opens a drawer and pulls out a large stack of papers, slapping it down on the desk between us. I stare at it, the sound echoing in my brain. More notes. I have some thoughts, he says. Of course you do. I smile even wider. I'm all ears. I saw the way you incorporated my last notes, but I'm just not feeling it, you know? The main character, she just lacks, what's the word? Charisma. We need her to be more charming. The readers need a reason to like her. Am I making sense? I stare at him, feeling my patience wear thinner and thinner. One of these days, I think I might just leap over that desk and tell him how I really feel. Of course, Arthur. I think I know what you mean. Was that all? Well, not exactly. I also just think we need a more exciting ending. You already had me change the ending. After all, this is the 5th revision. Yes, you're right. And in my head, I saw that unfolding in a much different way. It's my fault, really, for not being specific enough last time. Anyway, I've included my new thoughts in these notes. You'll look them over? Absolutely. No problem. My voice comes out as sweet as cherries, not even an ounce of sarcasm detectable. I refuse to let him see how angry I am, knowing that that's exactly what he wants from me. I know his past, his history with previous authors, and I won't let him manipulate me into becoming another failure. I won't give him what he wants, at least not today. Not when I've still got so much fight left in me. So you'll have it to me in a week? He asks as I push myself up from my chair. I pause, momentarily letting him see my shock before quickly covering it up with yet another fake smile. A week. Arthur, that's awfully soon, don't you think? I'm usually given a lot more time than that. Well, the publishers are getting antsy. You know how they are. They're asking me when this book is going to be finished, and I keep having to give them a different date. Internally, I roll my eyes. What I really want to say is, whose fault is that? But I don't. I understand. I'll try to make that deadline, I snatch the manuscript, his notes attached, from his desk and whip around, strutting out of his office. My heels click loudly against the polished floor as I walk away. I listen to that sound, using it to keep my calm, to keep me from turning around and throwing this manuscript at his face. I quickly grab my bag from my office and stuff the manuscript inside, not even wanting to look at it right now. I need to get out of here before I get myself dropped from my publishers. As I make my way out of the office, the secretary, Andrea, smiles at me. "You okay, Jackie?" I shoot her a half smile. "I will be once I get my hands on the bottle of wine that's waiting for me at home." She laughs. "Me too, girl. Me too." I rest my head against the back of my tub, closing my eyes. My wine glass rests in my hand, dangling over the side of the tub. After the day I've had, I think I'm going to need at least 4 more glasses. When I open my eyes, my gaze lands on the bubbles surrounding me. I stare at them, trying to let the stress of the day disappear along with them. It's days like this that make me wonder whether being a writer is worth it. If I'll even be able to make it out there. It's a competitive field, one that requires a larger than normal amount of determination if you plan on making it anywhere. Arthur's words ring in my ears. "I saw the way you incorporated my last notes, but I'm just not feeling it, as if it was my fault." He wants me to think my work is insignificant. How the hell does he think I got to where I am? Pure luck? I worked my ass off to even get picked up by a publisher. The saddest part is that there's nothing I can do about him. He will never get fired due to nepotism, and if I complain about him, I'll most likely be punished for it. A long sigh escapes me as I take another sip of my wine, the sound of sirens outside my window interrupting what should be a relaxing bath. I try to ignore the sound, wanting nothing more than to enjoy what will likely be the only peaceful moment I have for a while, thanks to Arthur. But the sound only gets louder and louder. My brow furrows as the sirens continue screeching until they sound like they're right outside my building. I make the split-second decision to get out of the bath, grabbing the nearest towel and wrapping it around myself. Damp curls cling to my neck as I pad my way across my apartment to the small balcony attached to my kitchen. I slide open the glass door, the wind immediately hitting my face and making me shiver. Squinting against the harsh wind, I watch as a fire truck, 2 ambulances, and 3 cop cars pull into my apartment complex and head directly for my building. "What the hell?" I mutter as I slip back inside. As I throw on the first set of clothes I can find, I hear shouting coming from the hallway outside of my apartment, making me move even faster. The fire alarms aren't going off, so I can rule that out, but clearly something major is going on. I run to my door and whip it open, peeking out into the hall. Paramedics are already rushing around, and I spot a stretcher being wheeled into the elevator down the hall. After slipping on the nearest pair of shoes, I step out, peering around. "Jackie! Oh, Jackie! I'm so glad you're home." I turn to see Destiny, one of my neighbors, coming toward me with tears in her eyes. My mind immediately shifts to her son. "What's going on? Is it Adrian?" I ask her, panic evident in my voice. No, it's not me." "Then who?" Tears streak down her face. "Minerva, they took her away." My heart feels like it's in my throat. "Marionette?" I ask. She shakes her head. "I don't know. They took her with them, I think." My hands are trembling. I do the only thing I can think of and grab my purse that's hanging by my door before I rush down the hall. I run outside to my car, all thoughts of Arthur and his notes completely gone. The drive to the hospital is a blur. I park in the ER lot and run to the entrance, focused only on one thing, finding Marion on it. "Ma'am, can I help you?" a nurse asks as I look around. I'm looking for someone. Where would a child be taken if they were brought here in an ambulance?" "The pediatric wing," It's down the hall and to your left. Just give the receptionist there the name of the child, and she should be able to help you." I mumble my thanks and take off in that direction. Once in the pediatric wing, I find the nearest waiting room, making a beeline for the receptionist's desk. Before I can get there, I spot her. "Oh my God," I gasp, running towards the small girl that's on the ground coloring. Her face lights up when she sees me. "Jackie!" She runs towards me, throwing her arms around my legs. The relief flooding through me is overwhelming, but it's short-lived as I remember her mother. I hold back any tears that are fighting to come out and completely mask my face, not wanting her to see my panic. A nurse approaches me as I crouch down to talk to Marionette. I take her in my arms and stand up, turning to the nurse as I hold her. "Are you family?" she asks. "I watch Marionette for her mother whenever she's at work," I explain. "I live down the hall from them. Can you tell me what happened?" The nurse glances at Marionette, whose face is buried in my neck. She clears her throat, but her voice comes out softer than before. Her mother had heart problems. She suffered from a heart attack while making dinner. Her daughter grabbed her phone and called 911. "Is she?" The nurse nods, and Marionette lets out her first sob, hiccuping at the same time. I sink into the nearest seat, holding on to Marion as she cries softly against my neck. All I can do is stare at the floor in front of me, a million thoughts swirling in my mind all at once. Chapter 2. Jackie. I rub soothing circles over Marion's back as she sobs into me. Her cries are silent, but I can feel her small body shaking as I hold her. The nurse gets called away, but she promises to check back soon. I nod at her, feeling numb inside. I've known Minerva since the first day I moved into that building. She saw me struggling to carry my boxes upstairs and came out to help me. I've never met a purer soul. The fact that she's now gone isn't registering yet, despite it being the only thing I can think about. I just saw her yesterday when she came by to pick up Marion after she got off work. I've been working as Minerva's part-time nanny for 2 years now, since Marion was only 4 years old. I consider her a close friend of mine as well. Considered, Marion's shaking seems to subside, but I continue to comfort her. She lifts her head and looks at me, sniffling. I give her a soft smile. "Can I get you anything?" I ask her. She shakes her head but keeps looking at me like she wants something. Finally, she opens her mouth to speak. "Mommy's gone." My heart breaks all over again. I nod. "She is, but that doesn't mean she doesn't exist anymore." She wipes her nose on her arm and blinks up at me. "What do you mean?" "Well, your mom might not be on this planet anymore, but she's still out there somewhere, and she'll be watching over you." "From heaven?" "Yes, from heaven." A tear falls down her cheek and I wipe it away. "Why don't I go get you some goldfish crackers? You need to eat something." Marion thinks about it for a moment before nodding. I smooth her hair with my hand before standing up and setting her down on the chair. I turn around and head for the vending machine across the room, but movement to my left distracts me. When I spot him, I immediately freeze up. "Damn," I whisper to myself, forgetting that Marion can hear me. He looks around the room, searching for Marion. When he spots her, his steps are purposeful and demanding. I take a couple of steps back, planting myself in front of her and forcing him to look at me instead of her. When he sees me, he scowls. I cross my arms, moving even closer to the child. "What are you doing here?" Raul demands. "I'm your daughter's nanny. Did you forget?" Yes. Minerva was always at work." I blink, not believing what I'm hearing. I lower my voice. "You do know what happened to her, don't you?" He nods. "Of course I do. The hospital called me." And you're seriously going to stand here and talk about her like that? Is now really the time? Never mind the fact that the reason she had to work so much was because Raul is an absent father. He shrugs before trying to step around me to get to Marion. I move into his path. "What are you doing?" he demands. "What do you think?" "She's my daughter. Now move." "No." He raises a brow before scanning the room. His eyes settle on the nearest nurse, but despite his efforts to try to wave her over, she continues helping the parents she's speaking to. "You have no right to keep her from me. If you don't move..." I cut him off. "Let's not pretend you're a father to her, Raul." His nostrils flare and he steps even closer to me. Alarm bells sound in my brain, and I can feel the protective side of me getting stronger and stronger. I have personal experience with men like Raul, and he won't be getting through me, especially not today. "You don't even have custody," I remind him. He grins, showing off his disgusting teeth. "I do now." I swallow, my strength wavering just a bit. Marionette sobs behind me, and my urge is to turn around and comfort her, but Raul just keeps staring at me with that creepy look still on his face. I rack my brain, trying to think of anything I can do to make him go away, but I come up with nothing. My head shakes back and forth. "I have no proof of that." "You don't need proof. You have no claim over her. Now move." Marion's cries grow louder. I back up and reach a hand behind me. A moment later, I feel her tiny hand slip into it. I close mine around hers and squeeze it softly. "You're not taking her." "Why is it that you think you can stop me? She's my daughter." I scoff. "Your daughter? That has to be a joke." His face grows red with anger, his hands balling up into fists at his sides. I remind myself that we're in public, and he can't actually do anything to me. I glance around, wondering how the hell no one has approached us yet, especially with how loud Raul is being. When I look back at him, he looks as smug as ever. I hold Marion's hand just a little tighter as I realize that there really is nothing I can do if he wants to take her. If I left the hospital with her, he could call the police and tell them I kidnapped her. "Hi. I'm looking for my niece, Marionette King. I received a call that she was here," a male voice says. My head whips to the right, immediately spotting a tall white man with sandy brown hair standing at the help desk. A nurse speaks to him, pointing our way. He turns around before briskly walking towards us. I tense, recognizing him as Minerva's brother, who was never around much. I've met him on several occasions, none of them being particularly pleasant. There's no way he's going to side with me. He has no reason to. He wasn't around enough to know just how bad Raul is. I can feel Marion stir behind me, but I stay in place, still blocking her from her abusive father. "Barrett, you're here," Raul says, his voice tight. "Of course, I'm here. My sister is dead." I watch as Raul's focus shifts to Barrett, but the tension doesn't subside. It only increases. Maybe they have more history together than I knew. Barrett moves towards me until he's standing at my side, only making me more confused. "What's the problem?" Barrett asks, his words directed at the man in front of us. "You tell me. All I'm trying to do is pick up my daughter and take her home." "She has a home, and it's not with you," I state, speaking up. Raul returns his attention to me, his face converting to a look of disgust. "This doesn't concern you. You can leave now." I shake my head, but before I can say anything back, Barrett steps forward, putting himself between me and Raul. "What the hell is your problem?" Raul says bitingly. "I should be asking you the same thing." "I already told you that I'm here to pick up my daughter." "And we've both already stated that that won't be happening," Barrett replies, his voice commanding and forceful despite not actually rising in volume. I peek back at Marion. As soon as I spot her scared face, I know that we need to resolve this soon. This little girl should not have to go through this. on top of her mother dying, which she hasn't even had time to process yet. I sit down with her and pull her towards me. Her hands go around my neck, where she holds on as she moves herself onto my lap. Raul steps closer to Barrett. If you even try taking her, you'll be seeing me in court. You're right, I will be seeing you in court, but not for the reason you think. You sound ridiculous. Custody falls to me since I'm her father. The kid barely even knows you. Barrett lowers his voice, and the calm tone of it surprises me. You don't scare me. Clearly you've forgotten that I'm a lawyer. Yeah, a divorce lawyer. What's that got to do with this? More than you think. Why don't you turn around and head home? I've got things covered here. A long pause ensues before a muscle in Raul's jaw ticks. I brace myself for the words I'm sure are about to come out of his mouth, but for some reason he doesn't argue any further. He just glances at me and Marion, shaking his head before shooting me one last dirty look. With that, he storms out of the waiting room. I breathe a sigh of relief at the fact that he's gone, but the overall feeling of uneasiness remains. Now that Raul is gone, Barrett turns around. His gaze immediately falls on Marion, eyes softening. The way he looks at her makes my respect and trust for him go up that much higher. He clearly cares a lot about her, much more than I ever thought. Minerva had always made it sound like her brother didn't care enough to be in her or her daughter's life. But maybe I misinterpreted. Because the man standing in front of us right now is nothing like Raul. Not even a little. If he left with Marion right now, I would feel comfortable knowing she was safe. He reaches for her, and I let her go to him. She hugs him tightly, and the look on his face reminds me so much of Minerva that tears spring to my eyes. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. You're her nanny, right? I nod. It's okay. You got here right on time. I can't believe you got him to leave. Yeah, well, Raul pretends to be a lot scarier than he is. I make a face. I'm not so sure about that. Marion starts sobbing loudly against her uncle's chest, and it's a reminder that despite one crisis being averted, a much bigger one still remains. And I have no idea what's going to happen next.
Chapter 3. Barrett. I hold Marion tightly, rocking her back and forth. I can't even imagine how confusing this all must be for her. Raul showing up and causing a scene definitely didn't help, but leave it to Raul to make a bad situation worse. My eyes shift to Jackie, whose face looks exactly how I feel. Exhausted, exasperated, sad. Her dark skin is taut, and lines trace her forehead. I've put my own feelings aside for now, not yet letting myself feel the full weight of losing my sister. But I know it's going to catch up with me sooner or later. I squeeze my niece even tighter, patting her back softly as we sway from side to side. Planting a kiss on the top of her head, I close my eyes and take a moment to think about what my next steps will be. Take Marion home. Arrange for her things to be brought over to my place. And then Minerva. I'll need to plan a funeral. My heart breaks for my sister who was just getting started in life, who loved her daughter with every fiber of her being. She didn't deserve this. Someone talking nearby brings my focus back to reality, and I glance at Jackie again. She looks like she's zoned out, like she doesn't quite know what to do. Are you okay? Do you need anything? I ask her. She snaps out of the daze she was in, looking at me like she forgot I was even here. I'm okay. Just trying to comprehend. It all happened so fast. I nod. Same. I was on my way home from work when the hospital called. She looks down at the ground, her hands trembling slightly in her lap. Hey, thank you for coming here. I'm assuming you came looking for Marion? When they called me, they said she was here all alone. I say sincerely, glad my niece didn't have to go through this alone before I arrived. Yeah, I came as soon as I heard what happened. Before I can say anything, she opens her mouth again. I just saw Minerva yesterday. We were supposed to go shopping together this weekend. She wanted to look for presents for Marionette's birthday. I don't understand how this happened. Were you aware she had a heart condition? She shakes her head. No, she never mentioned it. I sit down next to her, Marion still wrapped around me. She mentioned you almost every time I talked to her, I tell her. She loved you so much. A tear falls down her cheek. I loved her too. I considered her one of my best friends. I don't know how I'm going to go back to that building now. I glance down at Marion, who appears to be falling asleep. Her breathing is evening out, her eyes shut. Dried tears stain her face. I sigh. This isn't going to be easy for her. Jackie glances at my niece. No, it's not. I can see how much she cares for Marion just in that look. Marion needs her, I realize. But I don't know if I can ask her to stick around. We barely know each other, and I'm sure she has her own life, her own well-being to worry about. I'm distracted as a group of people enter the waiting room, rushing toward the help desk. A mother, trailed by 4 kids, all different ages. They all talk loudly, and the mother demands information from the nurses at the desk. I glance down at Marion before turning to Jackie. I should take her somewhere quieter. She's falling asleep, and I'd like to let her rest for a bit. Jackie stands immediately, and I follow suit, leading the way out of the room. We walk down the hall, finding a quiet area with a bench. She sits down next to me, her elbows on her knees, her head in her hands. Her brown curls fall around her wrists like a veil. A thought strikes me. When I said Raul pretends to be a lot scarier than he is, you said you weren't so sure about that. What did you mean? She lifts her head back up and looks at me, chocolate brown eyes shining with tears. How much do you know about Raul? Were you around him a lot? I shake my head. Not really. I mean, enough to know that he's a piece of garbage. He left my sister when she was 5 months pregnant, so that alone says all it needs to. Why? She sighs. Well, I'm not sure where to begin. How about you tell me the worst thing you know about him? She eyes me before her gaze drops down to Marion, her face becoming even sadder than it already was. It's hard to choose, but the first time I saw him act out in person was Marion's 5th birthday. He showed up for her party drunk. When Minerva tried to get him to leave, he slapped her, right in front of Marion. He was physically abusive. She nods, staring at Marion, and not just towards Minerva. My jaw clenches as I stare at her, the rage inside of me teetering on a dangerous edge. I have half a mind to hand my niece to her and take a little trip to Raul's apartment. But at the same time, I can't help but feel guilty for not knowing any of this, for not being there enough to know. My sister, she never told me any of this, never even hinted that he was like that. Like I said, I knew he was an ass, but I didn't know it was that bad. She was probably embarrassed to tell you. She didn't like talking about it much. I sigh, sitting back on the bench and letting my head rest against the wall. I miss her already, I say. Jackie looks at me, a question on her face. She opens her mouth but then closes it, looking away. What is it? I ask. I wasn't aware you guys were close. Another wave of guilt hits me. Of course, I must look like an awful person to her. We used to be. She meets my eyes. What changed? Honestly, my job kind of takes up the majority of my time. Months go by, and I realize all I've done is work. She's silent for a moment. Raul mentioned you were a divorce lawyer. I am. One of the best in the city. I'm almost always fully booked up. She never told me that. If you don't mind me asking, what did she tell you about me? She watches Marion reaching out to graze her cheek with the back of her chestnut-colored hand. Not much. She really was a very private person when it came to a lot of things. I don't even know a lot about her. I mean, your parents. I look away, my mind drifting back to the now motherless child in my arms. How close are you with Marionette? She presses her lips together, looking down and closing her eyes. I feel the urge to reach out and comfort her as tears fall from her eyes, but I restrain myself. She's like a daughter to me. Minerva and I always joked that I was her co-mom. I stare at her, the same thought from earlier resurfacing. I blurt it out, unable to help it. Marion needs you. She takes a deep breath, the tears coming out even faster. This time, I don't stop myself. I reach out and place a hand on her arm, my thumb rubbing against her skin. You shouldn't be alone right now, and Marion could use your support. Jackie takes another deep breath before looking at me. So what are you saying? You want me to take her home with me? I shake my head. No, not exactly. For one, I think it'd be too traumatizing for Marion to go back there, especially so soon. But also, I don't want to leave her. She looks down at my hand still on her arm. I let it drop before explaining myself. Can you come home with us tonight and continue helping with her? She nods immediately, surprising me. Of course I can. I don't want to leave her either. I can't even imagine doing that. Relief floods me. Thank you, I really can't express how thankful I am for your help. Don't mention it, she mumbles. And thank you for being such an important person in my sister's life. I regret not being there. I regret prioritizing my career over my family. But at least she had you. Jackie opens her mouth to respond, but a doctor approaches us at the same time, holding a clipboard. Are you Barrett King? She asks. Yes, I am. The doctor glances between me and Jackie. Can I talk to you for a moment? I look down at Marion, who's fast asleep in my arms. I'll take her, Jackie offers. I gently hand over my niece, not wanting to leave her, but trusting Jackie with her at the same time. With one glance back at them, sitting on the bench, I follow the doctor down the hall. She leads me halfway down the hall before stopping and turning to me. I'm Dr. Andrews. I just want to say that I'm so sorry for your loss. When your sister arrived, it was already too late. The paramedics did everything they could. I nod. Thank you. She hands me the clipboard, an apology on her face. There are some things you'll need to fill out, but don't feel rushed. You can take as long as you need. And then whenever you're ready, we'll need to talk about your preferred arrangements. Right. This night is far from over. It's going to be a while before I can take Marion home. I look back down the hall towards her. Jackie catches my eye, giving me a soft yet comforting smile. At least I'm not alone. And neither is Marion. Chapter 4. Barrett. I have a room we can set her up in, I tell Jackie. But tomorrow I'll arrange for her things to be brought over. Oh, you don't have to do that. I can just grab some stuff when I go there to pick up my own things. I glance back at her as we walk down the hall towards my apartment. Marion is asleep in her arms. Thankfully, she hasn't woken up once since we left the hospital. I'd appreciate that. And then later in the week, I'll have someone bring the rest. For some reason, when we enter my apartment, I feel like I'm seeing it for the first time. It looks empty. A staged apartment looks homier than this place. I glance at Jackie, wondering if she's thinking the same thing. I was never the decorating type, I explain. She smiles. Your place is beautiful. I let out a small laugh. It is, but it looks like no one lives here. Jackie bites her lip, trying to hide another smile. It's okay, you can admit it. Okay, you might be right, but give it a couple of weeks. With a kid here, it's about to get a whole lot more colorful. Yeah, you're right. God, it still hasn't registered that I'm going to be her guardian now. I lead her to one of my guest rooms, the smaller of the two, so she can set Marion down. You're not worried about Raul? She asks. Oh, I'm sure he's going to make my life a living hell. But after what you told me, there's no way he's going to get her over me. I flick on a small lamp as we walk into the room and gesture to the twin bed pushed up against the far wall. She walks towards it, peeling back the comforter with one hand, before gently laying Marion down. Once Marion is tucked in, she turns to me. He seemed pretty sure that he was going to get her. I scoff. He can think whatever he wants. I have the best family law attorney on my side. I've already sent him a text to set up a meeting. She nods, fidgeting with her hands like she's unsure what to do now that she's no longer holding on to Marion. Why don't I show you to your room? I give Marionette one last look before turning off the light. My heart breaks for my niece, but I have all the confidence in the world that I'll be able to give her the life she deserves, the life my sister would have wanted for her. I point to a door at the opposite end of the hall, the one next to my own bedroom. This guest room mirrors the rest of the house. It's empty, other than the bed and dresser. I can get you a toothbrush and stuff, I offer. That would be great, thanks. I'll be right back. I cross the hall to the bathroom. A second later, I'm back in the guest room. Here you go. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. I hand her the toothbrush along with an unopened face wash and a small towel, our hands grazing in the process. She turns away quickly, setting them down on the bed behind her. If you need something to eat, I can whip something up really quick. I think I have some stuff for sandwiches. She turns back around, a grateful smile on her face. Thanks, but actually I think I just need to go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Me too. Well, if you need anything at all, I'm in the room next to yours. I'm a pretty light sleeper, so all you have to do is knock. I'll be okay. I'm more worried about Marion waking up in a new place and freaking out or something. I sigh, scratching the back of my neck. I hadn't even thought of that. It's okay. I'm going to wake up as early as I can so I can try to be up before her. I'll do the same then, I tell her. Well, good night, and thanks again for everything. It's no problem. Once alone in my own room, the reality of today hits me all at once. It's like now that everyone else is taken care of and I'm alone with my thoughts, I can no longer outrun what I've been avoiding. The fact that I'll never see my sister again. It was a lovely service. Absolutely beautiful, Jackie says from behind me. I unlock the door to my apartment and walk in. It was. Minerva had so many people that loved her. Marionette stands next to Jackie, holding her hand. It's been 7 days since my sister died, and today we officially said goodbye to her. No one ever talks about how coming home from the funeral feels worse than arriving at it. Marion cried a lot when we were there, but she seems relatively okay, considering. The little girl is a lot stronger than one might think. I scan the apartment, trying to think of what to do next, but I come up blank. I can make us some dinner, Jackie offers. Mac and cheese? Marion asks. Jackie grins. How she's always able to put a smile on her face for this girl, I'll never know. But I'm eternally grateful that she can. It's come in handy more times than I can count in the past week. I don't know what I'm going to do when she has to go back home. Mac and cheese sounds great. You want to help me shred the cheese? Yes. Okay. Why don't you go change into the clothes I put on your bed and then meet me in the kitchen? As we wait, I can't help but stare at Jackie, still wearing her funeral outfit. She's wearing a mid-length, tight black dress. Even though it's modest, I still find myself staring, my eyes catching on her wide hips and her thin waist. Her full chest that completes that hourglass figure. Her shoulder-length curly hair is as perfect as it always is, and she barely wears any makeup. She doesn't need to. Her chestnut brown skin is flawless, not a blemish in sight. When she catches me staring, I look away. Thankfully, Marionette enters the room at just the right moment. Ready? She asks Jackie. Absolutely, let's go. Barrett, do you want to help us? Actually, I've got some work to do. Oh, okay. Well, are you going to be able to join us for the meal? I nod. Sure. I'll just be in my office. Send Marion in once it's ready. I turn around and head across my apartment, listening to the sound of my niece talking about what types of cheese they should use until the door is shut behind me. I sit behind my desk and lean back in my chair, closing my eyes. Uncle B, it's time for dinner. My eyes snap open. I blink, looking around the room until my gaze falls upon Marion standing in the doorway. Uncle B, did you fall asleep? You know what I think I did? Well, come on. Dinner's going to get cold. Marion runs back down the hall. I rub my eyes and yawn before standing up and following her. I thought the little amount of sleep I've been getting lately had been strangely working for me, but maybe I was wrong. When I reach the dining room, Jackie and Marion are already seated and waiting for me. I take my spot in the empty seat, a heaping plate of chicken and macaroni and cheese sitting in front of me. Wow, this looks amazing. Jackie is a really good cook, way better than you or Mom. Jackie snorts before taking a bite of her food. I lift a brow. Jackie? Jackie finishes chewing before answering, a grin on her face. It's her nickname for me. Ever since I let her play dress up in my closet and she found an old jean jacket I kept from high school. Marion lifts up a hand, gesturing in the air. It had her name on it in rhinestones. Tell the full story, Jackie. I can't help but laugh, not only because the nickname is hilarious, but because my niece is absolutely adorable. Her relationship with Jackie really is something else. Hey, eat your mac and cheese before I start calling you Mac and Cheese Marion. Marion gives me a look. She says that as if that'd be embarrassing or something. I open my mouth to speak, but my phone buzzes, so I look down to check it. It's a text from one of my clients. I sigh, typing a response. Just when I'm about to put my phone back in my pocket, a text from another client pops up. For the rest of dinner, I spoon pieces of the cheesy pasta into my mouth in between responding to my clients. The voices of Jackie and Marion float around me as they tease each other. Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I have to go do some work. The food was great though, really. You two did an amazing job, I say, excusing myself before returning back to my office. Apparently, me falling asleep for that short amount of time really set me back on my work. An hour later, a knock sounds at my office door. Come in. Jackie enters the room, closing the door behind her. We need to talk. I glance at her over the screen of my laptop. Her face looks serious enough that I immediately close it and give her my undivided attention. What's wrong? Is Marion okay? She approaches my desk, her face grim. Yes and no. Look, I know you love her, and you have a very busy career, but you're going to have to start putting her first, and soon. I stare at her in shock. What do you mean? Barrett, you're never present. Even during meals, your nose is buried in your phone. Don't you think she deserves more than that? Of course she does, but if I don't work, then I can't take care of her. I can't provide her the kind of future she deserves. She shakes her head. What she needs is your time, your attention, and you haven't been giving it to her. She seems happy enough, I counter, considering everything. She's not. All of the new toys and stuff you got her, she's barely touched them. All she wants is to spend quality time with you. Her words ring true in my ears. I know she's right, and it's so obvious what I need to do. But I also know that I can't do this without her. I look down at my desk, and in a split-second decision, I open one of the drawers and pull out my checkbook. Grabbing a pen, I scribble on it and then tear the page out, sliding it across the desk towards Jackie. Be her full-time nanny. I'm not saying you're wrong, or that I don't need to put in more effort. But Marion needs you, and so do I. She picks up the check, eyeing it, before shaking her head and looking at me. My love for Marionette is not for sale. My commitment to her is not based on a paycheck. It never has been. I want to stick around for her, but you need to step it up. I won't always be here, but you will be. Your niece doesn't care how much money you set aside for her. What she'll remember is the time you spent together, especially during this period of her life. She sets the check back on my desk, and with one last look, she turns around and leaves my office. I stare at the brown oak door long after she's gone, her words repeating in my head over and over. Finally, I come to a decision. Marionette needs to be my priority, starting right now.
Chapter 5. Jackie. My mind is consumed by the clacking of the keyboard. I type, but I don't even know what I'm putting on the page. I read back the last couple of pages and realized that it's mostly gibberish. Nothing related to the story or the characters. My mind keeps dwelling on Marionette, Barrett, and everything that's happened. But if I don't get these rewrites in by the deadline, I may not have enough money to last another couple of months. I sit back in my chair and sigh. The light from the computer washes over me, a constant reminder of what Arthur told me. His sniveling words must linger in my brain. Oh, how I wish I had a better editor. I glance at my phone. It's 7:08 p.m. I should have been done with this chapter an hour ago, but I can't just get my mind in the right headspace. I sit for another few moments, contemplating my current situation. If I stay, I'll be more of a caretaker for Marionette, meaning I have to spend less time writing. Even now, it's getting harder and harder to concentrate. Then I'll feel bad for not being productive, and that worsens the cycle. But if I leave, I can focus all my time and energy into finishing this book, which will free me up for more time to spend with Marion. Basically, I have to leave her now to spend more time with her in the future. As I rationalize the choice, I know what I have to do. I slam the laptop closed, put it in my bag, and walk out to the living room. Marionette is playing by herself with some toys, and Barrett is writing on a legal pad. It's quiet and peaceful. Part of me hates that I have to break the silence with such bad news. Barrett, can we talk? I ask. I realize my voice is a bit harsh, and so I dial it back a little. Please. Barrett looks confused, but he obliges and sets the pen and paper down. Marionette stares at us. I wonder if she knows what's about to happen. I have to leave, I speak bluntly. I decided mincing words would only draw this out further. The quicker it happens, the easier it will be for all of us. I hope. What do you mean leave? Barrett asks, crossing his arms in front of him. I'm sorry, but I just have too much work going on with the book. My editor is on my ass, and I have to finish these rewrites, or I'll be struggling next month, I explain. But you can stay here. I won't charge you or anything. Or you can take the money I offered before. Barrett reaches into his pocket for his wallet. No, it's not that. It's just... I glance over at Marionette, who is fixated on us. I know she's processing what I'm saying. I can see the sorrow in her eyes, but she remains still. I'm too distracted right now. If I leave, I can focus all my attention on my work. Once this book is done, I can take a break for a while and help out some more. It's just that right now is not the best time. Barrett looks like he wants to object. I can see his mind racing, but after a few moments he decides to leave it alone. I understand. Marionette is not your responsibility, and you have other obligations. I'm glad you've been able to help so far, though, he replies. At first, I can't tell if he's being passive-aggressive, but his words sound genuine. Let me know what you need from me, he continues. He holds out his hand for me to shake it. I oblige. Marionette struggles to hold back tears. I can't even look at her, or I'll start crying too. I rush back to my room to pack my things. I know this is the right decision, but I can't help but feel so guilty about it. If only Arthur wasn't so demanding. If only I had more money saved. If only I was a bigger name and had more flexibility. If only Minerva hadn't died. I think back to the funeral and how hard it was to see Marionette when she finally realized the truth. Part of me thinks I'm doing the same thing, in a way. I'm abandoning this child who needs a mother now more than ever. I pause for a second, wondering if maybe I'm doing the wrong thing, if maybe staying is the better option after all. But ultimately I decide that no, it isn't. I need to get this work done before I can be there for her. It's not like I'm abandoning her forever. It's only temporary. I finish packing my stuff and head toward the door. I want to say goodbye. I want to hug Marionette tight and to tell her everything will be okay. but I don't think I can handle that right now. I'll see you guys later, okay? I call out, my voice cracking. I can hear Marionette quietly sobbing in the living room. It takes all my strength not to close the door, run over to her, and change my mind. God, I hope this is the right decision. How is Marionette doing? I ask Barrett. It feels like I'm bothering him all the time. This is probably the third or fourth time I've called him today to see how she's doing. She's okay. She says she misses you, but I keep telling her you'll be back soon. My heart breaks slightly at hearing that. I thought being away from them would allow me to focus, but it feels even harder now. Has she eaten much? Remember, she can't have anything with the nuts in it. She's allergic. I know he already knows these things, but telling him makes me feel a bit better, like I'm taking care of her vicariously through him. Yes, I remember. We're going to go to the grocery store later to buy food and snacks. I'm going to let her pick out whatever she wants. Barrett's voice sounds so morose. I can't imagine how this is all weighing on him. Not too much sugar, though, okay? You don't need to give her diabetes or anything. I joke. He doesn't respond. How's the nanny search going? I ask. I've called a few places, but I think I should take care of Marionette alone for now. I think she just needs stability. I think we both do right now. Okay, well, if you need any recommendations, let me know, I reply. Thank you, he says before heaving a deep sigh. You're welcome. Oh, and don't forget to give Marionette her allergy medicine. I think I put it back in the cupboard by the fridge. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that this morning. I'll give it to her before we go to the store, he replies. Do you know how to measure it out? With the measuring cup? I ask. He pauses for a second. Oh, the little one, you mean? Yeah, I reply, chuckling. I can imagine he thought I meant a full-size measuring cup. He probably wondered how much medicine she needs to take. Listen, I have to go. I'm still way behind. Call me if you need anything, though, I say. Okay. Thank you again, Barrett responds. His voice still sounds detached. As I hang up, I wonder whether I should stop over there today. But if I keep going over there, they're going to wonder why I left in the first place, and I'll be back to square one. I need to just stay here and focus on this chapter and these rewrites. The sooner I get them done, the sooner I can get back to Barrett and Marionette. Another 2 days pass, and I start to be more productive, though I'm still checking in with Barrett every day. He seems completely overwhelmed, and every time I talk to him, I feel more and more guilty. Part of me wants to leave him alone for a while, just so I can concentrate. But then I know I'd feel bad if I didn't call to check on Marionette. That's literally the least I can do. I check the clock on my wall. It's 9:41 p.m. I finish my water and walk over to the kitchen. I still have a few more hours of rewrites, but I think I can finish almost everything tonight, if I'm lucky. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. I freeze. Who could it be? My first instinct is Barrett, but he would have called me first, right? It's not like he doesn't know how to reach me. I slowly approach the door, considering who would be visiting at this time of night. Jackie, can you open up? It's us, Barrett calls out from the other side. Hearing his voice triggers my reaction. I race to the door and rip it open. Barrett stands there, wearing a trench coat and carrying Marionette in his arms. She's wrapped around him like a little monkey, her head buried in his neck. Come in, I say, waving them along. He walks in and goes to the living room, keeping Marion in his arms. Listen, I know this is a surprise to you, but I wasn't sure where else to go. Barrett sounds out of breath, but not scared or nervous. Do you mind if we stay here for a little while? I stay silent for a moment. I think about all the work I have left to do, and I have a million questions. What happened? Is Marionette okay? How long do you need to stay for? Finally, I catch Marionette's gaze as she looks at me from her perch on his shoulder. Seeing the distress on her face makes me realize what I already know. Yes, you can stay for as long as you need.
Chapter 6. Barrett. I help Marionette take off her wet coat, but she's leaping into Jackie's open arms even before it's fully off. "I missed you so much!" Marionette shrieks. In the car, she had been sobbing. The two of us had been at the zoo, and she had seemed like she was having a good time, until all of a sudden, she wasn't. I think not seeing her two favorite people in the world, Minerva and Jackie, got to her. The only thing I could think to do was bring her here. It's only been a few days since we last saw Jackie, but it feels like weeks have gone by. "You and Uncle Barrett must be having so much fun," Jackie says, flinching a little as Marionette soaks her from the rain still stuck to her. She then peppers her forehead in little kisses, making Marionette laugh gleefully. "It's not the same without you," Marion states, her voice sounding sad. "She's right. All Marion ever does is talk about you. Even at the zoo, surrounded by all those cool animals. I'm better than the zoo, huh?" "Well, I saw it was going to rain," Marionette says, looking shy all of a sudden. "I see. Now how about we get some food in your tummy? I bet you're hungry." "Okay." Jackie and I exchange smiles as we walk into the kitchen. "Great, I'll whip something up," she says. "How can I help?" I offer, as the sound of thunder accompanies the sheets of rain now pouring outside. "I want to help. I want to help." Marionette is bouncing up and down. "I know how you both can help." Jackie looks like a light bulb went off in her head. "Barrett, you know how to boil water, right?" I think I remember that one. I put my hands on my knees and lower my head to my niece. "Marionette, I might need your help, though." "Great. Marion, you'll be the chef. Barrett will assist you." She gives a wink. "I can do that." She sets us up in a little corner of the kitchen, perfectly situated to be out of her way as she prepares the real meal. She moves around the kitchen like a chef, chopping vegetables, seasoning chicken, simmering sauces on the stove. I don't realize how hungry I am until I smell the rich blend of aromas emanating from the oven. "Here's a bowl to put it in, and I put the colander in the sink for you." "Can I stir?" Marionette asks impatiently. "As soon as it's in the bowl, absolutely." Just as we finish the macaroni and spoon it onto Marionette's plate, Jackie is putting out the dishes for the two of us, with thick red sauce still steaming. I smell curry and tamarind, and my mouth waters. Marionette digs in proudly. "Do you want a bite to see how good we can cook?" She looks at me and Jackie, holding out her spoon. "No, you should have all of it to yourself," Jackie tells her. "Plus, this looks so good, Jackie. What is it?" I take a bite before she can answer, but I don't know if I'd be able to hear it over the screaming of my taste buds. Whatever it is, it's setting me on fire. I can feel my eyes water as I swallow. Although it's maddeningly hot, it's still delicious. I hesitate, then stick my fork in and swallow more. I take another bite, pushing past the spice to enjoy the more subtle flavors underneath. But the subtlety is quickly overwhelmed by the intense pain. I look at Jackie, seeing if she's having the same reaction. Maybe she put in more than she intended, but she's just chewing happily, unfazed. "You like it?" she asks expectantly, and I'm flattered by the expectation in her eyes. I clear my throat and take a long drink of water. "It's delicious. What's in it?" "Well, it's chicken curry, kind of a melange of things. Tikka masala flavors, some coconut milk, and a few other things." I nod, barely able to concentrate. But I still go bite for bite with her, barely believing that someone so delicate-looking can tolerate such intense heat. I can feel beads of sweat pooling by my hairline, and I'm hoping it doesn't roll down onto the table. "Uncle Barrett, you're turning red. Are you okay?" I clear my throat again, trying to catch my breath from the spiciness, and I nod a little too quickly. "Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just a little bit spicy, but really good." Jackie looks horrified. Oh my God, I should have asked. I'm so used to cooking for myself. No, it's fine. I hold up my hand, but I quickly bring my napkin to my lips, as if somehow that will soothe the feeling of razor blades spreading through them. I like spicy. I feel the sweat roll down toward my lips and wipe, and Jackie alternates between holding back laughter and showing genuine concern for my physical health. My face feels like it's on fire, but I soldier on, occasionally taking a break with rice, vegetables, and sips of water. At least until the hiccups begin. Let me get you some milk. Jackie stands up and starts running over to the fridge like a nurse getting a tourniquet for a bad bleed. Oh, I think I'll be fine. No, go into the living room. I'll be right in. I'll take care of you, Uncle Barrett. Are you okay? Are you allergic? I kiss my niece on the forehead. Thanks, sweetie. No, I'm fine. As I put the dishes in the sink, another hiccup erupts, and tears are leaking down. Don't be sad, Uncle Barrett. She pats my back. You did a good job with the macaroni. Jackie comes out with a glass of milk and a damp towel. She sits next to me on the couch as Marionette moves over. Here, this might help. I finish the milk in a few seconds, then smother my face in the cool, refreshing towel, imagining a wisp of smoke rising up, like in a cartoon. Here, let me refresh your glass. She walks out, and I look up long enough to admire her graceful and calm movements. She comes back with another glass, which I drink more slowly this time, finally feeling closer to normal. Are you good now? She asks, smiling with concern. So much better. Thanks for coming to my aid. She puts her hand on my shoulder and Marionette puts her hand on the other. I let out another hiccup, this one quieter, and all of us laugh. Now that I'm recovered, the three of us decide to play a board game as the storm rages outside. When the power goes off briefly, we light candles and grab flashlights. When the lights come back on, Marionette insists on staying in the dark still. Jackie and I get engrossed in conversation as Marionette falls asleep, nestled against Jackie. It's only when I look at my watch that I realize it's past 11. She's had a long week, I tell Jackie. I could tell. I'll go make up her bed, she says, standing up. I'll help. I scoop up Marionette, careful not to wake her, and I follow Jackie into her small second bedroom, which is practically a bedroom for Marionette, given how many of her toys are in it. She calls this room her hidey hole, Jackie whispers with a laugh. She lays sheets on the bed, and I gently place Marionette down. Jackie drapes the comforter over her, and we both kiss her on the forehead before going back to the living room. One sec. Jackie holds up a finger and ducks into the kitchen. A few minutes later, she comes out with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. I think we both could use this. I let out a sigh of palpable relief. You have no idea. We filled the glasses and toast. So, not much into spicy food, huh? She asks, smirking into her glass. Oh, it was really delicious, don't get me wrong. I think I just need to train myself for the spicier stuff, that's all. I take a sip of my own wine as she nods. Where did you learn to cook like that? You were a real wizard in the kitchen, I pry. My grandmother taught me everything she knows. She lived with us for a little while when I was a kid, and I would spend all my time following her around. She could make a meal from anything in the fridge. Not my fridge, I bet. Hard to make something from just mustard packets, expired ketchup, and baking soda. Jackie bursts out laughing. It looks like wine is about to shoot out of her nose. You're joking, right? What are you feeding Marionette? Don't worry, she's eating fine. She likes the mustard packets, all right, but it's hard to get her to take the baking soda. No wonder you guys came over tonight. You probably haven't had a decent meal since I left. Well, we both wanted to see you too. We miss you, not just your cooking, I admit. Our eyes lock, and I realize how much truth there is to that. Even just looking into her dark brown eyes, I feel more relaxed, more centered, than I have since before she left. I miss you guys too. How's work going? I take a deep sigh. They want me back in the office ASAP. Too many cases piling up, and there's only so much I can do from home. Do you love your job? I only ask because sometimes it sounds more like a burden. I do enjoy it, though not all parts of it. It can be pretty mind-numbing on some days, but the results are still worth the effort. There's nothing quite like seeing my hard work pay off when I win a case for a client. As we continue talking, one thought rings in my mind. I wish we were staying longer.
Chapter 7. Jackie. I look at the clock on the wall. It's just after midnight, but I don't feel tired. I lean forward, holding my head in my hands. Are you okay? Barrett asks. We can continue talking about this another time. He shifts his weight on the couch, unsure whether to stand up or continue sitting. No, I'm good. It's just so much to take in, I reply, jerking myself upright. Let me make some coffee really quick. I have a feeling we'll be up for a little while. I get up to go to the kitchen. Barrett sits on the edge of the couch, unsure what to say. I try to imagine Marionette staying with Raul, but the thought is just too intense to bear. I imagine him yelling at her and berating her for simple mistakes. I see her crying in the corner, crying out for one of us to save her. I fight back tears as the images flood into my head. I'm so consumed by these thoughts that I almost pour the coffee directly into the pot instead of the filter. Barrett's just laid out the custody battle, and it's not looking great. First, a social worker is worried about what happens when Barrett goes back to work. He's still on sabbatical right now, but that won't last forever. The hours of a lawyer aren't really conducive to raising a child. Plus, Raul has legal rights as her biological father. He's trying to weasel through the court system to get full custody, but fortunately the system moves slowly, and Barrett knows what he's doing. But it could all be for nothing if Barrett can't show that Marion is better off with him than with Raul. I can imagine Raul being nice and friendly toward the judge, putting on a good show to make it look like he's a kind, caring father. The thought makes me sick. After a few minutes, Barrett comes into the kitchen. "What are you thinking about?" he asks. "Everything. I can't believe you and Marion have to go through with all of this. Raul is clearly not a good father, but that doesn't seem to matter in the eyes of the law. Yeah, for whatever reason, having a good job and steady income is seen as a liability, not an asset. Raul certainly has more flexibility with his time, but he's living paycheck to paycheck. It's funny how perception is such a powerful aspect of modern life. Even though justice is supposed to be blind, it rarely offers the most measured, positive outcome. Finally, the coffee is ready, and I grab 2 mugs. We stand in silence as I pour the hot liquid into each mug, the steam rising and kissing my face. I hand one of the mugs to Barrett, but he declines. "Thanks, but I don't like to drink this late. I'll be up all night if I do." I pour the coffee back into the pot and grab the creamer on the counter. "Do you think my testimony can tip the scales in your favor? I'm more than happy to testify against Raul. I've seen his aggression up close, and I know he wouldn't be good for Marionette." I sip the coffee, but it's still way too hot. Apparently, he's trying to sign up for anger management classes. The court will see that as a good sign of him trying to be a better person for his daughter. That kind of commitment will really make his case stronger. Barrett sighs. He runs his hands through his hair. I can tell the weight of all of this is getting to him. First, he has to become a full-time caretaker overnight. And now, he has to fight through the courts to keep Marionette. I think about how lucky Marionette is to have someone like that fighting for her. He's a good man, and I hate how he has to work so hard to prove that into the court. But surely there's something you can do to show your commitment? I mean, taking time off work and upending your life for Marionette is a pretty big deal, right? I ask. Yeah, but it's not the same. As far as the court is concerned, children should be with their biological parents unless there's some compelling reason not to. If Raul had a drug problem, or a felony on his record. Things might be different, but as it is, his voice trails off. But you're a better father than Raul ever would be. I've seen how you are with Marionette. I know this is all new to you, but you seem to be taking it in stride. I reach out and touch his shoulder. He glances at me, a smile forming on his face, wiping away the stressed look he's been wearing. You really think I'm a good father? His smile widens as he asks. It's so sincere and so genuine, and it really highlights how attractive he is. Yes, I do. My hand lingers on his shoulder for a little too long. I pull it back and turn to add more creamer to my coffee. Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. I've been feeling pretty low the past few days. I feel like Marionette isn't the same around me as she is around you. I see how she opens up and comes out of her shell when you two talk. I've been her nanny for 2 years, so of course she'll feel more comfortable around me. She's still getting to know you and how you are. Plus, you have the weight of the world on your shoulders, and I'm sure that's a hell of a distraction. Yeah, I try to play with her, but there are so many other things on my to-do list that it's hard to ignore all of that. But then I feel guilty for ignoring Marionette, so I'm never sure what to do. His words stick in my mind. He's feeling the same things I am. Maybe we're more alike than I thought. I top off my coffee with more creamer, and we return to the living room. So what options are on the table? I mean, there has to be a way for us to keep Raul from gaining custody. My testimony has to count for something, right? Yes, that will help, but if he's attending anger management classes, that changes things. Basically, his lawyers could argue that you know the old him and that Minerva's death has brought things into perspective, Barrett explains. Realistically, unless he has an outburst in front of the judge or a social worker, his case will only get stronger. What about Marionette? Doesn't she get a say in all this? I glance over to the hallway, thinking about this poor child sleeping, oblivious to what's going on in the background. We're sitting here making decisions about this girl's life, and she has no control over any of it. I can't imagine how that would make her feel. If she alleges abuse or something, that could weaken Raul's custody claim. But I'm hesitant to get her involved that much. I fear it would make all of this harder for her. And if she still ended up with Raul, what if he punished her for testifying against him? I sigh deeply, taking another sip of coffee. Why does everything have to be so difficult? But then I remind myself of why we're in this position in the first place. Minerva's death was so sudden and so unexpected that it's only natural for it to affect everyone in her life so dramatically. Yes, it sucks that we have to fight to keep Marionette safe and comfortable. But I can't forget what happened. She just lost her mother, and I don't think she's really been able to process it. I'm not sure if a 6-year-old can really process such a traumatic event. At least, not so soon. Thinking about this makes me realize that I've never really sat down and talked to Marionette about how she feels about her mother passing away. Well, whatever it takes, I'm here to help. I'll do whatever I can to make sure she stays with you, I say, reaching out and touching Barrett's hand. He gives me another glance, and I see a smile on the edges of his mouth. I'm sure we can figure something out. We still have some time before the court will even consider rendering a decision. Until then, Marionette will be in my care, and the social worker will keep checking in on her. Suddenly, I hear the rumble of thunder outside. The storm seems to punctuate our situation perfectly. A tumultuous storm of legal battles and mixed feelings. Yet, despite the uncertainty, part of me feels good about the future. I refuse to let myself lose hope that this will end up in our favor.
Chapter 8. Barrett. Please be morning, I think to myself before I open my eyes. But for what is probably the 10th time tonight, I awake to darkness. I glance over at the alarm clock next to my bed, which reads 3:30 in the morning. Only an hour since the last time I woke up. I roll over, residuating myself on the pillows, which currently feel like they're filled with bricks. I can't shut my brain off no matter what I do. All I can think about is my last conversation with my lawyer, and what would happen to Marionette if Raul won. He's not giving up. I don't expect this to be an easy fight. So you're saying he has a chance? I'm saying that the jury will most likely immediately side with the kid's biological father. They're going to sympathize with him and view him as her only chance at a normal life. We're going to have to do a hell of a job convincing them that a life with him would be anything but. And how do we do that? By showing them who he really is. And if we can't, we will. We have to. And we'll show them who you are. By the end, they'll have no choice but to see that Raul is the opposite of what she needs. That you are her only option. As a divorce lawyer, family law is no mystery to me. A lot of times it goes hand in hand with divorce law. But it's different when you're on the other side. I have more empathy for my clients and their children than I ever did. Ryan Anderson has been a personal friend of mine for years, and I have all the faith in the world in him as my lawyer. But that doesn't mean I'm not worried. How could I not be when there's a child's life involved? Just how far am I going to have to go in order to win this? That question repeats in my head over and over as I once again drift off to sleep. The next time I wake up, I'm surprised, but glad, to see the morning sunlight trickling in through the window. Last night's lack of sleep is definitely going to catch up with me later on, but for now, I step out of bed and begin getting ready for the day. Once I'm showered and dressed for work, I make my way down the hall. Voices coming from the kitchen make me pause before entering. Marionette giggles and I smile at the sound. "That tickles," she says. I peek around the corner to see my niece seated at the kitchen table, eating a bowl of cereal. Jackie stands behind her, carefully weaving a braid into Marion's hair. "You're moving too much again," Jackie warns. Marion just giggles again, but she noticeably stays more still. "Are you excited to turn in your project at school today?" Jackie asks. My poster is extra pretty after we used those new markers on it last night." "I think so too. You let me know how it goes when I pick you up later, okay?" Marion nods, but then her face grows sad, and she sets down her spoon. It clinks loudly against her ceramic bowl. "I miss Mommy. Mommy loved helping me with my projects." Jackie's demeanor changes, but she just leans down and plants a kiss on top of Marion's head. "I miss her too. She would have been very proud of your poster." A lump forms in my throat as I watch them. Jackie wipes a tear off of her cheek before going back to work on Marion's hair. Marion just continues staring down at her bowl, the sad look still on her face. Suddenly, she lifts her head up to look at Jackie. "Can you be my Earth Mom?" Jackie pauses her braiding. "What do you mean?" "Well, I have my mommy in heaven, but can I still have a mom on Earth? Can you be my mom?" Jackie puts her arms around Marion from behind, hugging her. She whispers something in her ear, but I can't hear it. After giving them another moment, I walk into the room. They both turn, giving me big smiles. "Good morning. I see you two have already eaten breakfast." "Uncle B, do you want some cereal like me?" All signs of sadness are gone from the little girl's face, and I'm genuinely impressed with her resilience. I'm not sure I would have had this kind of strength at her age. My sister really did an amazing job raising her. Cereal? That doesn't sound very good to me. I think I'll have a bagel. Blueberry with cream cheese? I drop my jaw and look at her in mock shock. "How did you know that?" She giggles. "I have superpowers. Didn't Mom tell you?" "No, she didn't. But I'll have to take your word for it. Besides, the evidence is too much to ignore," I say, as I grab the pack of bagels sitting on the counter. "So what other powers do you have, Marion?" "It's a secret. I can't tell you." "But you just told us about one of them," I counter. She narrows her eyes at me. "Why do you want to know so bad?" I hold in my laugh at her adorable face. "I'm just jealous, that's all. I wish I had superpowers." "Maybe you do," she exclaims. "Maybe you just have to discover them." I pop my bagel into the toaster and head to Jackie's fridge for some cream cheese. Well, how do I do that? She shrugs. I'm not sure. It's different for everyone. You know, I think I have powers too, Jackie chimes in. Marionette's eyes are comically wide. She opens her mouth and slowly turns to look at Jackie, who just finished off her braid. You do? Jackie gives her a serious look, before slowly nodding. Yes. But mine are a secret too. If I told you, then I would lose my powers. Marion gasps. Does that mean I'm going to lose my powers because I told you? Jackie shakes her head. No. But if you don't finish your cereal, then you might. Marion narrows her eyes again, shooting her a disbelieving look, but she still picks up her spoon and shovels a bite of cereal into her mouth. Jackie and I share a look as she walks towards me. The whole thing seems so natural, so normal that it warms my heart. My bagel pops out of the toaster and I grab it, setting it on a plate. I begin smearing the cream cheese onto it, and once I'm done, I take a seat next to Marion at the table. Did you already eat? I ask Jackie. She lifts up her mug. If coffee counts. I laugh. Is there more where that came from? I got no sleep last night. There sure is. I'll grab you a cup. Do you take cream or sugar? Nope. She turns to me, flabbergasted, as she grabs a mug out of the cupboard. You drink it black? I shrug. Unless I'm ordering a cappuccino at a cafe, then yeah. You're crazy. I could never. Jackie pours the rest of the pot into the mug and walks over, handing it to me. My hand lightly grazes hers as I take it from her, sending an unfamiliar feeling shooting through me. Since our talk last night, something feels different between us. It's like we understand each other better. We make eye contact, but she quickly looks away, turning to Marion. Did you finish yet? She asks her. Marion nods. All done. Perfect. Now go brush your teeth and then grab your backpack. We don't want to be late. Marion jumps up and runs out of the room. Once I finished my bagel and coffee, I get up and set my dishes in the sink. Well, I guess I'm off for the day. I've got a long day ahead of me. See you later. Hopefully your day isn't too long. I give Jackie a warm smile before heading to the front door. The truth is, I don't have to be at the office for another hour, but Marion's words gave me an idea, and I need some time to mull it over. I think about it throughout the entire ride to work, and by the time I reach the office, the vision is nearly impossible to erase from my mind. Jackie and Marion years from now, closer than ever. Jackie as her second mom, gentle and loving, guiding her through life. The three of us, living in perfect harmony, always remembering my sister's presence, but the pain of it no longer holding us back. Another vision fights its way through, of Jackie and I, cooking dinner together in the kitchen like husband and wife. We move in perfect synchrony, like we've been doing it for years and years. It isn't until I see myself plant a kiss on Jackie's cheek that I snap myself out of it. I sigh, shaking my head. It's Marionette that I need to be focusing on. Jackie would be the perfect mother for her, the person she needs to get through the coming years. Nothing can jeopardize that. As I walk up to my office building and through the front doors, I know exactly how I'm going to win this custody battle and give Marion what she deserves. I'm going to need Jackie, and not just as Marion's second mother, as my wife. It's the only way we can ensure that Marion can stay with me. With us. As soon as I heard Marion ask her to be her Earth Mom, I knew that I had to make that happen. I'm already fully convinced. I just have to convince her. All I can do until I get home tonight is hope that I'm able to do it.
Chapter 9. Jackie. So how did your project go? I ask Marion as we walk out of the elevator and down the hall to my apartment. Mrs. Appleton loved it. She said I did a really good job, and I got an A. I smiled down at her. Your mom would have been so proud. As I say the words, I remember hers from this morning. Can you be my Earth Mom? They've been in my head all day, repeating nonstop. When we reached the door, I stopped to unlock it. Once we're inside, Marionette drops her backpack by the door and runs off to her room. "Hey, where are you going?" I call out. "To change out of my school clothes," she shouts back. I pick up her backpack and take it into the living room, putting it on the couch. My laptop is still sitting on the coffee table, where I left it when I went to pick her up. I plop down on the couch and stare at it. A few minutes later, Marion runs back into the room. "Can I color?" she asks, holding up a coloring book and a pack of crayons. "Sure, I've got some work to do, but if you want to do it in here, you can." She sprawls out on the floor next to the couch, already fascinated with her book. I peek at it, seeing that it's her favorite one with all the princesses in it. For a moment, I just watch her color, partly because it's so nice to see her look happy as she does something she's always loved, but also because I'm procrastinating doing my work. After a while, I prop my feet up on the coffee table and open up my laptop. My book stares back at me. Every time I look at it, I feel incredibly overwhelmed. I was supposed to send the new edits to Arthur days ago, but I'm not even close to being done with them. He told me he could buy me some more time, but knowing him, he's probably making me look horrible to my publishers. The sooner I get this done, the sooner I can be free of him. I start typing on my new draft, but the words appearing across the page don't even feel like my own. He's had me change this book so much that my original idea isn't even remotely here anymore. At this point, it feels like I'm writing someone else's book. "Jackie, where are my new colored pencils?" I look up to see Marion watching me from the ground. "I'll go get them for you," I tell her, happy for the excuse to set my work aside. I quickly find the pencils and bring them to her, but instead of going back to the couch, I sit next to her on the ground. "What you working on?" I ask her. "Right now I'm coloring the princess, and then I'm going to color her dragon." "The princess has a dragon?" "Yes, and her dragon has babies." "Do you want to color those?" she asks, pointing to the page opposite hers. "I'd love to." I lay down and join in, zoning out for a second while I color. But after a moment, I'm watching what Marion is doing more than I am coloring. The princess she's focused on has long brown hair and green eyes, just like her mother did. In fact, it looks almost exactly like Minerva. It can't be a coincidence. But Marion doesn't look sad as she works on the replica. In fact, she's beaming. As we color, I realize that I don't care that I'm neglecting my work. Not really. Of course, I still want to be a successful writer, but right now, this just seems so much more important. Marion should be my primary focus, at least for now. I know that I would regret it horribly if I were to choose work over her, only to later realize that she needed me. The support she receives over the next few months will shape the way she views her mother's death in the years to come. Marion's stomach growls loudly, causing her to giggle. "Are you hungry?" I ask. "I can start some dinner." "Yes, please." "What are you in the mood for?" She looks up at the ceiling as she thinks, before turning to me. "What about chicken quesadillas?" "You got it," I say, hoisting myself up from the ground. "Do you want to help?" "Yes!" she shouts, jumping up. Once in the kitchen, I begin taking out the ingredients. "Okay, why don't I handle the chicken and you start shredding the cheese?" "What about onions? Can I chop the onions?" "After you shred the cheese, okay? And then I'll help you chop them." "Can we put some of that yummy salsa in it?" "You know what? Let me check if I have any left," I say, walking over to the fridge. Marion has always loved my homemade salsa. "You're in luck. We have just enough." "Yay, it's going to taste so good." I hand her 2 blocks of cheese, along with a cheese grater and a bowl to shred it into. She gets right to work, making me smile. She already loves cooking so much, just like her mother did. As I prepare the chicken, my mind shifts to Minerva. The day we met plays in my mind. Hey girl, you need some help? I laugh. Is it that obvious that I'm struggling? Only a little bit. I'm free of plans for the night, so just point at some boxes and I'm yours. Thank you so much. You're saving my life right now. It's no problem. I'm Minerva King. Welcome to the building. Jackie Myers. So what do you do, Jackie? She asks as we carry some boxes into the building. Actually, I'm an author. Oh yeah? Got any books I'd know? Oh God, no. I'm not that well known. But if you're a reader, I can give you a copy of one of my novellas. I'm definitely no reader, but give it to me anyways. My daughter is learning how to read, and I feel like I'm so out of practice. How can I be trusted to teach her right? Oh, you have a daughter? How old is she? Just turned 4. You got kids? No, I don't. I'm actually single. She raises an eyebrow. So am I. Your daughter's father? We reach my apartment, and I gesture towards the hallway where the rest of my boxes are stacked. He's not really in the picture, and I prefer it that way. That bad? You have no idea. That night, we stayed up until 2 a.m. drinking wine and just talking out on her balcony while Marion slept inside. We hit it off instantly, and I remember feeling like I had finally found the best friend I had been waiting for my whole life. I've been so wrapped up in taking care of Marion that I kind of forgot that I lost someone too, that there's a gaping hole inside of me where Minerva had been. Uncle B, Marion yells, snapping me out of my memory. I turn to see Barrett walking into the kitchen. He sets his briefcase down and opens his arms for Marion, who jumps right into them. He looks exhausted but puts a smile on his face for her. How was your day at school? Good. We're making quesadillas. Do you want to help? I catch his eye across the room and mouth the word sorry. I know he usually likes to have a moment to himself when he gets home, and helping us make dinner was definitely not on his agenda for the day. Actually, there isn't really much for him to do, sweetheart. I'm almost done with the chicken, and then all we have to do is add the ingredients. She pouts, but he shoots me a grateful look before leaving the room. Okay, Missy, let's finish this up so we can eat. 30 minutes later, the 3 of us are sitting at the kitchen table, eating in silence. It's obvious that Barrett had a long day, and he doesn't look like he's in much of a mood to talk, though something tells me his silence isn't completely because of work. He almost seems like he's on edge, like there's something more going on. Suddenly, I remember that the 2 of them were supposed to go back to his place tonight. He told me last night that they would only stay one night. Maybe that's what has him on edge. Maybe he's thinking about the fact that I won't be going with them. The truth is, I decided this morning, after my conversation with Marion, that nothing was more important than this little girl, not even work. I can't even imagine myself staying here while the 2 of them leave. Them showing up yesterday because Marion was having a hard time just showed me that she needs me even more than I thought. As we eat, I pay attention to his body language, his tense posture, furrowed brows. It's obvious that something's wrong, but I don't bring it up. Not with Marion sitting right next to us. Once we've all finished eating, Marion runs off to go watch cartoons, and Barrett and I clean up the kitchen together. He's still silent and sort of brooding, but I can't work up the courage to ask him what's wrong. When the kitchen is clean, I turn to go check on Marion, but Barrett grabs my wrist. Hey, do you have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, sure. He gestures towards the sliding door that leads to my balcony. After a quick peek into the living room at Marion, I follow him. Out on the balcony, I wait for his next words, the cold night air blowing through my curls. The anticipation builds up, killing me as my mind spins with all the possibilities.
Chapter 10. Barrett. So what is it? Is everything okay? Jackie asks, her brown eyes slightly widened. We stand outside on her balcony, a full moon shining brightly above us, casting a wonderful glow on her dark skin. I work up the courage for what I'm about to ask her. Everything's fine. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Does it have something to do with the case? Well, actually, it kind of does. She waits expectantly, but I have to look away for a moment. My heart pounds hard against my chest, feeling like it could explode at any moment. I don't know why I'm so nervous to ask her. I guess part of me is really worried that she'll say no. Because if she does, then I'm going to have to come up with an even better plan B. I sigh before meeting her eyes again. Since my sister died, I've gotten to witness you and Marionette together. The bond you two have, the way she looks up to you, it's remarkable. The way you can make her smile just days after her mother died. I look away again, scanning the parking lot below us, trying to find the words. When I got the call telling me that Minerva had died, my first thought was Marionette. I knew that I needed to take her in, but I had no idea how I was going to navigate her grief. In that moment, I felt so many things. Guilt for not being there more for my sister and my niece. Confusion, because I have no idea how to raise a child. I was scared, and I'm not easily scared. When I look back at her, she's watching me intently, worry in her eyes. But then I got to the hospital and you were there. I could already see that Marion depended on you, that she would need you, and the way you immediately agreed to continue being there for her, well, it was amazing, and I'll always be grateful to you for that. Barrett, what's going on? I don't understand. Does this have something to do with you guys leaving tonight? I let out a nervous chuckle. I'm sorry, I need to get more to the point. Listen, this custody battle is not going to be pretty. My lawyer has already warned me, and Raul is already stirring up trouble. She rolls her eyes, shaking her head. That bastard. Of course he is. This morning I heard Marionette ask you to be her Earth Mom, and I've been thinking about those words ever since. Thinking about how this situation can be improved, how Marionette's life can be improved, as well as the best way for me to ensure that she'll remain in my custody. I swallow, preparing myself for the words to come. So I thought, what if the two of us got married? It would be fake in some regards, but in others, it would need to be real. Or at least, appear real. If I'm married, then the court may be more likely to side with me. A single father who does nothing but work? They don't want that. They want a married man who can provide this girl with a real family. And it's messed up, but that's the way it is. Jackie just stares at me, her face giving nothing away. But the worried look is gone from her eyes. She crosses her arms and leans against the glass beside her. I know that it sounds crazy, trust me, I do. But I already brought it up to my lawyer and asked him what he thought about it. He told me that it would significantly improve my chances. Her brows furrow as she looks away from me, out at the city. My heartbeat only rises higher and higher, my nerves even worse than they were before I asked her. You, of course, do not have to say yes. This is completely up to you. I'm not going to keep Marion from you or anything if you say no, but I needed to at least ask, for Marion's sake. She lets out a noise that sounds like a scoff, but it's still hard to tell what she thinks of all this. I'm beginning to think I just ruined what could have been a great friendship between the two of us. I think over my next words carefully. I understand if you need some time to think, or even if you never want to talk about this again. If that's the case, I'll never bring it up, and we can pretend I never asked. But let me at least tell you the terms I came up with. Terms? She asks, a perfectly shaped brow lifted. Yes, there would be terms. For example, we would be married on paper, but I, of course, wouldn't stop you from living your life as you pleased. You would move in with me, but you would have your own separate bedroom. This would be purely for the court's eyes, and for Marion as well. When she doesn't say anything, I continue. I'd love for you to be exactly what she asked you to be this morning, her Earth Mother. And even if you don't want to do the marriage thing, I'd still love for you to take over that role for her. But I do understand if that's too much. Like I said, this is completely up to you. Up to me, she murmurs. She opens her mouth like she's going to speak again, but a knock on the glass next to us turns both of our attention away. Marion stands on the other side of the glass, looking distressed. Jackie immediately slides open the door, and the two of us walk back inside, the conversation forgotten as we wait for Marion to tell us what's wrong. "Uncle B, my tooth hurts," she sobs, tears already pouring down her face. I drop down in front of her. "Which side?" She points to the left side of her face before clutching her cheek with her palm. "It hurts so bad," she cries. "Oh, sweetie, why don't we get you in bed? We'll get you some medicine for it, okay?" I wait for her to nod before scooping her up into my arms. I walk across the apartment to the guest room that Jackie set her up in and gently set her down in the bed. She sobs again and reaches for Jackie, who's standing next to me. Jackie sits next to her in the bed and starts gently running a hand through her hair. "It'll be okay. I know it hurts, but the medicine will help." "Will I have to go to the hospital like Mommy?" I freeze, my heart going as still as it can. My mouth wants to move, to comfort her, but I have no idea what to say. Thankfully, Jackie does, saving me. "No, you won't have to go to the hospital. When your mom went there, that was for something incredibly rare that won't be happening to you. Okay? I don't want you to ever be worried about that." "But Mommy was in pain right before she fell. What if this is like that?" Jackie glances up at me, and though no words are spoken between us, so much is said. She turns back to Marion. "I promise you that this isn't serious like that. Do you trust me?" Marion stares at her face serious before nodding. "I believe you." "I can run out and get some meds," I offer. Jackie shakes her head. "No need. I still have a bunch of stuff for her from when I would babysit her." Jackie stands up and leaves the room to go find the meds. I take the opportunity to sit next to Marion, reaching out my hand for her to take. Her hand slides into mine. She still looks worried, despite saying she believed Jackie. "You want to know something?" She nods. "Your mom was never scared. She was the bravest person I've ever met. Even though she knew she had a heart condition, she didn't spend her whole life fearing it." Marion's eyes drop from my face to where her hand rests in mine. "I want to be like Mommy," she murmurs. I muster up my warmest smile and lightly squeeze her hand. "You already are, Marion. Every single day, you remind me of her." "Really?" I nod. "Absolutely." Marion smiles, and even though the smile makes her wince in pain from her tooth, I can tell that her mood has improved, at least a little. Jackie returns with a bottle of water, a cold compress, and a small bottle of acetaminophen. "Okay, here's your medicine. Chew it up and then drink some water." Marion does as she says, her face scrunching up as she chews it. "Now hold this up to your cheek. It's a little cold, but it's going to help." "Do you want us to read you a book?" I ask. "Yes, please." Jackie smiles at me, giving me hope that our unfinished conversation can be picked up in a good place. "I've got a couple that we haven't read before. Let me go grab them." She comes back a moment later with several options, holding them up for Marion to decide. Once she does, we all settle into the bed, Jackie and I alternating reading with each page. Even though Jackie never got to answer my question, the look on her face as we read to Marion makes me feel like she might just say yes. She doesn't seem the least bit upset, so that has to mean something. I make a promise to myself as my niece drifts off to sleep in front of us. A promise to not give up, no matter what happens. Marion needs that from me.
Chapter 11. Jackie. Marionette's face looks so peaceful as she sleeps next to me, a soft snore emitting from her. I'm relieved that we were able to calm her down and make her feel better. Ever since her mother died, I've been worried that in times like this, when she's sick or had a bad day at school, my affection or Barrett's won't be enough, that she would only want her mother, and with me not being able to give that to her, I would be at a loss. But Barrett and I handled this like experts, and Marion seemed to accept our comfort. It makes me feel incredibly proud of not only her, but the two of us. Unfortunately, that feeling is short-lived as Barrett and I return to the living room, and the memory of our previous conversation comes back to me. I sit down on the couch, but he stands near the coffee table, his arms crossed as he looks at me. Look, we should probably finish our conversation from earlier. I agree, I say, even though I'd really rather just forget about it. Before we do that, I know that Marion and I were supposed to go back to my place tonight, but I hold up a hand. Of course, you can stay another night. With her feeling sick, waking her up would just be selfish on our part. He nods. Thank you. We're silent for a moment, neither of us willing to be the first to start talking. I wait him out, as I'm still unsure of how I even feel about everything he said. I know that everything I said was a lot to process, so I totally get it if you need time to think, but I just want you to know that all of this is solely up to you. You can even come up with your own set of rules if you want. I will go along with whatever you say. All I care about right now is Marionette's well-being. I watch him, reading into every little detail on his face, the worry lines on his forehead as he stares back at me, the earnest look in his eye that shows me how much he really cares, the tightness in his mouth as he isn't sure how I'm receiving his words. Or at least, that's my interpretation. If living with us is too much, then we could come up with something regarding that as well. Maybe you could alternate weeks or go back to your place on the weekends. I know you have your own life, and I'd never want to get in the way of that. I don't want to inconvenience you. He pauses, giving me an opportunity to speak, but I don't. I just lean back into the sofa, my eyes never leaving him. Or if you want us to move in here, we could do that too. I don't want to force you to move out of your place if you're attached to it. I could even rent an apartment in this same building or something. I just want you to know that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make it work if you want that as well. I bite the inside of my cheek, deciding on my next words carefully. Barrett, I can tell you've put a lot of thought into this, and it makes me so happy that Marion has someone like you to look out for her. If she didn't have you, I'd be full of worry 24/7. I stop talking for a moment, taking a deep breath, but Barrett seems to take my silence as something else and starts talking again. Is your job the problem? Because I know a little bit about that. Don't be mad, but I actually looked into your situation. I know that your publishers haven't been that fair to you, specifically your editor, Arthur Vince. I freeze up. How the hell would he have gotten that information? My eyes narrow, my heartbeat quickening as anger starts to build up within me. If you need help getting out of your contract with them, I can assist you, or find someone else who can. It wouldn't be hard at all. You definitely have enough of a case to terminate your contract, and I could cover any cost that would arise from it. I stare at him in disbelief. The words coming out of his mouth almost don't seem real. If they're real, then that means he went behind my back and violated my trust. It means he's just another rich man who thinks he can do whatever he wants because he has money. It makes me start questioning everything I thought I knew about him in a split second. Is this the kind of person Marion should be raised by? Someone who thinks any problem can be solved by throwing money at it? Someone who thinks it's okay to violate someone's privacy for their own personal gain? I slowly rise from the couch, my gaze fixated on him. His face goes from that earnest look to one of realization, and maybe even guilt. Jackie, he starts. Stop talking. I've heard enough from you. I interrupt him. I shake my head back and forth as I look at him. Part of me wishes he had just kept his mouth shut, because now I don't know what to think. I'd like to know why you thought it was okay to go behind my back and look into my personal affairs. You could have asked me anything you wanted to know, Barrett. What did you do? Hire a private investigator? I continue shaking my head as I scoff at him. This is not okay, I continue. How am I supposed to trust you if this is the kind of thing you do instead of just having a conversation with someone? I'm so sorry. I really am. At the time, I didn't look at it like that. I was just trying to get to know you and figure out the best way we can give Marion the life she deserves. But you had no right. I trusted you. I thought you were an honest person. But if you would do something like this for information that small, it makes me question what you would do in more serious situations. He closes his eyes and presses his lips together, nodding. I know, I understand how it looks. Please accept my apology. I really wasn't trying to go behind your back or anything. You have to understand that I'm just in a place right now where I will do anything to protect Marion, anything to help her. I watch his face carefully, trying to decipher whether or not he's being truthful. He doesn't appear to be anything but regretful, and I feel inclined to believe his apology is real. But I've dealt with rich, selfish men before, and they tend to be wonderful actors. I just need to figure out if Barrett is one of those men or not. Why didn't you just ask me? I question him, my voice low. I should have. I just figured we both had so much going on. I sigh heavily and sink back down onto the couch, feeling more confused than angry at this point. This is too much, I whisper, then a little louder. This is too much. Too fast. I stare at the ground, unable to look at him any longer. All I want is to be alone right now, but I'm trying to force myself to do the adult thing and finish this conversation. He walks closer until he's right next to me and sits down on the couch. I'm so sorry, Jackie. I didn't think about how that would come across to you, because my intentions were nothing but pure. I hope you can believe me. Please don't think that this is something I go around doing all the time. Truthfully, it's the first time I've ever used my power for something like that. Well, this and looking into Raul, but that's different. I make eye contact with him. His apple green eyes bore into mine, begging me to see his side. For a moment, I let the anger fall away and allow myself to look at it from his point of view. My lips press together. I need some time. You've given me a lot to think about tonight, and I just can't give you an answer right now. Take as long as you need, he says, a worried look on his face. I stare at him a moment longer before standing up. Before I can reach the entrance to the hallway, he speaks. I want you to know that I won't ever violate your privacy ever again. I stop walking, but I don't turn around. I believe you, I say, before heading to my room down the hall. And I really do believe him. But that doesn't mean I have an answer for him right now. When I reach my room, I close the door softly behind me. My bed has never looked better as I walk up to it, sitting on the edge. I still need to get ready for bed, but I just need to sit and process for a moment. So many questions float around in my head. What's best for Marion? Should I go along with Barrett's idea and marry him for the court? Would I regret it? What if it went poorly and we needed to get a divorce? What would something like that do to Marion? I'm not even close to having those answers. But the pressure of needing to figure them out quickly for Marion's sake weighs on me.
Chapter 12. Barrett. I stare at the books on my office shelves, not paying attention to anyone in particular. Barrett, are you still there? Bryce asks. His voice over the speaker cuts through the air like a knife. Yes, I'm still here, sorry. What was the question again? I snap back to attention and fumble to reach the phone. I had asked about whether you heard back from the judge about moving the trial date. Yes, I have heard back from the judge, and he says if we want to postpone the date, the earliest alternative wouldn't be until after the holiday. There's a pause in the call. I can tell Miss Jennings is mulling it over. No, that won't work. Are you sure you can't get us in any earlier? She asks. I'm afraid not. The cord is pretty backed up, and they're stretched thin as it is. I was lucky to even get them to search for an alternative, I reply. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to move forward with the current date. How many days do we have again? Her voice sounds annoyed but resolved. 23 days, I reply, checking my notes. How about we schedule a face-to-face to go over things next week? Bryce asks. Okay, that sounds great, I reply. Thank you for speaking to us, Miss Jennings. I hang up, my thoughts still on Jackie and Marionette. Marion had the day off from school today, so Jackie is watching her. She had a project to finish, but all of her supplies were at my apartment, so they went over there. I open the app on my phone that links me to my security cameras. I've refrained from texting her all day because I know she said she needs time, so this is the only way I can check in on them. They seem so happy together. Marionette is so animated and expressive whenever Jackie is around, and Jackie is always so patient and eager to play with her. Jackie gets up to go to the kitchen, and I catch myself following her on the cameras. I watch as she pulls open the fridge to grab a drink. Unwittingly, I zoom in a little so I can see her more clearly. Even when she's doing something so mundane, I'm entranced. It's like even though things are purely platonic between us, sometimes I feel myself looking at her in other ways, or imagining what it'd be like if she said yes to my proposal and moved in with me. How our relationship might change after that. How a big part of me wants that. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I look at the screen to see Jackie calling me. Hello? Hey, it's me. Look, my editor just texted me asking if I could meet with him. He said it was important. Do you think you could take a break and come watch Jackie for like an hour or two? Well, where's the meeting? I can just meet you there and wait outside with Marion, maybe drive around with her or something until it's over. Okay, that works too. I'm meeting him at the office in 20 minutes. I'll send you the address. Okay, I'll be there. 15 minutes later, Jackie pulls into her office parking lot where I'm waiting. She gets Marion out and walks her over to my car. Hi, Uncle B! Marionette's voice is so sweet and innocent. Hey, Marionette. Have you guys been having fun? Marionette looks at Jackie and smiles. Yeah, she replies. All right, I've got it from here. Good luck in your meeting. Thanks, I'll probably need it, she says, looking nervous. Bye, Jackie, Marionette calls out as Jackie enters the building. When she's gone, I get Marion settled in my car before getting into the driver's seat. Are you hungry? I ask her, looking at her in the rearview mirror. A little bit, she replies. Well, what do you want to eat? I ask. Maybe some chicken nuggets? I laugh and pull out my phone. There has to be a place nearby that has nuggets. After a couple of minutes, I find a fast food spot nearby. So, what did you guys do today? I ask as I drive us there. We played a lot. And Jackie made me pancakes for breakfast, Marionette replies. She stares out the window as she recounts the day's activities. Are pancakes your favorite or waffles? She pauses to think. Finally, she comes to a realization. Waffles. I like how they hold the butter and syrup better. I smile. I feel the same way. After getting the chicken nuggets, we make our way back to Jackie's office.
Chapter 13. Jackie. I walk down the hall on my way to meet Arthur in his office. My laptop weighs heavy in my bag as I walk into the small room, reminding me of all the unnecessary work I've put into this book, reminding me that the person I'm meeting is the cause of most of that hard work. Arthur, I say as I take my seat across from him. He stands, making me think he's going to shake my hand or something, but he just walks past me and closes the door. When he turns around, he shoots me a smile before returning to his chair on the other side of his desk. Jackie, it's good to see you. You've barely been at the office lately. I give him my fakest smile. Yes, well, I did tell you about the tragedy that I've been dealing with. Absolutely. My deepest sympathies. But unfortunately, we've already put this off for quite a bit. which is why I wanted to meet today. I understand. I do understand. That these people only care about the money I'm going to make them and not my well-being. I've played this game before. So how are you feeling about the last edits you made? I saw you sent me the edited version this morning. He picks up a coffee mug and takes a sip from it, looking at me over the rim. It took a long time for me to be happy with it, but now I feel really good. I'm really hoping there won't need to be any more revisions, at least nothing major. Well, that's not the attitude I want to hear. I look at him in shock, wondering how he can possibly turn what I just said into something bad. If you're going into everything thinking your job is complete, then how can you expect perfection? Getting notes back, doing revisions, none of that is a bad thing. It means that you still have more to learn, and you will always have more to learn. Of course, and I'm always willing to put more effort in and learn more. But I've already done so much for this book. 6 major revisions is new to me. That's just because you've never had an editor who cares as much as I do. Or it means I've never had an editor who was this bad at their job. Look, I understand small edits, little things that need to be clarified, things that need to be added to help the story. But completely changing the plot once the story has already been written, when my original synopsis was already approved, that just seems very excessive. Arthur sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose with his fingers. For a small moment, I wonder if maybe it's me that's being unreasonable, but I shake that thought away almost instantly. I know it's not me. Arthur has a track record to prove that. I get it. If you don't want this book to reach its full potential, then there's nothing I can do about that. His dark eyes bore into me, daring me to say anything more. Is there something specific about my writing that you're having an issue with? Maybe it's not the plot itself. Maybe it's my writing. He blinks, clearly surprised at my words. For the first time since I've known him, it seems like he has no idea what to say. His eyes drop down to the desk, and he appears to think for a moment. I wait patiently until finally, he looks up at me. You're an amazing writer, Jackie. He pauses, and I feel my mouth open in shock. Arthur has never given me a compliment before, not even a small one. When your synopsis was floating around, I made sure that it was me who was assigned as your editor. I had read your previous works, and I knew you were talented. And I apologize if it's come off that I don't like your writing or your story. That is not the case at all. My brows furrow. Then, why all the revisions? He shakes his head, looking down at his desk again. I think I was just so excited to be working with you. I didn't want it to be over anytime soon. I cannot even believe what I'm hearing. Arthur Vince has said a lot of things that have shocked me, but this definitely takes the cake. He seems like a completely different person right now. Arthur stands up and walks around his desk, sitting on the edge of it, right in front of me. I know what will happen when we turn this book over. You'll move on to bigger and better things. You and I will never get a chance to work together again. His eyes travel down to my chest, his gaze dropping lower and lower. An icky sort of feeling takes over me. I've felt it a few times before, and I know exactly what it means. I begin to stand, but his hand is on my leg, pushing me back down. Please, let me fully explain. Well, I'd love to hear it, Arthur. I really would, but it's already past the time I was supposed to be leaving here. You see, I'm babysitting today, and I need to get back to the kid. Someone is waiting for me. I try to stand again, but this time it's my shoulders he plants his grimy hands on, pushing me back into the seat. I need to explain. You can stay just a little bit longer. My heartbeat quickens as I become truly worried. I need to get out of this office. An idea strikes me. You're right, I can. Let me just text the person who's watching the kid to let them know I'll be a little bit longer. Arthur nods, satisfied. Thank you, Jackie. I knew you'd understand. I pull out my phone, trying to force my hands to stay steady while I find Barrett's contact. I quickly type something out and hit send. Come inside immediately. I have a bad feeling about my editor, and I need your help. Room 205 on the first floor. I shove my phone back into my pocket and return my focus to Arthur, hoping Barrett sees my text sooner rather than later. Okay, I told them. Now what was it that you wanted to talk about? I think you already know. His eyes dip low again, making me feel absolutely disgusting. It makes me wish I had worn a looser-fitting blouse today. Actually, do you mind if I run to the bathroom really quickly? I ask. Not giving him a chance to respond, I stand up. This time, I'm quick, turning away from him and squeezing my way out. I walk to the door as fast as I can, but Arthur is faster. Wait, he says, grabbing my arm and pulling me back. I don't turn. I just pull myself forward, trying to get out of his grip, but he only grips me tighter, and before I know it, he's standing in front of me, blocking me from the door, the only way out of his office. Arthur, I say, laughing nervously. I'll be super quick, I promise. He shakes his head. No, you won't. With that, he pushes me against the nearest wall, his mouth diving towards my neck. I push him away with all of my strength, but he doesn't budge. I'm starting to panic, but I try to hold on to the calmer part of me, the part that will get me out of this. Arthur, stop! I shout as his mouth presses against my neck. I could throw up at how gross it feels on my skin. Come on, I know you feel it too. You've been eyeing me for months now. I think you've been incorporating my notes poorly because you want to spend more time with me too. I shake my head furiously. No, Arthur, you're wrong. I attempt to push him away again, but he pushes his entire body up against me, securely pinning me to the wall. Tears start to flow down my face against my will. I'm about to scream for help when the door to his office slams open. Barrett's eyes find me immediately, his face absolutely furious as he marches over. He rips Arthur off of me with what looks like no effort and begins punching him in the face. Arthur shouts, swinging back at him, but his fists only land one of the hits. After that, Barrett dodges each swing, his own fist slamming harder and harder into Arthur's face. Barrett, stop! Barrett! I scream, not wanting him to get in trouble because of me. What the hell is going on in here? A voice asks. My head whips in the direction of the door, where the secretary, Andrea, stands. She looks horrified, but before I can explain anything, 3 men run past her into the room. Security guards. 2 of them focus on Barrett and Arthur, pulling them apart, while the third one approaches me, his face serious. What happened? He asks.
Chapter 14. Barrett. My breath is slow and heavy. I try to maintain my composure, but my heart is still racing, and adrenaline flows through my veins. Are you okay? I ask Jackie. She doesn't appear harmed, but definitely distraught. I will be, she says, her voice small. She stares at me, but it feels like she's not really seeing me, like her mind is elsewhere. I open my arms and offer her a hug. She doesn't hesitate, immediately walking into my arms. I rub her back as we wait, feeling glad that I'd already been outside when she texted. Who knows what could have happened if I didn't arrive exactly when I did. The police are on their way, one of the security guards says. This is bull! I didn't do anything wrong! Arthur shouts from the far corner of the room. One of the guards moves toward him, ready to subdue him if necessary. That's it, Jackie, you're out. Wait until Mr. Wilhelm finds out about this. Finds out about what? A tall man in a striped suit walks in. Jackie pulls away from me, her attention on the man. Mr. Wilhelm, hello? She says. What's going on? Mr. Wilhelm asks. Arthur attacked me and my friend Barrett came in to help. The security guards just got here before you did, Jackie explains. Mr. Wilhelm spins to face Arthur. He looks like a lion about to pounce on a helpless antelope. She's lying. She's the one who made advances on me, and I pushed her away, Arthur protests. You're fired, Arthur. Effective immediately. Arthur looks stunned. Don't let him out of this room, Mr. Wilhelm tells the guards. Yes, sir, the guard replies. 2 guards stand next to Arthur, watching him closely. Mr. Wilhelm turns to me and Jackie. Jackie, are you all right? He asks. Yes, I'm fine, but Barrett... She pauses, motioning to my face. It probably looks worse than it is. He barely got me, I insist. I just want to say on behalf of the firm that I am so sorry about what happened. If you have any medical bills or anything, make sure they reach my desk. You won't have to pay a dime for anything, he tells us. Thank you, Mr. Wilhelm, Jackie says, offering him a smile. If you need to take some time away, I completely understand. I know you've been having a rough time recently, but whenever you're ready, let's meet to discuss who your editor will be going forward. Jackie nods. Okay, I'd like that. I'll talk to your assistant. Okay, I'll give you guys some space now. I'm sure the police will be arriving any second now. Arthur is slumped in his chair, resigned to the consequences of his actions. It's almost funny how quickly his demeanor changed when someone in charge put him in his place. A woman walks in with a first aid kit. Does anyone need anything? She asks. Yes, please, Jackie says before I can decline. She pulls out some cotton and dabs it with alcohol. Do you mind? She asks. I shake my head. She presses the cotton against my face, dabbing it lightly. Does it hurt? Not at all, I assure her. She dabs the area a few more times, cleaning it as best she can. Once she's done, she sets the kit aside. Thank you for coming when I texted. I don't know what would have happened if you weren't here. Of course. I ran in as soon as I got it. Jackie's eyes go wide. Wait, where's Marionette? She's in the lobby. I had her wait there because I didn't know what I was going to walk into. Jackie breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. 2 officers walk in, their eyes scanning the room. Who here was involved in the incident? Jackie and I step forward. It was us, and the man over in the corner, Jackie says, pointing at Arthur. Okay, I'll need to take a statement from all of you. He pulls out a notepad from his pocket. Let's get all of you in separate rooms so we can take your statements, the officer says. It takes over an hour for everyone involved to give their statements. The receptionist ends up having to watch Marion for us. I'm beyond relieved that Jackie is okay. This situation could have been completely different. I only wish I'd gotten a few more punches in on Arthur before the guards came in.
Chapter 15. Jackie. I hold Marion's hand as we walk back to the car. Thankfully, she has no idea that anything bad happened. Once she's secured in the car, I turn to Barrett, who hasn't gotten in yet. So what exactly happened? He asks. You gave your statement in a different room, and I'm still confused about how that actually went down. I sigh heavily. Arthur is my editor, the one I told you I was meeting. He's been giving me a hard time with my book for months now. He's always made me feel a little weird around him, but this time it was just so much worse. I texted you when I realized where it was heading, but then it started getting worse. So I tried to run out of his office. I stop, shaking my head. His jaw ticks as he looks at me. But when I tried to run out, he grabbed me. You came in shortly after. He shakes his head back and forth. I'm just glad you're okay. I can't believe Mr. Wilhelm just fired Arthur on the spot like that. Arthur's father is a co-owner of the company, so I thought for sure that he couldn't be fired. Maybe this isn't his first offense. It seemed like your boss had already had enough of Arthur. Maybe he was just waiting for a moment like this so he could actually fire him. Yeah, you're probably right. I step closer to him, holding my arms out. Thank you again, Barrett. Seriously, it could have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up. And honestly, it was kind of nice seeing Arthur get punched in the face. It's been a long time coming. I wrap my arms around him in a hug. His arms are around me in seconds, holding me close. Barrett's scent floods my senses, like sandalwood but with more of a muskiness to it. I close my eyes for a moment and just breathe it in, realizing how comforting it is, how comforting he is. A moment goes by before I force myself to pull away. When his arms leave me, I feel their absence, and it's hard not to step back into them. Our eyes meet, and his gaze is so fierce that it's hard not to look away. I just want you to know that what I did in there was only because I was protecting you. I am not a violent man, and I would never hit a woman. Marion is safe with me. I hear the words he isn't saying loud and clear. You are safe with me. I know, I say, my voice quiet. I believe you. He touches my arm briefly before opening the passenger side door for me. I get in the car, an odd feeling blooming in my chest. Barrett gets in the car and immediately turns around to look at Marion, a big smile on his face. What do you say we get some dinner together? We could go out to eat somewhere. Okay, she says, smiling back. She seems like she's in a really good mood today. Oh, you know where we haven't been in a while? I ask her. Fernando's. You love the pizza there. Marionette's smile falters a bit, her expression turning a bit sad. Okay, that's fine. Is that what you want? She nods, but she looks away from me out the car window. Where's Fernando's? Barrett asks. It's closer to my place, I tell him. As soon as the words leave my mouth, I realize why Marion's mood suddenly shifted. Fernando's was where me and her mom took her all the time. We've never been there without her. As I type the address into the GPS for Barrett, I wonder if we should even go. But ultimately, I decide that it could be good for her. Avoiding places because she went with Minerva won't be healthy, not in the long run. 20 minutes later, we pull up to Fernando's. The three of us walk inside, choosing our table. This place looks nice, Barrett comments. It's really good. We can all order our own personalized mini pizzas. The deep dish is the best. Which one do you get, Marion? He asks her. Marion sits next to me, still acting pretty quiet. She meets his eyes. Mom and I always got the meat lovers with extra sausage and extra cheese. That sounds delicious, he says, but his eyes find mine. I nod softly, confirming the silent question. It's nice being able to say so much to someone without actually speaking. It seems like Barrett and I are able to do that quite a lot. As we order our pizzas and eat our food, the three of us sit in comfortable silence. We try to coax Marion to talk here and there, but she definitely isn't in much of a mood to socialize. I can't blame her, and honestly, neither am I. Last night feels like it was a world away. The argument with Barrett seems so foreign to me, but it reminds me that I still haven't given him an answer. I glance at him. He's taking a sip of his water, the cut on his face looking a lot better already. I still don't like that he invaded my privacy, but I understand why he did it. He would do anything to protect Marion, just like I would. How can I fault him for that? But am I really okay with getting married to him? That's not exactly something that can be taken back. Even if we got a divorce, it wouldn't erase that we did it in the first place. I ponder this during the entire ride back to Barrett's. Looks like she's asleep, Barrett says once we're parked in front of his place. We get out of his car, Barrett taking her into his arms. Once upstairs, I follow him to her room. I can bring any stuff she left at my place over tomorrow, I whisper. Okay, he whispers back, before setting her gently down on her bed. I gasp. Oh crap, my car is still at my office. With everything happening, I just forgot. I can call you a ride home tonight, and then tomorrow I can pick you up and take you to it, he offers. I sigh. Thanks, that would really help. I can't believe I forgot about it. It's okay, he says, his hand grazing my arm. A lot happened? You're right. I'm just usually so organized. I don't ever forget things. You've been under a lot of stress. It's understandable, he whispers as we walk out of Marion's room. He closes the door and we head down the hall and into his living room. Both of us find a seat on the couch. As I glance around, I realize that his place looks a lot different than it did the first time I walked into it. More colorful, just like I told him it would. Today was kind of a disaster, I say, letting out a small laugh. Yesterday, too. Yeah, I guess it was. We're silent for a while, though it isn't an awkward silence. It's obvious that we both just have a lot on our minds. I've been thinking a lot since our conversation last night, I say after a while. We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I do want to, because I've made my decision. He looks at me in shock. Honestly, I'm shocked too. I hadn't really made my final decision until right now. And I look down at the ground and take a deep breath. Marionette means the world to me. She's like a daughter to me most of the time. I mean, I told you that Minerva and I would always joke that I was her co-mom. I can't even imagine my life without that girl. I shake my head back and forth a little. Minerva being gone still doesn't feel real to me. I saw her literally every single day, even if it was just when we'd walk downstairs to check our mailboxes together. Going from that to knowing that I'll never see her again. Some days, I don't even know how to get up in the morning. I feel the same. I know I wasn't around much the past few years, and in your eyes, it probably looked like we weren't close. But I loved my sister. I always felt so proud of her, especially the way she handled being a single mom. I've never met someone so good at being so independent like her. Yeah, she really was an amazing mother. And it's hard not to think that we're going to screw up Marion after Minerva did such a good job raising her. How will we ever live up to that? We? I look up at him, giving him a half smile. If you'll have me. The smile that spreads across his face makes him look even more handsome than usual. I find myself unable to look away from it. I'm going to need you to say the words, he says. I need to know exactly what you're saying here. I'll marry you. His throat bobs as he smiles, nodding. But I won't accept any money. I understand, he says. When do you want to tell Marion? As soon as possible. How do you think she'll take it? I ask. He thinks for a moment. I think she'll be happy. When you were gone for those nights, she was much quieter and definitely seemed sadder. I think being away from you makes her feel less connected to her mother. Why don't we tell her tomorrow that I'm moving in, and then after a while, we'll tell her about the marriage. That way, it doesn't seem so sudden to her. He smiles. I agree. Then I guess I'm moving in tomorrow. As we chat about how tomorrow will go, I feel a strange sense of peace, like all the pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall in place after being so scattered for so long. Something in me is absolutely positive that this is where I'm supposed to be right now.
Chapter 16. Barrett. I stand next to Jackie, watching Marionette climb on the playground. She's having the time of her life, screaming and laughing as she plays. I glance over to Jackie, who's transfixed on Marionette. It's just a normal day like any other, but after she agreed to marry me for Marionette's sake, everything feels different. I'm feeling more positive about the situation. Her acceptance will make everything so much easier. Hello there. A soft voice breaks my concentration. Jackie and I turn to see the social worker walk up behind us. She's a short, older woman carrying a clipboard. We exchange hellos and shake hands. Which one's Barrett, and which one's Jackie? She motions with her finger to assess who is who. Just kidding. I always like to start these things off with a bit of humor. I find it helps break the ice. She makes some notes on her clipboard. And I assume that's Marionette. She points to our girl swinging back and forth on the monkey bars. Yes, she is. And what's your name? Jackie asks. Gladys. I've spoken to Barrett on the phone before, but this is the first time we're all meeting. It's a nice day, isn't it? Yes. And thank you again for agreeing to meet us here. This is Marion's favorite park, I explain. How is she doing with everything? She's holding up okay? Gladys asks. She's great. She's adjusting very well, Jackie chimes in. How has the adjustment been for you juggling a child with such a busy work schedule? Gladys asks me. She seems to be handling it fine. I take her to school before I go to the office, and if I can't pick her up, Jackie does. Any incidents at school recently? No, actually, her teachers tell me she's as active and engaged as ever. Uncle B, push me on the swing. Marionette runs up and practically tackles me to the ground. I glance at Gladys, who waves a hand at me. Oh, go ahead. It'll be good for me to observe you guys together. Jackie laughs as I pick up Marionette's wily body. I carry her over my shoulder toward the swing as she laughs. As I push Marion back and forth on the swing, I notice Jackie taking photos with a small camera. Okay, you want to go high? I ask. Yes, really high, Marionette exclaims. I pull the swing as far back as it can go. Marionette giggles with anticipation. Hold it. Jackie orders us to pause so she can take another photo. I shake the swing on purpose, causing Marionette to laugh and let out a little scream. Okay! Jackie gives me a thumbs up and I let Marionette go. She screams as the swing flies down and rises back up. When she comes back to me, I push her as hard as I can. She continues to laugh and scream in excitement. I notice Gladys watching with a big smile on her face. Jackie, Barrett, let's play tag, Marionette shouts. I help her come to a stop, and she bolts from the swing as soon as her feet touch the ground. Wait, who's it? Jackie asks. You are, I shout. I tag her on the side and then run away in the opposite direction. Jackie scoffs and follows behind. Jackie's it, Marion, run! I can hear Marionette running through the playground, trying to stay one step ahead of Jackie. Finally, she catches up with me and tags me on the back. I race after Marion, who screams with joy as I get hot on her heels. I manage to grab her and pull her up. She squeals with delight as I hug and tickle her. Jackie runs up to us, panting. Wait, now Marionette is it? I set Marionette down, and Jackie and I run away from her. She chases us with the biggest smile on her face. We play tag for a little longer before Jackie and I retire to the bench. We're both catching our breath, but Marionette is still full of energy as she runs through the playground. After we collect ourselves, Gladys comes over to talk to us. So, you two are a couple now? She points to us both. I look over and realize I have my arm casually draped around her. Even though we're faking it, it feels so natural. Yes, Jackie replies. Well, I guess it worked out for the little one, huh? Her uncle and former nanny are now becoming a couple and raising her? Yes, it did. We're so lucky to have found each other. I pull Jackie a little closer and plant a kiss on her forehead. She smiles up at me, her eyes twinkling in the sun. How serious is this relationship? You two have only known each other for a couple of weeks, right? Yes, I know it hasn't been that long, but we honestly didn't want to hold ourselves back. It's funny because my sister always made comments about how good we would be together, but we never really got to know each other until recently. We're actually engaged now, I tell her. Gladys seems taken aback and writes more notes on her clipboard. Well, congratulations. That's wonderful news. Marionette comes up just then, panting. Jackie, can you play tea with me? Of course. Jackie stands up, putting her camera back into her coat pocket. Wait, let me have that for a second. I reach out and take the camera from her. Say cheese, I say as I point it at Jackie and Marion. They oblige with the biggest smiles I've ever seen. The perfect picture, in more ways than one. Taste this. Jackie puts a spoon of sauce in my mouth. We're in my kitchen making dinner. Jackie is making some more of her world-famous chicken curry, and we're all helping out. The flavor is still a bit spicier than I'm used to, but nowhere near as intense as the other night. "That's fantastic," I reply. "Not too much?" she asks. "No, perfect." I smile. I stand over the pot of rice, waiting for it to boil so I can reduce the temperature. "Marion, how would you like to have a job?" Jackie asks. "What can I do?" Marionette jumps up and down, waiting for a response. "Can you set the table? We'll need plates, forks, napkins, and you'll need a bowl for your rice and veggies." "Coming right up," Marionette exclaims. She rushes over to the cabinets to grab everything for the table. Jackie pulls some vegetables out of the refrigerator and puts them on the counter. I stare at the pot again, but it's still not bubbling. "Here you go," I say, handing Jackie a knife as she gets the cutting board ready. "So quick." "I didn't even have to ask," Jackie says, smiling. She takes the knife and starts preparing the vegetables. I find myself watching as she chops each ingredient. Her hands work so quickly and precisely. Years of experience allowing her to slice and dice without any missteps or errors. Finally, the pot starts to boil and I crank the heat down. As I do, Jackie walks behind me, carrying the stems and ends of the veggies. I accidentally bump her toward the stove, about to knock over the pan with the sauce. I grab her by the waist and pull her towards me. Her hands are against my chest, still clutching the vegetable remains. Neither of us moves. We just stare at each other. I become hyper-aware of my hands on her waist, wishing it was her bare skin I was touching. My gaze travels from her eyes to her full lips. It would be so easy to just lean and kiss them, to feel their softness against mine. I should throw these away," Jackie murmurs. I nod, my eyes snapping up to hers again. Slowly, I let go of her waist. For a moment, she doesn't move, she just keeps looking up at me. Finally, she sidesteps around me and walks to the garbage, tossing in the vegetable remains. "Thanks for saving me, though. That could have been disastrous," she says, wiping her hands free of residue. "Yes, we wouldn't want all that sauce to go to waste," I reply. She stares at me. "Right. Table's ready," Marionette shouts, causing us both to look away. "That's great, sweetie. The veggies will be ready to go in a few minutes. Go wash your hands while you wait," Jackie tells her. 10 minutes later, we're all seated around the table. Our chairs are closer together, and it feels more like a family dinner than it ever has. "Who's saying grace?" Marionette asks. "I got this," I reply. I reach out and grab both of their hands. Jackie winks at me before closing her eyes. "We thank you for this delicious food, and for blessing the hands that prepared it. We are thankful for being together, and we pray for our new family. Tragedy and hardship have brought us together, but we're all better for it. Amen." Jackie and Marionette say amen, and then we all dig in. The food is so delicious and flavorful, and I must be getting used to Jackie's cooking because the spice barely registers on my tongue. "So, how was school today?" Jackie asks. "It was good. I got bullied by a boy, though," Marionette replies. "What happened?" I ask. "He said I was too ugly to be on the swings, and he told me to get off." Marionette looks at her plate while she speaks. "You're not ugly, Marionette. You're beautiful," I reply. "Next time anyone says something like that, you should tell the teacher." "I agree, it's not okay for anyone to say something like that," Jackie chimes in. "You're an amazing kid, Marion, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise," I say. "Exactly, you're beautiful and creative and funny, and what other people say shouldn't matter, especially when they're totally wrong." Jackie smiles and tickles Marion, who giggles. Jackie and I exchange a smile once the moment is over, and I don't want to look away. Any hesitation I had about us being able to parent Marion together has completely disappeared. There isn't a doubt in my mind now that we've got this.
Chapter 17. Jackie. "This place is so nice," I remark, looking around the restaurant. "And they have a really nice kids menu," Barrett says, gesturing towards it. I glance at Marion, who's swaying from side to side, singing a song from one of her favorite TV shows as she looks at the menu. I smile, happy to see her enjoying herself. What are you thinking of getting, Marion? She purses her lips. I think I want spaghetti. As long as you don't get your new dress all messy, then that's fine, I say. She looks down at her frilly yellow dress and nods. I like my new dress. What about you? What are you getting? Barrett asks me. They have a spicy rigatoni. I know you prefer spicier things. Ooh, that sounds really good, actually. I pick up the menu, find the spicy rigatoni with my finger, and read the description. I think I'll get the herb-crusted steak, Barrett says. It sounds amazing. I'm not surprised. His eyes snap to mine, a smile playing on his face. What does that mean? Just that every single time we go out to eat or order out, you always get the steak. Do I really? Maybe I should get something different this time then. Hey, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Steak is always a good choice. He narrows his eyes on me. Yeah, I'm definitely getting something different. I can't help but laugh. Why don't you let Marionette choose it for you? She has amazing taste. He shoots me a look that says, wow, thanks a lot. Hand it over, Marion says, her chin high in the air. My heart clenches as I watch her make a big show of choosing an entree for Barrett. If anyone had told me a couple of weeks ago that this girl would be sitting in a restaurant, cracking jokes and smiling, I'm not sure I would have believed it. But watching her, it's obvious that she's doing really well. Since I moved into the house 2 weeks ago, things have been amazing. Marion seems happier, and even Barrett seems happier. I thought it might take a minute for the three of us to find our groove living together, but it's been surprisingly easy. Okay, Uncle B, you're eating the stuffed peppers tonight, she announces, setting the menu back on the table in front of him. I watch Barrett grimace as he reads the description. You think you'll be able to handle that, Uncle B? I tease him. He shoots me another look. Of course I can. I love peppers. I stifle a laugh before shooting Marion a wink. Going out to eat with these two has become one of my favorite things to do. It's never a boring time, that's for sure. I want to get a hot dog, Marionette shouts. If you eat now, then you can't go on any more rides for a while, I warn her. She hums, surveying the carnival around us. That's okay. We can do other stuff. So you want to eat now? Yes, please. Barrett and I share a smile as Marion takes a hand from both of us. We walk with her in the middle of us, forced to swing our arms back and forth with hers until we reach the hot dog stand. After we order and get our food, we find the nearest picnic table to sit at. Marion, how are you liking the carnival? Barrett asks her. I love it. I wish we could go every single weekend. Do you want to try to win one of those stuffed animals before we leave? Yes, but only if you'll do it with me. Barrett smiles at her. Of course I will. There's just something about carnival hot dogs, I murmur before taking a bite of mine. I agree, Barrett says, taking a huge bite of his. Uncle B, you're so messy, Marion shouts. He makes a silly face at her before wiping his face with a napkin, causing her to giggle. Once we finish our hot dogs, we start walking around, eyeing the different rides and games. What do you want to do next? I ask Marion. That, she shouts, pointing. I follow her finger to see the Ferris wheel. A Ferris wheel? Are you sure that's okay after we just ate? I'm not scared of heights. I'll be okay. If you say so. We head in the direction of the Ferris wheel, waiting in a surprisingly short line before it's our turn. Marion sits on one end, Barrett in the middle, and me next to him. A light breeze hits my face as it begins to move us upwards. The sun is at the point where it's just begun to set, making for a very beautiful view for us to look at. As we sit on the ride, I become extremely aware of Barrett's thigh against mine. I find myself wishing he were even closer, but I try my best to ignore that thought. If I start thinking that way, it'll be impossible not to head down that road. And I'm not so sure that road would be very good for Marion, or Barrett and I for that matter. We both have careers that we're incredibly focused on, and it's hard enough prioritizing that when we're simultaneously taking care of Marion and dealing with Barrett's court case. "How's work been since Arthur left?" Barrett asks, as if reading my mind. I make the mistake of looking over at him. He's so close that I can see every little fleck in those green eyes of his. I quickly look away, focusing instead on the pink hues in the sky. It's been good, but really busy. I was assigned a new editor since Arthur is gone, and we've basically just been doing damage control this whole time, fixing everything he screwed up in my book. I'm sorry, do you at least like the new editor? Oh, she's amazing. I showed her my original material and pointed out all the things that Arthur made me change. She agreed that none of it needed to be changed. I just hate that I let him mess with my head so much. I should have stuck up for myself, for my work. His hand pats my thigh, and I do my best to act normal, despite the fact that my skin feels like it's burning where he's touching it. Well, maybe you can turn it into a good thing. Maybe you needed to deal with someone like Arthur to learn this lesson, that you should always trust your gut when it comes to your work. His hand leaves my leg, the burning sensation turning into an odd tingling one. Yeah, you're right. I should look at it in a more positive light. A few moments later, Barrett nudges me with his elbow. When I look at him, he gestures with his head toward Marion. I lean forward so I can see her, laughing once I do. Her head rests against him, and she's fast asleep. I guess we should head home, I say. Once we get off the Ferris wheel, Barrett insists on winning her the stuffed animal they talked about, while I hold a sleeping Marion. It takes him a few tries, but he ends up winning her a giant stuffed whale. She'll love it. One of her favorite books has a whale in it, he insists. An hour later, we're back at Barrett's apartment, tucking Marion into bed. Just when we're about to leave the room, she stirs and rolls over to look at us. "Wait," she murmurs. "Is everything okay?" I ask. "I love you guys," she says, her eyes still half closed. I walk back to her bed and pull her in for a hug. "I love you too." Barrett joins the hug, and the three of us stay like this for a moment until Marion falls asleep again. Then we retreat to the living room, where I all but throw myself down on the sofa. God, I'm exhausted, I say, before heaving a sigh. Same here. Today was fun, but I always forget how much walking carnivals require. Exactly. I'm just thankful she fell asleep when she did. After a moment, he speaks again. She seems like she's doing amazing. I nod. She really is. She's so strong. That makes me so happy. I'm just in awe of how well she's doing. I can't imagine going through what she has. She has us, I say, a smile on my face. We should at least take some of the credit. He laughs. Yeah, you're probably right. Mostly you, though. I feel like I'm always working. No way. You've been around a lot more than you think. Way better than at first. Have I? Yes, you have. And it makes a huge difference. His gaze lingers on me for a moment, both of us just smiling. It feels so natural between us, like we've known each other for way longer than we have. A thought strikes me. Maybe it's because he reminds me of Minerva. After all, they were brother and sister. There are bound to be similarities between them. A different thought creeps into my mind, trying to take over, to erase the other one. It suggests that maybe there's a different reason why it's so easy between us, but I ignore it and change the subject. Only the thought doesn't want to go that easily. As Barrett and I stay up late into the night talking, it just keeps creeping its way back in.
Chapter 18. Barrett. Should I order for Uncle Barrett again today? Marionette asks as she pulls out the chair at the same table we sat at last time. We've come here so often the last few weeks, the waitstaff knows it's our special corner. I lean down to help her. I can do it myself, Jackie. I stifle my laughter at the flash of teenage resentment on her face, at the implication that she might occasionally need a hand. She's more self-sufficient at 6 years old than I probably was at 16. I know you can, sweetie. I pat her on the shoulder as she scoots herself in, before kissing the top of her head. But sometimes it's nice just to do the little thing for someone even when they're able to. Even when they're as grown up as you. She smiles and looks up proudly. I do that sometimes. For Wally. My whale. I know you're such a good whale, Mom. I learned it from Mama. And you too. And even Uncle B sometimes. Especially when he does it for you. My cheeks turn hot at hearing this. I wonder how much she notices that I never see. I've always been so impressed by how independent she is, but in some ways, she has to be. It makes me sad that she's had to grow up so quickly, and I hope that Barrett and I can delay that a little longer. Barrett and I'm realizing I think of myself as the two of us more often than I think of it as just me. A unit. So what should I order him? I think the peppers might have been too spicy last time. Why don't you make a list with the crayons? She eagerly picks up the green one and scans the menu. She asks for my help with some of the words. What's ratatouille? She scowls at the menu as if the unfamiliar word offends her. Ratatouille. Like the movie. She perks up. Is it made by rats? When I tell her it's cooked vegetables, she goes back to looking at the menu. I keep looking at the door, and my heart skips when it's not him. I hope he didn't forget, especially since he was the one who made the plans. When he said he wanted to get lunch together, it felt like a milestone all on its own, so I really hope he doesn't cancel. I hear his voice before I see him holding open the door, and I try to conceal how much I'm smiling. And then that smile drops once I see the reason he's keeping the door open. A gorgeous blonde dressed in a razor-sharp suit is underneath his arm, laughing, and I feel a wave of jealousy. They walk together toward the table, and I do my best to appear stoic, keeping my head held high. I really hope he's not planning on having her sit down. Oh my God, what if he's invited her here to share that she's his girlfriend, and he thinks we'd all get along? Jackie, this is my colleague Rosalie. Rosalie, this is Jackie. She holds out her hand, and I shake it unenthusiastically. I have a business meeting here a little later, but Barrett's talked so much about you that I wanted to meet you in person. Barrett talks about me. My heart feels a little calmer, although my nerves are still on edge. But maybe she's just sizing up the competition. And I wanted to see how much Marionette has grown since I didn't see her when she was at the office the last time. How old are you now, 12? I'm 6! She shouts. Rosalie taps Barrett on the back as she says goodbye to us, and the jealousy is back in a flash. I thought she just said she had a lunch meeting, I comment to Barrett, trying to act nonchalant. Oh, she said it was a little later, so I don't know. He looks back at the door, then shrugs. What are we having? I can't tell if he genuinely doesn't care or just wants to change the subject. I get to choose again, Marionette exclaims, and Barrett grins. The jambalaya last time was amazing. I think spicy food is really growing on me. Marion and I start laughing. What? My eyes barely even watered last time. Barrett reaches out and touches my hand, and I feel a warmth spread through me. But before that feeling can fully settle, I wonder if it's because he wants to, or because he feels forced given our arrangement. Marionette, would you mind sharing the honors with Jackie when you order? He looks at me more deliberately, and it bores through me. Oh no, that's okay, Barrett. You can leave it to her. He squeezes my hand. No, it's important. I trust your judgment. Marionette and I decide on lamb chops in a verde sauce, only moderately spicy, and the waiter goes back to the kitchen. Barrett smiles. I love lamb chops, but I never order them. You know what I want more than I know myself? I look around to make sure he's talking to me, and he gives a nod. I look around to see if it's me he's nodding at. But it's not. It's his co-worker. But then I realize there are 3 others with her, and all 4 are holding string instruments. A classical tune starts up as Barrett stands, coming over to my side of the table. Jackie, the last few weeks have been the most unexpected of my life. I never expected any of this. We've lived through the pain of great loss, but I never expected for one of the greatest joys in my life to grow out of it. I can feel my eyes welling up, and I try to keep it together. I'm too stunned to talk. You've shown me the full range of what it means to be alive, and I want what we're building to grow even stronger. He drops to one knee and takes a box from his pocket. The diamond is surrounded by amethysts. Marionette's birthstone, I manage to whisper. Marionette comes over to hug me, and seeing her huge smile makes me finally lose it. I can feel the tears streaming down my cheeks. Jackie, will you do me the great honor of being my wife? I nod, and he slips the ring on my finger. Marion is standing on a chair, clapping. The string quartet starts playing a soulful Al Green song. Minerva's favorite. She'd always do this at karaoke. I can't believe this is all happening. He takes my arm and leads me in a dance, but I can barely think about the steps. Lunch arrives with a bottle of champagne along with a glass of sparkling cider for Marionette. I see that the entire restaurant has glasses. Barrett leads us all in a toast to staying together. Now I know how celebrities must feel, with all the eyes on us. Eventually, though, the hubbub dies down and we focus on our food. How long had you been planning that? I asked Barrett with a sly grin. Since the Ferris wheel. Something about it reminded me of an engagement ring, and I thought about wanting a ring that reminded me of that. Well, I definitely feel like I'm on top of the world. I can't stop looking down at my ring. It's almost as big as a Ferris wheel. Is it too big? Barrett says. There are a few things where it's never possible for it to be too big. I cover my mouth, hardly realizing what I've said until after it's already out of my mouth. I look away, but my curiosity gets the better of me, to gauge his reaction. If he's disgusted, I know it's all for show, and if he's laughing uproariously, I know he doesn't see me that way. He's laughing lightly from shock, but I notice him doing a double take with his eyes. There's a seriousness there, and maybe even some naughtiness. It occurs to me that I'll be having a wedding night with this man, whatever that means. My brain skips straight from proposal to the wedding night, and I can't help but be curious. He's so damn attractive and magnetic. I wonder what he's like in bed. I look around to make sure no one heard me, then remember it was just in my head, not out loud. Maybe it's the champagne, or maybe it's the shock of it all, but I feel like I'm on drugs or something. Like a big wedding gown, Jackie, and veil. Barrett and I exchanged looks of horror, realizing that Marionette heard my off-color joke. It was just him and me at that moment. I totally forgot. Exactly, honey. With a big train. You'll have to help me pick out a wedding dress, and it'll have the biggest skirt you could ever want if that's what you like. Barrett nods his approval and chimes in. Our first co-parenting crisis averted as an officially engaged couple. Then there's big dreams, big paychecks, big vocabularies, I add. Big weddings? Marionette asks, trying to contribute to the growing list. That's one way that smaller is sometimes better, I tell her. Barrett tilts his head. I've always wondered, Jackie. What about? I always get such a thrill when he says my name like I'm in middle school. Do women actually mean it when they say they don't want a big wedding? Or are they just saying that? Why are you thinking of going all out for ours? Just want to make sure I don't mess it up on my first day as a husband. He takes a sip of champagne. Well, I can't speak for other women, but I think a wedding day should be small enough for it to be mainly for the couple. but big enough to be full of surprises? Something like that. We exchange a charged look, and I start thinking about what he has in mind. Since he's not my real husband, I don't want to ask for too much. But since it is my wedding day, I deserve to be a little spoiled. We eat until we're full, and the owners come out to congratulate us, giving us a gift card, a bottle of champagne, and an entire array of desserts to take home. Marionette takes a bite out of 3 desserts right away. First is an eclair, followed by a cannoli, followed by a piece of cheesecake. This is better than the lottery. The 3 of us leave together, and I'm grateful Marionette is holding both of our hands. I'm not sure yet if I'm supposed to hold Barrett's hand for appearance's sake, or if I should just act like he's a good friend, which by now he is, although it's hard not to think of him as becoming more. Every time I do, I mentally slap myself on the wrist to get myself to stop. But clearly that's not working very well. A flurry of pink and white and red takes over my field of vision as we walk out the door of the restaurant, and soft rose petals fall on our shoulders. Too big? Barrett flicks off a pink rose petal from the back of his hand. Marionette spins in it, as if it's snowing. No, it's lovely. Thank you, Barrett. For everything. Only the best for my fiancée. Chapter 19. Barrett. I stand near the altar waiting for Jackie to walk in. The small room is filled with a few of my and Jackie's friends and a couple of people from work, along with her current editor. Marionette isn't in here yet, since she insisted on being the flower girl and being the first one to enter. I didn't think I'd be nervous at all, but as I stand here waiting, I feel the start of nerves taking over. I'm not sure why, since I have nothing to worry about. This marriage is going to make it possible for me to keep Marion in my custody and away from Raul. Marion was ecstatic about our engagement, and she's practically been bouncing off the walls about it ever since. She hasn't stopped talking about the wedding, and she's had a smile on her face all day. So what do I really have to worry about? My thoughts are interrupted when the piano starts playing next to me. A second later, Marionette comes skipping in, spinning around as she throws flower petals into the air. Everyone in the room smiles, including myself. It's impossible not to when watching someone with so much joy. She beams at me as she gets closer. When she reaches the end, 3 of Jackie's close friends begin walking in as her bridesmaids. My heartbeat picks up once the last one enters, knowing that it's Jackie who's next. As soon as she walks into the room, I struggle to control my reaction. She looks absolutely stunning, her dark skin pairing beautifully with her off-white dress. She wears her curly hair down with minimal makeup on. One side of my brain is reminding me that I need to act like this is a real wedding, like the 2 of us are really in love. But the other side is reminding me that it isn't actually real, reminding me not to forget that. When she reaches me, I take her hands in mine while she takes her place in front of me. We smile at each other, the only 2 people in the room who are aware that the apparent love between us is all for show. Thank you all for gathering today to celebrate the love between Jackie and Barrett, the officiator begins. The 2 of them have written their own vows, so I will let them read them now. I clear my throat, squeezing her hands as I say my vows. I can't believe today is the day I get to marry you, Jackie. It feels like I've been waiting forever for this, even though it really hasn't been that long. Our time together so far has been so amazing. The way you are with Marionette, it's like nothing I've ever seen before, and I'll be forever grateful for the way you helped us after Minerva died. I only wish she could be here today. Jackie's eyes become glossy, but she holds back her tears. I'm so excited to spend the rest of my life with you. Today is just the beginning. I finish off my vows, Jackie holding onto my hands tightly. Barrett, I love you more than life itself. I can't believe I went so long without you. But now that I have you, I never want to let you go. I love our little life together with Marion, and I can't wait to see how it evolves over the years. Her words seem so real. I have to remind myself over and over that they technically aren't. I love the way you understand me, and the way I don't even have to speak sometimes for you to know what I'm thinking. Before you, I never knew this kind of bond could exist between two people. Thank you for entering my life." The officiator begins speaking, but I can't hear anything he's saying, as I'm only focused on Jackie. Her brown eyes stare back at me, and I can't help but wonder if she's having a hard time with this, like I am. When it comes time to exchange rings, I gently slide hers onto her finger. An odd feeling takes over me as I do. I look up at her, seeing so much emotion in her eyes. I want to look away, but I can't. When the officiator pronounces us husband and wife, I lean in to kiss her, my hand gently grazing her jaw. My lips touch hers softly, and when hers start moving with mine, I'm shocked at the intensity of the kiss. Her lips feel like they're clinging to mine, like they don't want to let go. We kiss for a moment longer before I finally pull away. When our eyes meet, I force myself to smile, but deep down inside, all I can think about is how I didn't want that kiss to end, and what that might mean. An hour later, Jackie and I are sitting at a table eating dinner surrounded by the people we're closest to. Marionette sits next to us, still unable to contain her excitement. I've never seen her look so happy. "Does this mean you have the same last name as me now?" Marion asks, her eyes wide. Jackie nods. "Yes, it does. I'm officially no longer Jackie Myers." "Jackie King sounds much better," Marion states. "I agree," I say, though I'm not even sure I'm lying. "I'm so happy," Marion shouts. "This is the best day ever." Jackie smiles at her. "I think you might be right." As the reception winds down a couple of hours later, I stand up to make a speech. I just want to thank you all for coming. I know this may have come as a surprise to some of you, but to be honest, my love for Jackie has been growing for a long time now. I'm just happy we finally get to share that with you all. Everyone cheers as I take a hand from both Jackie and Marion, and the three of us walk out of the room. I lead them outside to my car. "The food was amazing," Jackie remarks. "Yeah, that chef you hired was really good. I think both of us are a little unsure of what to talk about. Any other day it's easy because all we're focused on is Marion and giving her a good life. But today is supposed to be all about us and a love that doesn't actually exist." Thankfully, Marion talks through most of the ride home, so any awkwardness that would have filled the ride is avoided. When we reach my apartment and walk in, Jackie turns to me. "I'm going to go change, and then I have some writing to do." "Okay, sounds good. I have a bit of work to do as well. Marion, do you want to get ready for bed now? Are you getting tired?" Marion nods before letting out an exaggerated yawn. "Yes, but I want to watch an episode of that animal show." "We can do that. Why don't you go brush your teeth and get changed, and then I'll meet you in your room." Marion runs off, leaving just me and Jackie alone in the living room. I glance at her, noting that she looks kind of sad. "How much more work do you have on your book before it's finished?" I ask, trying to make small talk. "It's nearly done. I'm really proud of it, especially after having to kind of reconstruct it after Arthur." "So what are the chances I'll get to read it?" She smiles. "I'd love for you to read it. You gonna make me wait until it's out on the shelves?" I'm not sure yet. Maybe I should." She winks at me. "Oh yeah? Well, maybe I can just grab your laptop when you're not home and read it that way." "You can try, but there's no way you're getting into that thing." The two of us laugh, and it almost makes this day seem normal. But once it dies down, I feel like I have to at least acknowledge the day. "Thank you for doing this," I start. "I know it wasn't easy standing up there, but it really means a lot that you're willing to do anything it takes for Marion." She avoids my eyes, looking at the ground instead. "Don't even worry about it. Trust me, I'm fine. Today was fun. Seeing Marion so happy makes it all worth it." "Okay, I'm all ready," Marion shouts, running back into the room. Jackie and I share a smile, but something about hers doesn't seem entirely genuine. I leave her, walking Marion to her room. "Did you have fun today?" I ask as she gets settled into bed. "Yes, Jackie looked so beautiful in her dress. I can't wait to wear one just like it one day." She did look beautiful, I murmur, momentarily remembering the way she looked when she first came walking down the aisle. I turn on Marion's show, sitting in bed with her until the episode is over. By the end, she's fully asleep, so I'm careful to be as quiet as possible when turning things off and leaving. Before heading to my office, I walk into the kitchen to grab a glass of water, but the sight of Jackie sitting at the table stops me in my tracks. She's sitting in front of her laptop, typing furiously, her brows furrowed in concentration. I just stand there watching her for a moment, the words I wish I could say to her lodged in my throat, unable to escape. Unwilling to escape. I turn away and walk to my office, not wanting to disrupt her, but the image of her at that table stays in my head as I begin my own work. I can't help but wish I could go out there and sit next to her. That the two of us could work in tandem, like the way we do with Marion. But deep down, I know that this is how it should be. Us, separated unless it comes to the little girl sleeping one room over. After a while, I come to the decision that I need to keep a larger distance between Jackie and me. The way we've been getting closer and closer seems to be messing with my head, making me feel things I know I shouldn't feel, can't feel. The truth is, I know exactly what these newfound feelings mean. But I also know that that truth would only cause pain. Sure, it'd be great in the beginning, but in the long run, all three of us would end up worse off. And I can't do that to Marion. I won't.
Chapter 20. Jackie. Okay, we're all settled into our rooms. Are we ready to hit the park? Yes, I want to see as much as possible, Marion shouts. All right then, go grab your bag, and then before we leave, I want to put some sunscreen on you. It's super sunny out today, I tell her. Barrett smiles. This is going to be fun. I think you mean exhausting, I joke. That too, but coming here was a great idea. Since Barrett and I only got married for the eyes of the court, we didn't go on an actual honeymoon. Instead, we planned a trip to Disney World for the three of us. We figured it might look a little weird if we didn't do anything at all, and it seemed like the perfect opportunity to take Marion somewhere she'd always wanted to go. Once the three of us are ready, we head out. Since Barrett got us the upgraded package, the line to get into the actual park is a lot shorter. In fact, most of the lines we wait in will be. I tried to argue that we didn't need the super expensive package when we booked this trip, but he insisted. Honestly, after seeing how long the lines are, I'm kind of glad for it. Can I get one of those Mickey Mouse hats? I've always wanted one. Yes, why don't we make that our first stop of the day? Uncle B, will you wear one with me? I smirk. There is absolutely no way he's going to do that. I wait for his answer, and when it doesn't come, I look over at him. He's typing on his phone, completely distracted. Uncle B? She repeats. What did you say, sweetheart? Will you wear a Mickey Mouse hat with me? Oh, yeah, sure, whatever you want, he says before going back on his phone. I lift a brow as I watch him type. Part of me wants to say something, but I hold my tongue, hoping he'll put it down soon. He doesn't. One stop at the gift shop, and 3 rides later, and he's barely looked up once. Can we go on that one? Marionette asks, pointing to a ride where families are boarding small boats. Oh, that looks fun. Let's do it. Marion is filled with such excitement that it's impossible not to join her. I just wish Barrett felt the same. He seems like he doesn't even want to be here. We walk up to the shorter line, flashing our wristbands. There are only a few families in front of us, so it shouldn't be long at all. Uncle B, why are you always on your phone? Marion asks. A surge of annoyance flares up in me. If even Marion has noticed, then it's definitely bad. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. I've been getting a lot of work messages, so I'm trying to take care of them so I can have fun with you. This answer seems to satisfy the child, but not me. If he just put the phone down, then he could have fun with her now. I shoot Barrett a look, which thankfully he catches before looking back at his phone, but he doesn't seem to care. For dinner, we sit down at a Toy Story-themed restaurant. Marion is in absolute awe of our surroundings, especially the staff, who are all dressed up in themed outfits. "Are you liking the park so far?" I ask her. "It's even better than I thought. There are endless things to do here." "Well, then it's a good thing we're here for more than one day. I don't want to go home. I want to live here." "You'll have to ask Barrett about that. Maybe you can convince him to get a place here." Marion giggles, and I glance across the table at Barrett. Once again, he's typing on his phone. The only time he puts it down is when the waiter comes to take our orders, but even then he goes right back on it. I make conversation with Marion, trying to distract her from her uncle's utter lack of participation, but inside I'm raging. Why did we even come here if he wasn't going to stop working? Isn't that the point of a vacation? The rational part of me wants to keep quiet, to wait and see if maybe tomorrow will be better, but the pissed off side wants to question him right here, right now. Every second of this trip counts. Marion will remember all of it, even the moments when he's on his phone. He needs to realize that. "Okay, here's a junior cheeseburger," the waiter says, setting a plate down in front of Marion. "Here's a steak for you, and the chicken penne for you." Marion dives right in, taking a huge bite of her burger. I eat a few bites of my pasta before noticing that Barrett hasn't even touched his yet. "Okay, that's it," I say, setting my fork down a bit harder than I meant to. The sound seems to reach Barrett, who finally looks up at me. "What?" he asks. "Can you maybe stop working?" "I mean, can't it wait?" I ask, trying to keep my cool. He stares at me like he's shocked. "I can't just ignore my responsibilities. I'm sure they would understand why you're not answering on your honeymoon." He just keeps staring before putting his phone down. As soon as he does, I see it light up with another notification. He appears to try not to look at it, but in the end, he looks down. "God, you just can't help yourself, can you?" "What do you mean?" "You could 100% put your phone on Do Not Disturb for the day. You're just choosing not to." "You don't understand," he protests. "You're right, I don't. Your niece is having the time of her life and you're barely here. You're not even enjoying it with her. I mean, can you name even one ride we went on today?" "You're being unfair, and this is hardly the place." My voice gets louder. "What's unfair is you choosing work over us, over her." He sighs as if I'm the one being annoying. "Look, my job is important. I can't just abandon it. If I did, then I wouldn't be able to take care of Marion." I shake my head back and forth. Being a father is about more than just what you can provide. It's about how much you're there. It's about the real-life moments you spend together. You signed up for this, I remind him. "You're being kind of dramatic. It's our first day here, so what if I answer some texts and take some calls?" As I retort, I notice a few people around us staring. Maybe I'm being louder than I thought. I glance down at Marion next to me, who's set her burger down. She doesn't look at either of us, just the table. I just look at him, feeling myself giving up. "It's not enough, Barrett." Then, in a much quieter tone, "She needs you." I'm furious with him, mostly because he won't even admit that what he's doing is wrong. I decide that there's only one way to get him to put the phone down. "Look, I have a headache. I'm going to go back to the hotel to get some painkillers and lie down for a bit." "Are you sure? Do you want us to come with you?" "Oh, wouldn't you like that? Then you'd be able to answer all the calls you want." "No, I won't be gone long. You guys enjoy some time alone together. I'll meet up with you before the fireworks show." Before he can protest, I slide out of the booth and exit the restaurant. I feel bad for lying, but it had to be done. Without me there, he can't rely on anyone else to watch Marion. He'll have to put the phone down and actually be present. I take up a spot across from the restaurant, pulling a sun hat out of my bag to disguise myself a little. And when Marion and Barrett walk out of the restaurant 30 minutes later, a smile forms on my face as I see him talking with her, his phone nowhere in sight. As I watch them, I feel something forming in my chest. Seeing them walk hand in hand, without me by their side, makes me realize how much it would kill me if I weren't a part of this family. It makes me realize how glad I am that I said yes. I can't imagine being an outsider, watching the two of them living their lives without me. It isn't only Marion that means the world to me. It's both of them. An hour later, I join them as the sun is beginning to set. "Feeling better?" Barrett asks. "Much." The fireworks should be starting any second now. We stare at each other for a moment, not saying anything, but somehow I understand the look on his face. It's almost like a silent apology is exchanged between the two of us. And once again, no words need to be spoken for us to understand each other. He reaches for my hand, takes it in his and squeezes it. I give him a soft smile, one that says, "I forgive you." As the fireworks start, I stand next to him, his arm reaching around me and pulling me closer. His arm stays around me as we watch the sky, Marion clapping and shouting in front of us. I notice that any anger from before is completely gone. I even understand why Barrett feels this need to always provide, even when Marion wants for nothing. Because deep down, I think it stems from not feeling like he's good enough to be her parent. I feel the same thing every single day. When I remember the way Minerva was such an expert at all of this, but maybe if the two of us stick together, we can figure it out. And maybe we won't always have to feel like that. But I'm not sure we can overcome it alone. A small part of me thinks that maybe we need each other just as much as Marion needs us.
Chapter 21. Barrett. I stare at Marion, fast asleep in her bed, watching her chest rise and fall. Her face looks so peaceful, making me feel a sense of pride. She's happy, so I can't be doing that terrible of a job. Jackie walks into the room, shooting me a smile. "Hey, can we talk in my room for a moment?" I ask her, nodding to the door behind me. We booked 2 adjoining rooms, one for her and Marion to share and a separate one for me. "Yeah, sure." She follows me into my room. Once inside, I turn to her. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for how I was earlier." She shakes her head. "Water under the bridge." "I know, but still, I don't want you to think that I'm going to be like that for the rest of the trip. And I want to make a promise to you." "A promise?" she asks with a lifted brow. "Yes. I promise you that I will not work for the rest of the trip." She smirks. "That's impossible. You shouldn't make promises you can't keep." I give her my most serious face. I would never, and I really mean it. Tonight, I'm sending out some emails that I'm on vacation and letting everyone know that I won't be able to answer them for the rest of the week. She narrows her eyes. "Okay, I believe you. Thank you. I feel terrible for today, and I'm going to make it up to you both." She turns like she's about to leave, but then she stops and looks at me. "Barrett, I don't fault you for wanting to work so much. I understand it more than you think." Her beautiful brown eyes watch me, and I can't help but feel like they're staring into my soul. "I'm sorry for arguing with you in front of Marionette today. That wasn't right of me. At the moment, I was just so mad. But I could have handled that better," she adds. "It's already forgotten." She smiles. "We should really stop beating ourselves up so much, especially when it comes to Marion." I shoot her a wink. "I'll stop when you stop." Jackie laughs. "Well, I should get to bed. Tomorrow is going to be even more tiring than today. Marion has already made a long list of everything she wants to do. I can't wait. Uncle B, I can't wait to take a picture with Cinderella." The 3 of us walk toward Cinderella's castle, where we have a reservation to enjoy breakfast with some Disney princesses. It's the one thing Marion's been looking forward to the most. "It's going to be hard getting her to leave this place on Friday," Jackie says next to me. I think she might just flat out refuse. Maybe we should come up with some kind of distraction plan. I chuckle, glancing over at her. We could tell her that we're having another wedding. I think she'd almost be more excited for that than for Disney. You might be right. When we reach the castle, we're taken inside to the royal dining room and led to a private table. It's already filled with different fruits, cheeses, and pastries. It all looks incredible, and even the grapes and strawberries look magical, almost shinier and brighter than the ones outside of Disney. Throughout the meal, different Disney princesses join us, including Princess Tiana, Cinderella, and Belle. Marianne fawns over each of them, completely fascinated. Princess Tiana, do you ever miss being a frog? The princess smiles warmly at her, her voice coming out soft and smooth like butter. It was a scary time, and at the moment I was only focused on getting back in time so I could become human again. But that is not to say that frogs don't live wonderful lives. I just do not think I am suited for it. Marionette giggles, satisfied with her answer. What would have happened if you hadn't made it back? The princess thinks for a moment. My life would have been vastly different, but I'm sure I could have found happiness. Happily ever after can have many different forms. Marion turns to me. I want to get a frog. Jackie and I laugh, exchanging a look. Maybe one day, I tell her. Once breakfast is over, we head back outside and consult our daily itinerary for what to do next. The Prince Charming carousel is near us. Did you still want to go on that? Jackie asks. Yes. All right, then let's go. What else is close by, I ask. We could either do the under-the-sea journey or Peter Pan's flight. What do you think, Marion? I think Uncle B should choose. They both look at me expectantly. What about Peter Pan's flight? That sounds like fun. Marion seems happy with that answer, though I really don't think she would care what I chose. When we reach the carousel, the three of us take up spots near each other. It feels a bit silly to be a grown man on a carousel, but seeing Marion's happy face makes it so worth it. I can't imagine being anywhere else right now. Since my talk with Jackie the other night, I haven't picked up my phone once to check on work stuff, and honestly, I'm kind of loving it. My job means the world to me, but Marion and my family mean even more. I don't want to leave, Marionette says, a tear trickling down her face. We just got off a ride, and Jackie mentioned something about our flight tomorrow, sending Marion into a bit of a spiral. I kneel down in front of her and wipe the tears away. Let's not think about that today, okay? We have one last whole day here, and then tomorrow we'll still be here for half a day, so we aren't even leaving until after lunch tomorrow. That's a lot of time left. She nods, wiping away another tear that falls. Okay, I'll try not to think about it. And you know, leaving isn't so bad either. If you spend every single day here, over time it wouldn't be so special anymore, Jackie says. But leaving gives us the opportunity to truly appreciate it, and then when we come back it'll be that much better. Marion sniffles, looking up at Jackie. We're coming back? Oh, of course. This place is amazing. How could we not come back? Can we come for my birthday? Jackie and I glance at each other. We'll see. But regardless, we'll definitely be coming back. Maybe we can even make it a yearly trip for the family. Marion smiles. Okay. I stand up, sighing in relief. Mini crisis averted. Now we can continue on with our last night here. I've got it planned out, every single detail. A special night for the two most special people in my life. To say the lines have been blurred between me and Jackie on this trip would be an understatement. It's almost like the magic of Disney has made me forget that we aren't a real couple. Certain moments between us have made things seem anything but fake. Okay, I think we should do that mountain railroad ride next, and then after that we can head to dinner. I smile to myself, knowing exactly what I've planned for us after dinner. 3 hours later, I turn to Jackie and Marion. Okay, so I have a bit of a surprise for you guys, but we're going to have to head back to Main Street for it. They both look intrigued as we walk across the park, so I know we watched some fireworks on our first night here, but we didn't watch these ones, and we also didn't have a special spot to watch them from, I tell them as we get closer. I lead them to one of the shops where an employee opens the door for us. He then leads us upstairs into the roof. On the roof, there's a large blanket set up with different snacks, along with flower petals scattered everywhere. "How did you get them to let us up here?" Jackie asks. I smirk. "I shall not reveal my ways, but the best part of it all is our view," I say, pointing in front of us. Marionette gasps and starts jumping up and down. "We're going to watch the Happily Ever After show? I thought you said they weren't doing it this week." "I may have lied just so we could do this on our last night here." Marion bursts into tears before throwing her arms around my legs. Thank you, thank you," she sobs. "You're welcome, Princess. Now we should get settled in. It's about to begin." We all sit on the blanket and direct our attention to Cinderella's castle, where the fireworks and light show will take place. When the music starts, Marion squeals, before quieting down and watching with her mouth open. In front of us, fireworks start going off, perfectly timed with the music. The castle lights up, giving us a whole other kind of show that feels surreal to even be watching. "This is amazing," Jackie whispers from next to me. I look over at her at the same time that she looks at me. Tears are in her eyes, and for a moment we just stare at each other. It's an interaction that I think I'll remember forever. The look in her eyes, the emotions on her face. I don't want to look away. In fact, I could stare at her all night, even with the amazing performance going on right in front of us.
Chapter 22. Jackie. The day flew by, and I put it in my memory bank as one of the best I've ever had. Marionette falls asleep on the walk back to the hotel. The moment I open the door, Barrett places her gently in her bed and covers her up. The Mickey Mouse toy he bought her is clutched under one arm. Quietly, he and I tiptoe out of the room and onto the balcony, where the lights from the park cast glorious shadows on the sidewalk below. The fading echoes of laughter and music from the park fill the air with a sense of fantastical nostalgia that makes my heart beat faster. Against the backdrop of a twinkling night sky, we sit huddled close together in silence, taking in the magic of the moment. Without turning to look at me, Barrett reaches for my hand and intertwines our fingers. His touch sends a ripple of warmth through my body. He has a way about him, a quiet tenderness that always manages to silently communicate his sentiments. "Jackie," he says softly, breaking the silence. His voice is as smooth as silk, wrapping around my name like it's something precious. I turn to look at him, his face illuminated under the soft glow of the distant park lights. He's staring at me with those intense green eyes, his gaze filled with an indescribable emotion. He squeezes my hand gently and leans in closer. I can feel his warm breath against my cheek, which turns hotter as anticipation builds within me. "Today was perfect," he speaks up again, this time his voice barely above a whisper. His words hang in the air between us. As I stare at him, I realize something. I don't want this day to end. I don't want to let go of this moment, or the man whose hand is so warmly entwined with mine. All the doubts and trepidations I had harbored before today have melted away, replaced by a feeling of contentment and rightness. "Jackie," he says again, his voice even softer now. His thumb traces soothing circles on the back of my hand. His gaze is so fervent, it pierces straight into my soul, as if trying to bare all my secrets. I turn to look at him, and his hand rises to cup my cheek right before he lowers his head to kiss me. His lips touch mine gently, sweet as the sugar-spun candies we'd fed Marionette in the park. I close my eyes and let myself sink into his embrace, savoring the feeling of his warmth seeping into me. He pulls away slightly, whispering my name again, turning it into a sacred incantation that sends shivers down my spine. "I've been wanting to do that all day," he confesses quietly, his fingers brushing a loose strand of hair away from my face. His words ignite a spark of joy in me, and I can't help but smile at him. "Don't stop," I murmur, pulling him closer again. His lips press against mine once more, and this time there's a sense of urgency in his kiss that leaves me breathless. My fingers tangle in his shirt as if clinging on to the moment, hoping that somehow time will freeze just for us. We lose ourselves to the rhythm of our heartbeats, echoing in unison against the backdrop of a quiet Disney World night. Our world narrows down to the small balcony, where we're tangled together under the stars, and reality seems a distant memory. His fingers reach for the hem of my top. I raise my arms in the air so he can pull my blouse over my head. Next comes his shirt, discarded on the deck with mine. His hands are firm, yet gentle as they explore my curves, igniting a trail of fire wherever his skin meets mine. Barrett whispers sweet promises into the night air as we melt into one another. The boundaries blur, and for a moment, I forget where he ends, and I begin. His lips map the terrain of my skin like a seasoned adventurer, eliciting shivers that tremble from my core. His fingers trace the lace edges of my bra before reaching behind me and unclasping it. As it falls between us, I become acutely aware of the cool night air against my bare skin. Barrett's eyes, now darker under the moonlight, hold a look of raw desire that takes my breath away. He pulls me closer until our bodies are flush against each other. The heat radiating from him is intoxicating, sending waves of desire crashing over me. He lowers his lips to mine once more, stealing my breath away with an intensity that leaves me dizzy. His hands wander lower until they find the button on my jeans. He unpicks it with ease before yanking down the zipper. My heart races as I step out of them, leaving me in nothing but my underwear under the bewitching sky. Barrett's fingers trace over my hip bones before sliding around to hold me close again. This time, when our lips meet in a heated kiss, there is no space left between us. I wrap my arms around him and tangle my fingers in his hair, pulling him even closer. He lowers me gently onto the cool stone floor of the balcony, the hardness of the surface contrasting with the softness of his touch. My mind blurs with pleasure as he kisses a path down my neck, leaving a warm trail in his wake. His hands are everywhere at once, exploring every inch of me with expert precision, making it impossible for me to focus on anything but him. Barrett, I manage to gasp out his name while clutching at his broad shoulders. He responds by pressing his lips back against mine in a heated frenzy of passion. I can feel his heart pounding against my chest, matching the rhythm of my own. What a bummer. The rest of this chapter is unfortunately too hot for YouTube. Head over to TylaWalker.com for all the hot and spicy details on our lovers. Use code SAVE40 for a super deal on the unabridged version. Now, back to our story.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 23. Barrett. I arranged the flowers for probably the 5th time already. I can't help myself. I want them to be perfect. It's been a week since we got back home from our vacation. A week since Jackie and I finally gave in. I think we were both holding a lot of feelings back for a really long time. Mostly for Marion. We were scared. But now, everything's changed. It's kind of unbelievable how much our lives have improved this past week. No longer forced to pretend. God, we spent so long pretending. Pretending that we weren't falling for each other. That we were happy with the way things were. Pretending that we didn't wish the fake marriage was a real one. I placed the letter I wrote her in front of the bouquet and turn around to start breakfast. I'm finally attempting to cook for her. Usually I let her handle it, but today is a special day, so I wanted to make the morning memorable. I heat a pan before pulling the eggs out of the fridge. Are you doing what I think you're doing? I whip around. Crap, you weren't supposed to be up yet. Jackie laughs. My brain must have alerted me that a disaster was about to take place. Ha ha, so funny. A real comedian you are, I joke. Oh my God, Barrett, are these for me? I turn towards the table where she's standing in front of the flowers. Yes, they are, I answer, joining her by the table. She reaches for the letter and opens it. Her eyes move down the page, and by the end of it, she's holding back tears. She looks up at me, her eyes glossy. Barrett, thank you so much. I'm keeping this forever, she says, holding the card against her chest. I run a hand down her face before pulling her close. I press my lips against hers, breathing in her scent at the same time. When I pull away, her face is wet. She wipes a cheek with the back of her hand and shakes her head as more tears fall. Oh, Jackie, what's wrong? She shakes her head again. I'm just so nervous. What if today doesn't go the way we want it to? I put my hands on either side of her face. It will. I have no doubt that it will. How are you so sure? I give her a soft smile. I just am. I can feel it. Marionette will officially become our daughter today. There isn't a single reality out there in which Raul wins this case. Her eyes search mine for a long moment before she nods. You're right. The universe would be crazy to allow that. I play with one of her curls before glancing back at the stove. Oh crap, the burner is still on. I should start the eggs. I think you mean I should start the eggs. I shoot her an incredulous look. You're never going to let me cook, are you? She grimaces. I just think maybe it's better if you don't. I roll my eyes. I can cook, Jackie. How do you think I survived before you two moved in here? She looks up at the ceiling, pursing her lips. Take out? I burst out laughing. You're just going to have to trust me. I place a kiss on her forehead before grabbing an egg and cracking it over the pan. The sound of sizzling fills the kitchen, and as I cook, I feel good about the day to come. I fully believe that the court is going to rule in my favor. 2 hours later, the three of us arrive at the courthouse. We sit outside the courtroom, waiting to be called in. Jackie clutches her purse so hard that her knuckles are white, so I reach out and rub her back soothingly. She shoots me a grateful look. The doors next to us open and someone ushers us in. I part ways with them to stand next to my lawyer. The room is absolutely silent until the judge starts talking. I've made my ruling in the matter of King v. Adams regarding custody of the minor child, Marionette King. Both Mr. King and Mr. Adams sought custody of Marionette after her mother died. In making my ruling, I've carefully considered the evidence and testimony presented over the course of this trial. Primary factors in determining custody include the best interests of the child and which parent is most able to provide for her needs. I glance back at Jackie, wishing that she could be standing next to me. The court found that Mr. King has demonstrated a strong paternal bond with Marionette and intends to provide stability and support in her upbringing. He has shown proof that he can provide her with a stable family and home. My heart beats so loudly against my chest, and nerves that had been absent until this moment start taking over. Throughout this case, the evidence did not suggest that awarding Mr. Adams custody would be in Marionette's best interests at this time. Therefore, after carefully weighing all relevant factors, it is the court's determination that sole legal and primary physical custody shall be granted to Mr. Barrett King. Mr. Adams has not been granted visitation rights at this time. This ruling is effective immediately. This court is adjourned. I let out a sigh of relief I didn't know I'd been holding in, every nerve ending in my body responding to the words. A thought repeats in my mind over and over. I hope Minerva knows that her daughter is safe in my custody. I hope she's looking down on us and cheering at the same time as we are. Over the next half hour, I signed the necessary paperwork, my heart filled to the brim with happiness and relief. Finally, the three of us leave the courthouse together. Before I open the car door for her, Jackie grabs my hand. "You did it, Barrett. She's yours." "No, we did it. And she's ours." She throws her arms around me, squeezing me tight. "Okay, time for us to celebrate," I say after getting in the car. "Ice cream?" Marion asks. I was thinking the same thing. Marion's a little too young to fully understand what today really meant. She definitely knows what we were there for, but she doesn't fully know how important today was. I'm thankful for that. She doesn't need the stress of understanding, not at this age. I drive us to an old-fashioned style ice cream shop near my apartment. We walk in and find a booth to place our things, before heading to look at our options. "Can I get 2 different flavors?" Marion asks. "Of course you can." "Okay, I want birthday cake and strawberry in a cone." As we order, I put my arm around Jackie, holding her close to my side. All I can think is, we chose the perfect time to confess our feelings for each other. Today wouldn't have been the same if I was still lying to myself. "So I get to keep living with you?" Marion asks as we sit in our booth eating our ice cream. "You do." She stares at her cone. "I wish I could tell Mommy." I reach out and grab her hand. "You can. Want me to show you how later on?" Her eyes are wide as she nods. "You talk to Mom?" I nod. "Every single day. It's super easy." She smiles, looking down for a second before going back to enjoying her cone. Jackie's hand settles on my thigh under the table, squeezing it. I rest my hand on top of hers and turn to look at her. "I have something for you," I tell her. "You already got me flowers this morning." "And made you some delicious eggs," I remind her. She flashes the fakest smile I think I've ever seen. "Yeah, the eggs were great." I laugh as I reach into my pocket and pull out a small black box. Well, this gift is much better. I hand her the box and she opens it, pulling out a dainty silver necklace. A circular charm dangles from it. "Open it," I tell her. She does, flipping the little silver charm open. "Now hold it up to the light and look through it." As she holds it up, I watch her face. There's something on the other side, too. She flips it so she can look, and as soon as she does, her whole expression changes. She turns to me, tears already coming down her face. It's perfect." I pull her towards me, pressing a kiss to her lips before hugging her close. "I want to see," Marion shouts. "What is it?" Jackie pulls away and gets up, moving to sit on Marion's side of the table. On this side, it shows a picture of the 3 of us at Disney World, when we were on that roof watching the fireworks show. And on the other side, it shows a picture of your mom. "I got you a matching one," I say, pulling a second box out of my pocket. Marionette grabs it immediately and opens it. She carefully takes it out of the box and holds it up to the light. The 2 of them marvel over it, and I watch, my heart feeling so incredibly full. It makes me think of how my life was not too long ago. I remember myself alone in the office late every night, eating Chinese takeout for most dinners, barely seeing family or friends, barely living. Now my life couldn't be more different, couldn't be more full. Chapter 24. Barrett. "How was your ice cream?" "It was so good," Marion says from the back seat. "Now what are we going to do?" "Well, it's your special day, so why don't you pick?" "Can we go to the park near my school?" "Absolutely." As we drive to the park, I keep one hand on Jackie's thigh. She puts her hand on top of mine and keeps it there the whole time. "We're here!" "Yay! I want to see if the rock I put under the bench is still there from last time." Once the 3 of us are out of the car, I look at Jackie. Why did she put a rock under the bench? She snorts out a laugh. Honestly, I don't know. I think she just really liked it. I chuckle. Why didn't she just take it home? She shrugs. I'm not really sure. We follow Marion into the park, where she immediately runs to the aforementioned bench. She gets down on the ground and grabs something from beneath it before running back to us. Look, it was still there. Oh wow, that's so pretty. You should bring it home with us. She looks at me like she's offended. I can't do that. This is its home. How would you like it if someone took you from your home? I try my best not to laugh. You're right, my bad. Well, it was very nice of the rock to stay under the bench for you. You're so silly, Uncle B. Rocks can't move. With that, she runs off to the jungle gym. I turn to Jackie. She really is something. She smiles, watching the girl go down one of the slides. I'm just glad all of this negativity hasn't affected her. I'd hate for her childhood to be ruined the way mine was. I never got to be a child, and I don't ever want that for her. I reach a hand behind her and rub her back. Neither do I. But I think we've done a really good job at shielding her from all the bad stuff. Me too. I just think it's amazing how she's able to come here and be a kid, and then go home and have serious conversations with us. She's so smart. I'm just so proud of her. I know I say it a lot, but Minerva really did such a great job raising her. And I know you were a big part of that the past couple of years, I add. She was such an amazing mother. It's like she was always meant to be one. Which is why it's such a wonder that she ended up having one with someone like Raul. I know. I wish that she had gotten to experience raising a child with a competent father. I know she hated the fact that Marion would grow up without one. Not anymore, I say, watching my niece-daughter making friends with another kid. Not anymore, she agrees. Today was so fun, Marion says as she snuggles up to her teddy bear in bed. It was, and I'm so glad that you're officially mine. Me too, she says as she yawns. I laugh. You're really tired, huh? She nods, her eyes falling closed. Good night, Uncle B. Good night, sweetheart. I plant a kiss on her forehead before standing up and turning off her light. I walk out of the room, shutting the door softly behind me. She asleep already? Jackie asks as she walks out of her room. She's scrunching her wet curls into a towel, having just gotten out of the shower. Yeah, she was out almost as soon as she laid down. I don't think I've ever seen her so tired. That's good, I'm glad today went the way it did. So am I, and I know we already celebrated, but did you want to have a little more of an adult celebration? Does that include wine? She asks, a brow lifted. Of course it does. Well, I was going to have whiskey, but I've got a really good red I've been saving. We can open that. She steps into the bathroom to dispose of her towel before we walk into the kitchen, where I grab the bottle and 2 wine glasses. Balcony? I ask her. Yes, please. Once out on the balcony, I open the bottle and pour us both a hefty glass. We clink our glasses together, though neither of us says anything. We just take a sip. And then another. Today was fun, but so exhausting, I say, heaving a sigh. Any day spent in court is exhausting. I bet you hate courtrooms. Hate doesn't even begin to describe it, but it's confusing because I also love it at the same time. I guess it just depends on what I'm there for. Have you ever been on the other side of the room? I glance at her. What, you mean, have I ever been the client instead of the lawyer? Yeah, you seem like you got in some trouble when you were younger. I laugh. Surprisingly, no. Any trouble I was ever involved in was never found out. I guess I always had a bit of lawyer in me. I knew how to cover my tracks. Now it's her turn to laugh. What kind of trouble? A man never tells, I say, shooting her a wink. How about you? Ever been the client? Her expression turns sad. No, but I've spent my fair share of time in court. Even took the stand a couple of times. Really? Do you feel like sharing? She looks out over the city for a moment, taking a sip from her glass. My father was abusive, to both me and my mom. I had to give eyewitness testimony a few times. He's the reason I have such a special hatred for Raul. Hell, my father was Raul. Wow, I'm sorry. That's awful. Is that what you were talking about earlier when you said you never got to be a kid? She nods. I had to grow up really fast at such a young age. And it wasn't my mother's fault. She couldn't have known that he would become an alcoholic and start getting violent. So he wasn't always like that? That's what she said. Though I'm sure deep down he always was. Alcohol just made it impossible for him to hide it any longer. Is he still around? She shakes her head. Dead. We sit in silence for a moment. I sense that she doesn't really want to talk about it anymore, so I wait for her to initiate more conversation. So, how'd you become a lawyer? Was it something you always wanted to do? It was, actually, but I never anticipated becoming a divorce lawyer specifically. Why's that? I sip my wine. My parents went through 4 separate divorces. 2 of them happened when I was still living with them. Wow, so you had a lot of step-parents? No, they were divorcing each other. They kept getting back together over and over again. It was exhausting. That sounds confusing. It was. The first time they divorced, I was Marion's age. Then they got back together 2 years later, remarried when I was 9, and then divorced again when I was 14. Holy crap. And then after that, I start ticking them off on my fingers. Got back together when I was 18. Divorced again when I was 20. Got back together when I was 25 and then divorced last year. You think they'll remarry again? I hope not. I'm so sick of it. Have you gone to every wedding? God, no. When I was a kid, yes, because I had to. And back then I still believed they could make it work. But I stopped going after I was 18. This past time they didn't even have a wedding. Why do you think they keep getting back together over and over again? I sigh, leaning back in my chair. Honestly, I could not tell you. I've asked them both so many times and they just give me the same answer. It's true love, son. Well, if it's true love, then why do you keep breaking up? Makes no sense. So then why did you pick family law? Why divorce? I shrug, looking out at the sky for a moment. I really don't know. Maybe because I was already so comfortable with it. That makes sense. But all of that must have made you scared to get married, huh? I shoot her a look. Oh, you have no idea. I didn't even want a family for most of my life. Thought I'd never in a million years get married. And look at you now, she says. Yep, married with a kid. We'll be better parents than ours ever were, she reassures me. I meet her eyes, savoring the way she looks at me. It's still new, being so open with her and letting my feelings show, but I like it. It's really nice. There's no doubt in my mind that you're right about that. She smiles. You're very strong, you know that? To go through that with your parents and still keep such an open mind, that's truly amazing. I smile back but shake my head. Not as amazing as you. I don't even know how you're able to trust any man after growing up with a father like yours. She looks at the ground. It's hard. It's good that Marion has you. Someone who knows what it's like. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I take a big sip of my wine, wishing it were whiskey instead. Okay, enough sad talk. We were supposed to be out here celebrating. She looks at me, her expression changed. Maybe we should celebrate inside instead. I know exactly what that look means. I love the sound of that.
Chapter 25. Jackie. My fingers fly over the keyboard, the clacking sound filling the room. It's amazing how much happier I feel writing now that Arthur is gone. My new editor is a writer's dream, and so is my new office. A couple of days ago, Barrett transformed one of his spare rooms into an office for me, hanging plants everywhere, framed pictures of me and Marionette, as well as some of the 3 of us. A new desk and chair, as well as a couch for when I need breaks. It's perfect. A knock on the door breaks me out of my trance. I haven't looked up from my laptop in at least 3 hours straight. Come in. Barrett opens the door and holds up a glass. I made you an iced coffee. A huge smile breaks out across my face. You know me well. Enough to know that you only like hot coffee in the morning and iced for the rest of the day. I take the glass from him, inspecting it. The color looks about right. But what about the taste? I sip from it, moaning as I swallow. Pretty good, huh? It's perfect. Better than the Starbucks version? I laugh. Oh, you'll have to keep trying if you're trying to reach that level of perfection. He chuckles along with me, placing a kiss on top of my head. So how's work going? Really good. The book is so close to being done that I can practically smell the fresh ink. I can't wait to read it. What about you? Any exciting cases going on? Exciting? No. Sad? Yes. I've got a case right now with a husband and wife who have been married for 20 years. They're both at each other's throats, accusing each other of some pretty serious things in order to get sole custody of their daughter. His face becomes sad as he talks about it. It's obvious how much he cares about his job. The little girl reminds me so much of Marion. It makes me sad to watch. It's funny because before Minerva died, before Marion became mine, cases like this never affected me emotionally. It was work, and I did what needed to be done. And I'll still do that. But for some reason, I just feel more emotional watching this kid mixed up in the middle of this. I reach out and take his hand. No one can blame you for that, especially when you just went through something similar. He nods. I'm just glad we were able to keep Marion away from the case with Raul as much as possible. And I have you to thank for that. But if she had been in the middle like this little girl was, it would have been awful for her. A courtroom is no place for a child. I'm glad for that too, and that it's finally over. Raul never stood a chance against me. I can't believe I was ever even worried about it. I know. Looking back, it was so obvious that you were going to win. I mean, he barely even showed up to the court dates. But I think we were so worried because just the thought of her living with him was terrifying. He walks around my chair until he's directly behind me and hugs me. You're amazing, you know that? I do, actually. About time you realized it. Oh, I always knew. From the moment I saw you in that waiting room, I craned my head to look at him. Really? He kisses my cheek before his arms leave me. He walks to the couch next to my desk and sits down. Yes, you look so fierce standing in front of Marion, protecting her from Raul. I was amazed at how calm you were, how good you were with Marion. It was obvious how much you cared about her. I thought you were an ass. His jaw drops. What? I giggle. I'm sorry, but I did. So when I saw you at the hospital, I thought for sure you were going to side with Raul and let him take her. I was so scared of that. I knew that if you let him take her, I wouldn't be able to stop you. That would be it. I'd never see her again. But then you planted yourself next to me and you made him leave. I was so impressed. He smiles. Well, I'm happy to hear I impressed you even then, but I can't believe there was ever a time when you thought I'd side with Raul. Even when I didn't know the full extent of how bad he was, I knew he was terrible. I would have never let that happen. I believe you. You're an amazing father to her, better than Raul could ever be. I just hope Marion can see me as a father one day. I don't want to be her uncle forever. I stand up and walk over to the couch where I sit on his lap. She will. I can promise you that. He pulls me in and kisses me. His lips feel so amazing on mine, like they belong there. I kiss him deeply, wrapping my arms around him and holding him close. When we finally pull away, it feels like an hour has passed. I glance at the clock on the wall. Oh, damn, I have to go pick up Marion. Let me go with you. We can take her to the park, and maybe even Fernando's for some pizza. I stare into his bright green eyes for a moment. You know, I think you might be the most perfect man alive. The two of us stand, and a few minutes later, we're on our way to pick up Marion. For some reason, I find it hard to focus on anything but Barrett during the drive. I can hardly stop staring at him. I'm in the middle of imagining his hands on my body later tonight when my phone rings. I glance at it, seeing that it's an unknown number. I press the decline button and look back out the window, continuing my fantasy. A few seconds later, my phone buzzes again. It's the same unknown number, but this time I pick it up in case it's Marion's school. School is already out for the day, but maybe she got sick. Hello? Jackie, it's lovely to hear your voice. The voice on the other end is familiar to me, but I can't quite place where I know it from. Who is this? Oh, I thought you knew me so well. You testified against me in court, and yet you don't even know my voice? I glance at Barrett, instantly angry now that I know who it is. Why are you calling me? How did you even get my number? My sister gave it to me once since you were my daughter's nanny, though you've been playing as her mom since Minerva died. Is that what you wanted all along? You're disgusting, Raul. I'm hanging up now. Not if you ever want to see Marionette again. I instantly grab Barrett's arm. Pull over. He pulls off to the side of the road when we're only 2 blocks away from her school. What's going on? He asks. What are you talking about? I ask Raul, way too scared to answer Barrett yet. Marionette was very surprised to see her dad picking her up from school today. And me, I was surprised that you let her wait outside that long. Where were you, Jackie? What kind of mother makes their child wait outside like that? Where anyone could just come and scoop them up? Where is she? It comes out more like a statement than a question. I'm not going to tell you that. Not until I get what I want. What do you want? My hand is shaking uncontrollably. I have to switch my phone to my other hand, just so I don't drop it. Jackie, what's happening? My eyes find Barrett's. He looks terrified, and it's at this moment that I realize I'm not alone in this. I put my phone on speaker so he can hear it too. Raul has Marion, I whisper. Barrett immediately pulls out his phone. I see him dial 911, but I'm distracted as Raul continues talking. Minerva had a trust set aside for Marion. You're going to get that money and give it to me. Then I'll tell you where she is. Barrett grabs my phone out of my hand and starts talking. You're not getting crap from anyone. I have people that can find you within the hour. If I were you, I'd cooperate. Maybe if you do, you can get a smaller sentence. Raul just starts laughing. You know, you've always been hilarious, Barrett. He starts mocking Barrett's voice. If I were you, I'd cooperate. Well, if I were you, I'd cough up the money so you can get your new daughter back. Barrett's expression slowly evolves from angry and scared to a look of calm, almost scarily calm. I stare at him, my heart beating so fast I feel like it's going to explode. I can't just get the money out of the trust. It doesn't work like that. It can only be accessed when she reaches a certain age. You're a lawyer. You can figure it out. Even if I can, that would take time. A long time. If you just give us Marion now, we can figure something out. So then give me your own money, the same amount as her trust. You're a little rich boy. You won't miss it. Why do you need the money, Raul? Maybe I can help you out of whatever situation you're in. No. You're a damn liar. Lawyers are good at that. I'm not going to let you trick me. Raul, I'm not lying. I just want my daughter back. I'll do whatever it takes. Then get me that money." With that, Raul hangs up.
Chapter 26. Barrett. Any fear I had minutes ago has now turned into pure focus. As soon as Raul hangs up, I hold my own phone up. Did you guys get all of that? I had 911 on the phone for most of what he said, in case we needed to use the recording in court. Yes, sir, but can you please explain what is going on? The dispatcher asks. My daughter has been kidnapped by her biological father. He does not have custody of her. That's who was talking. He's demanding a ransom for me to get her back. Where are you, sir? I'm 2 blocks from her school, Jefferson Elementary. My wife and I were on our way to pick her up. Okay, I'm sending 2 squads out to her school. Thank you. Once I hang up with dispatch, I turn to Jackie. Her eyes are wide and her hands are shaking. She looks absolutely terrified. I reach out and grab her hand. It's going to be okay. We're getting her back today. A tear slips down her face. It's my fault. I should have left sooner. I shake my head. No. He was obviously planning this. You couldn't have stopped him. But we will get her back today. I promise you that. She bites her bottom lip to stop it from quivering and nods her head. Okay. I drive us to the school where we immediately head to the front office. Thankfully, school is out, so there are barely any kids around. I quickly brief the principal and vice principal and let them know the police are on their way. Shortly after, they arrive. One of them approaches me right away. I'm Detective Hammond. I'll be helping you today. What can you tell me about Raul? He's Marionette's biological father, but he lost custody to me in court not that long ago. She is biologically my niece, but I've adopted her. And dispatch briefed us on the phone call with him. You said he is demanding ransom? Yes. He wants me to give him the money from a trust that her mother set aside for her before she died. I told him I couldn't get him that money, that it doesn't work like that. So he demanded that I give him my own money instead. My men are checking the security footage right now to see if any of the outside cameras caught what kind of car he was driving away in. Raul has a record of being physically abusive towards his daughter. I need to get her back tonight. I understand, sir. We're going to do everything we can. I want to give him the money. If it will get her back sooner, I don't care how much he asks for. I'd like us to first review the footage and try to locate him. Then we'll get him back on the phone and try to negotiate with him. If he knows there are police involved, I don't know if he'll give her back. Just stay calm. One step at a time. For the next half hour, we discuss the next steps, and I give them all the information I can about Raul. The entire time, I'm just imagining how scared Marionette must be. The cops leave us alone in a room for a moment, and I turn to Jackie. I can't sit here anymore. I need to meet with him now. I need to get her. She stares into my eyes for a second, before looking behind her at the door. Then do it. Text him. You would be okay with me leaving? Yes. I don't want Marion to spend another second with him. I'll cover for you, and then I'll give the address of where you are after just in case you need help. I press a palm to her face, feeling an overwhelming surge of feelings towards her. Everything about her is perfect, and the fact that she'd be willing to do this with me just solidifies something I already knew. I pull out my phone and find Raul's contact before composing a short text. I'm bringing the money. Tell me where to meet you. Bring Marionette. We wait in silence, holding each other's hands so tight that my fingers start to fall asleep, when finally he texts back. He gave me the address. It's not far from here. Looks like a gym or something, I say as I search it up. What about the money? I'll stop at an ATM on the way there. It definitely won't let me withdraw enough, but I'll cover the rest with what I have in the safe at home. You have a safe full of money in our apartment? She whispers, looking confused. I'll explain later. For now, I need to go before they come back. She nods. Okay. Text me that address, though, so I know where to send them. Just wait until I tell you I'm walking in, just in case. I stand up, but she grabs my arm. Barrett, wait. I don't want you to get hurt. Please be safe. I lean down and plant a kiss on her lips, wishing I didn't have to pull away. I will, I promise. This is going to be super quick and easy. He wants money, he's getting it. That's it. I'll grab Marion and leave. I wish I could come with you, she whispers. It's better that you don't. And I need you to send them to me once I'm there so they can arrest him, so I need you here. Text me, okay? I'll call if you need help. As I stare into those chocolate brown eyes, the words I want to say catch on my tongue. I'm itching to speak them. But I don't. I will, is what I say instead. I leave through the office door and walk out the front of the building. I'm 5 minutes away. You can tell them the address. I send the text as I get closer to Raul, the money sitting in one of my briefcases on the chair next to me. She answers back almost immediately. They already know. They made me tell them. I'm on my way to you with them. Crap! I step on the gas, knowing that I have to get there before the police do. Once there, I park my car and grab the briefcase. Just as I thought, the address was for a gym. But from the outside, the place looks abandoned. I walk through the front door, which is unlocked. It's dark inside, only one light on at the opposite end of the room. All the gym equipment has been pushed to one side of the room. I walk further inside, scanning the place for him or Marion. Raul? I shout. Right here! I turn to my left to see Raul, Marion standing in front of him as he holds a knife to her throat. What the hell are you doing? I brought the money. Let her go. He chuckles, looking at me with wild eyes. It's obvious to me at first glance that he's on drugs. Unsurprising. I drop the briefcase on the ground and kick it towards him. Take your money and let my daughter go. Your daughter? He laughs, the sound echoing around the empty gym. You'll never be her father. I take a deep breath, holding back my retort. As much as I'd love to flay him alive with my words, I don't want to make him any angrier, not when he has a knife to Marion. Oh, nothing to say? Come on, you've always got something to say. Tell me about how you've been playing house with Minerva's best friend and pretending this is your daughter. Marion whimpers, her eyes so wide as she stares at me. The look on her face breaks my heart, and I know I have to do something now. I can't wait for him to hurt her before acting. I take one step forward. You're right, I do have something to say. As I talk, I take 2 more steps, hoping he's too distracted by what I'm saying to notice how close I'm getting. You're pathetic, Raul. You never deserved Marion, and I think it's a blessing in disguise that you stayed away all these years. I continue speaking until I'm only 2 feet away. When he opens his mouth to respond, I lunge for Marion. I grab her and push her away. Thankfully, she takes off running towards the door. But Raul grabs me while I'm distracted watching her and punches me across the face. I whip back around and grab his wrist before he can punch me again. All the anger I'd been holding back to stay focused comes rushing in now that I have the opportunity. My fist winds up to punch him, but just before it connects, I feel a sharp pain in my stomach. My mouth falls open, partly due to shock and partly due to pain. I look down to see his knife sticking right into me. He twists it around, laughing as he does. I gasp for air, feeling like I can't breathe all of a sudden. Police, drop your weapons, someone shouts. Raul lets go of me and I fall to the ground, the knife still in me. All I hear as my head hits the floor is Marion screaming and the sound of people running towards us. The pain is unlike anything I've ever felt before. I can feel the warm blood gushing out, and I start to become lightheaded at the loss. The room starts to fade to black just as I hear her voice. Barrett! Jackie screams my name over and over. All I can think is, why didn't I tell her how I felt before I left? Why wouldn't I let myself say it? What was I waiting for? So I whisper it as I fade away. I love you, Jackie. Chapter 27. Barrett. As soon as I open my eyes, I hear voices. I'm in my hospital bed, the same as I was the last time I was awake. A look towards the door tells me that the voices are coming from Jackie and my doctor. When can he go home? I'd like to keep him for at least one more night just to make sure there are no complications from his surgery. That surgery was not easy on his body, and he needs to take it extremely slow for a while. So even after he goes home, that means no walking upstairs, no running. He can walk, but he needs to use a walker until he feels comfortable without it. Okay, thank you. And I know you said you wanted to make sure there were no complications, but I'm wondering, what are the chances of anything like that happening? Well, with any surgery there is a risk of that. But as long as we monitor him and he takes it easy, the chances are low. I tune out of the conversation as I look around for my phone. I find it on the table next to me. Reaching for it is easier than I thought, but I'm careful not to use any of my stomach muscles in the process. After I passed out at the gym, I was rushed to the hospital, where I had to have emergency surgery. Turns out Raul stabbed me in a very bad spot. Thankfully, the surgery went well, and I woke up late last night for the first time. As soon as I woke up, I knew what I had to do. I had planned to do it as soon as I left the hospital, but now that my mind is much clearer, I realize that it can't wait until then. I won't put it off again like I did yesterday. It has to be today. I need your help. I'm sending you the link to a ring, and I need you to go and buy it for me. Oh, and I need you to do this today, as soon as possible, and then bring it to me at the hospital. I send the text to my assistant along with the link to the ring I've been eyeing for a while. It's funny because at first I didn't realize why I was eyeing the ring. I mean, Jackie already has one. But then I realized that she needed a new one. One that I got her after things had changed between us. One that meant more. I just didn't know when I was going to buy it. Today is finally that day. Of course, I wish I wasn't in the hospital, but not even that is going to stop me. Leaving now. My assistant texts back. I smile. Perfect. Need you to pick up a few other things. Flowers, decorations. Proposing tonight at the hospital, and I want it to be special. A few minutes later, she answers. Consider it done. Now all I have to do is get the hospital staff to agree to it. Baby, you're awake! I look up from my phone to see Jackie standing in the doorway, beaming. They told me you woke up last night. I must have slept through that. She walks further in to come stand next to my bed. How are you feeling? I reach for her hand. She meets me halfway, taking my hand and squeezing it. I feel good. Definitely better than last night. But I think I was less drugged last night. They couldn't give me anything else until the anesthesia wore off. I wish I'd been awake, she says, frowning. It's okay. You looked like you really needed the sleep. She sits down on the bed next to me, careful not to mess anything up. Barrett, when we got there, I just knew something was wrong. They tried to make me stay outside, but I couldn't. I just had a feeling, and so I ran in. And when I saw you, I squeezed her hand even harder. I know. I'm so sorry. Looking back, I probably should have waited for the cops to show up. But when I walked inside, he had a knife to Marion's throat, and he looked like he was on drugs. It's not your fault, I know that. It's Raul's. Did they get him? She nods. He's going to be charged with attempted first-degree murder and kidnapping in the first degree. Oh, and they found drugs in his apartment after they went there to look for evidence of premeditation. So he'll probably be charged for that too. I sigh. Another court battle. Good thing you're a lawyer. She smiles. True. However, that doesn't make it any easier. Not when it's your own life. I'm sorry, baby, but I'll be there every step of the way. I massage the back of her hand with my thumb. I know you will. We sit for a while just comforting each other, until a thought strikes me. Where's Marion? Don't worry, she's in the hospital's daycare, and they know to watch her extra closely. How is she doing? Is she okay? Did Raul hurt her? No, thank God. I would be in jail right now if he had. She seems okay, just worried about you. But I definitely think we should get her into therapy after you're healed up. She probably needed to be in it anyway after her mother died. I fully agree. We'll find her the best in the area. She gives me a soft, shy smile. You're an amazing father, Barrett. I'm so glad you're okay. Jackie leans in for a kiss, and just the feeling of those lips on mine makes me want to propose right here. But I force myself to wait. Only a few more hours. I sit in my wheelchair, my heart beating insanely fast. I keep glancing towards the door, knowing that at any moment she's going to walk through them. I'm in a small courtyard that the hospital staff usually use for their breaks. They were kind enough to lend it to me, and they agreed that I could get out of bed for this as long as I stayed in the chair. Being in a wheelchair doesn't bother me one bit. I know it's only temporary, and I'm just glad they let me change out of the hospital gown and into something more flattering. No one looks good in those things. My assistant was able to get in and out of the hospital without Jackie seeing her. The courtyard is filled with colorful flowers, balloons, and a few other decorations she found. And the ring. It's safe and sound in my left pocket. Once Jackie walks in, I have everything all planned out. Marionette is even waiting nearby, and a nurse is going to bring her in once she sees Jackie say yes. I haven't seen the kid yet, because when I tried to earlier, she had been napping. I didn't want to wake her up, so I decided to wait. But a surprise engagement seems like the perfect time to be reunited. I did have a thought that she would be confused as to why I was proposing. To her, our relationship was never fake. But I have a plan to tell her that when adults go through something traumatic, sometimes they like to show their love for each other all over again. Maybe one day I'll tell her the true story about us, but not until she's old enough to understand. The door opening snaps me out of my thoughts immediately, and my heart rate shoots right back up. Jackie walks into the courtyard, wearing the dress that I had my assistant bring for her. She looks so confused and a little concerned, probably that I'm overexerting myself. Before you say anything, the doctors okayed this. What's going on? She asks, now standing right in front of me. I take a deep breath. Jackie King. I know you already have my last name, but... I pull the ring box out of my pocket. Will you remarry me? Her mouth drops open and she just stares at the ring. I know in my heart that you are the absolute love of my life. Nothing will ever change that. I will be in love with you until the day I die. And I know that we already did this. But I want to do it for real this time. I want to commit to you while being totally honest about how I feel. Tears are flowing out of her eyes, and for a moment she just nods her head. Yes, of course, I'll remarry you. Of course I will. She gets onto her knees in front of me. And Barrett, I love you too. But I want you to know that it didn't just take you getting hurt for me to realize it. I've known for a long time now. I think since the Disney trip, since the very first night we were honest with each other, maybe even before that. I hope you know that it didn't take the accident for me either. I've been wanting to say it to you for a while, but I kept holding myself back. But the accident did help me realize that waiting doesn't do anyone any good. It just wastes time. She stands back up and leans down to kiss me. Her lips feel like velvet against mine, and the only thing that makes me pull away is the sound of Marion shouting, "Uncle B! Uncle B!" She runs up to me but stops before jumping up like she normally would. She looks between us, her face lit up. "What's going on here?" she asks, gesturing around us. I smile and reach out for one of her hands. Let us explain.
Chapter 28. Jackie. It's been 2 weeks and Barrett is healing nicely. He's pretty much fully recovered, and for that I'm grateful. Having him safe and healthy and by our side has been a godsend. After putting Marionette to bed, I creep into our room and curl up next to him. "How are you feeling?" I ask for the 25th time today. He chuckles. "I feel fine, Jackie. No matter how many times you ask, I'm going to say the same thing." I smile and rest my head on his chest. "I worry about you. What can I say?" He kisses the top of my head and I trace random patterns on his chest before turning my face up to look at him. He surprises me by pulling me up so that he can kiss me. He cradles my face with his strong, warm hands as his lips meet mine in a kiss that's tender and full of promise. A sigh escapes me as I surrender myself to him, forgetting for a moment about all the worries and fears that have been gnawing at me. His fingers weave their way through my hair, sending shivers down my spine. I place my hand on his cheek, matching the rhythm of his heartbeat with mine. We've been through so much together, yet this feels like a first. The quiet intimacy that has always lingered between us is now blossoming into something more profound. Pulling back slightly, Barrett's eyes are soft as they look into mine, his thumb gently caressing my cheek. "I love you," he whispers against my lips, echoing the sentiment I've felt for him since our lives intertwined. "I love you too," I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. There's something strangely calming about this moment, the bed our safe haven from the rest of the world. And right now, there is only Barrett and me. His fingers trace the curve of my chest underneath the cotton fabric of my shirt, exploring with a gentle curiosity that lights a slow-burning fire within me. In response, I pull his head down to mine, our lips meeting in a kiss that grows more passionate with each passing second. "Jackie," he murmurs, his voice strained with an emotion that sends a jolt of anticipation coursing through every nerve in my body. His hands begin to move more purposefully, and I reach down to meet him, our bodies becoming familiar to each other in a way that transcends the physical. And then we're shedding clothes and insecurities, bathed in the soft glow of the bedside lamp. I can feel the heat radiating off his skin as he pulls me closer, our nakedness creating an unspoken bond. As we fall into rhythm with each other, every breath, every heartbeat is filled with raw, unfiltered passion. Completely exposed to one another's gaze, Barrett kisses me again, deeper, slower, as if he's trying to communicate through touch what words can't express. His breath mingles with mine, and I find myself getting lost in the spellbinding rhythm of our bodies moving together. The heat between us is intoxicating, and with every brush of his lips, every caress of his hands, I feel my senses heightened in a way they've never been before. Every inch of me craves him. Every fiber of my being responds to his touch. His mouth trails down to my neck, nibbling tenderly at sensitive spots and eliciting sounds from me I didn't know I could make. Sparks of pleasure dance through me, building and intensifying until I'm consumed by a fire that only Barrett can stoke. Barrett's gaze is fixated on mine as he moves over me, and in his eyes, I see the same raw hunger, the same insatiable desire that has taken hold of me. "Jackie," he whispers again, this time with more urgency. His fingers sweep across my back in a gentle caress that adds another layer to our intimate dance. This is no longer just about passion or lust. This is about love. Pure, unadulterated love. Our eyes meet and hold. The world outside disappears in these moments. There are only his eyes looking into mine, his body connected to mine in ways words fail to describe. He continues to nibble kisses down the length of my body, stopping only when he reaches the juncture of my thighs. It's there he lavishes all his attention. His eyes never leave mine as he explores me, his movements languid and sure. The detail of his touch sends tremors through me, making me gasp aloud at the sensitivity of it all. He's patient, taking his time, and the anticipation alone is enough to make me squirm under his touch. Barrett's lips curve into a knowing smile as he studies my reactions, each breathless moan and whispered plea spurring him on. The feeling of his breath on my skin, the heat of his body pressing against mine. It's all too much and not enough at the same time. Are you hungry for more? Unfortunately, we can't show you all the hotness here. Find the unabridged details, along with some seriously juicy bonus content, at tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for a great deal on the sordid details. Back to it. Barrett turns onto his side. curling around me like a protective shield. His arm wraps around my torso, pressing me further into him. His heart pounds against my back, a steady drum that lulls me towards sleep. He buries his face into the crook of my neck, where he leaves a lingering kiss. "Sleep, love," he whispers, his deep voice vibrating against my ear and sending tingles down my spine. The rhythm of his breath on my neck serves as a soothing lullaby, melting away any remaining tension from my body. There is something beautiful about these moments after sharing such intimacy. It's not just the satisfaction that courses through every fiber of our being, but the silent promises that echo in the air. Promises of shared tomorrows and unyielding love.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 29. Jackie. "I love my dress so much," Marionette shouts, twirling around in front of the full-length gold-rimmed mirror. "You look so beautiful," I tell her. She's wearing a poofy purple dress and a matching purple headband in her long brown hair. She giggles, continuing to spin around. Behind her, I look at my own reflection in the mirror. My dress is long and mermaid style. It's mostly white except for the silver gems that go around my waist. I love it 1,000,000 times more than my first wedding dress. It's been 3 months since Barrett asked me to remarry him, and today is finally the big day. We thought long and hard about how we wanted this wedding to differ from our first one, and we kept coming back to the same thing. We wanted it to just be the 3 of us, so we decided to make a vacation out of it. We debated a few different options of places we could go, but ultimately realized that it was the perfect opportunity to surprise Marion. So we flew to Florida and secretly planned another trip to Disney World. Thankfully, Marion hasn't figured it out yet. "Can I talk to you about something?" I look over at Marion, who's staring at me with utmost seriousness. "Of course you can. What's up?" I ask her. She walks over to the couch in the dressing room and sits down, patting the spot next to her. I sit down beside her. "Is everything okay, honey?" She nods. "Then what is it?" She looks up at me, her brown eyes wide. "I have to ask you something." "Okay, go ahead." "I love my mommy, and I still miss her so much. I wish she could come back, but I know that you're my mommy now, and so I wanted to ask if I could call you Mom from now on." My mouth falls open in shock, but I quickly close it. Tears threaten to spill out of my eyes, but I hold them back. "Oh, Marion, of course you can call me Mom. You can call me whatever you like. I want to call you Mom, but I still want to call my other mom that too." I completely understand, but I just want to make sure that this isn't because you feel pressured to call me that. "Is it?" She shakes her head. "No, I want to. I don't want to just call you Jackie." I smile, my heart feeling like it's so full it could explode. "You know I love you so much, right?" "Yes, and I love you too, Mom." She throws her arms around me in a hug, and I squeeze her back. It's crazy to think that if I hadn't moved into that building all those years ago, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I wouldn't have this wonderful little girl as my daughter, and I wouldn't be walking down the aisle towards the love of my life in a few minutes. But I'm so glad that I am. Nothing can ever take these two away from me. They'll always be in my heart. Okay, let's finish getting dressed. Barrett's waiting for us and the music is going to start soon. Yay! Can you put some of your sparkly eyeshadow on me? I want to look like you, Mom. This time, I have to turn away when she says it, allowing one small tear to escape. I can't help it. It just means so much to me to hear it. 20 minutes later, Marionette and I are holding hands, standing behind the door that will lead to Barrett. It's silly, but for some reason I actually feel nervous. The music starts outside, and I take a deep breath, holding her hand just a little tighter. The fact that I get to do this with her by my side, no lies this time. Well, it feels amazing. I push the door open, squinting slightly at the sun. We chose to do the ceremony at an outdoor venue, and our reception in the garden next door. A long stone pathway sprinkled with white rose petals leads the way to Barrett. He's standing under a round white pavilion, looking impossibly handsome in his suit. My heart beats like crazy as I get closer to him, and it's Marion skipping next to me that reminds me to calm down. But as soon as I'm close enough to see the green of his eyes, my heart speeds up again. When I finally reach him, I let go of Marion's hand and take his. We stand facing each other, with Marion on one side of us and the officiator on the other. "You look exquisite," he murmurs. I'm unable to take my eyes off of him as I answer back. "So do you." I am honored to be here as officiant for this beautiful occasion. It is with great joy that I get to witness such love between two individuals. And it warms my heart to see the way you two look at each other. The officiant begins. "I'm going to say a few words, and then the two of you will exchange your vows." Barrett smiles at me, and that one smile makes me feel so alive, so in love, that I can't imagine being anywhere else in the world but here. When two people love each other, it is a thing of wonder. But when two people love each other and choose to stay together against all odds, when they choose each other over and over again, it is a rare thing. What the two of you have created together will last for the rest of your lives. It will affect all of those around you, and I wish you a very happy life with your family. Now, Barrett, you may begin. Barrett clears his throat and squeezes my hands. It reminds me so much of the way he squeezed my hands at our first wedding. Only this time, I know what it means. I know that we are both on the same page. Jackie King, nothing in this world compares to you. Well, except maybe Marion. The three of us laugh, and I glance down at our daughter. She looks so happy, so at peace. Your laugh, your smile, that look you get in your eyes when you're telling me a story you're really passionate about, those are all things that make me love you. But the thing that made me fall in love with you, the thing that has me in awe every second of every day, is how good of a mother you are. He stops for a moment, looking down. I know that it was my sister's death that brought us together, and I think about her every day, as I'm sure you do as well. But I know that Minerva would be so happy to see how we twisted something so horrible and made it into something amazing. You and I made the best out of the worst situation, and not a lot of people can do that. I vow to continue doing that with you for the rest of my life. I love you, Jackie. I wipe away a tear, feeling myself choked up all of a sudden. Marion's Linae. Little hand on my arm is what gives me the strength to blink away the tears and smile up at Barrett. Barrett King, I am honored to share your last name. Everything that has happened these past few months has changed my life forever, in the best possible way. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you and Marion. I want to thank you for always putting her first. That right there is exactly what made me fall in love with you, not to steal from your vows." He chuckles, his eyes lighting up as the sun catches on them. I squeeze his hands. "You make every single day so much better, especially the boring ones, where I feel like the day is dragging on. You always know exactly what to say and do to make me feel better, and I often feel like you can read my mind. But what amazes me the most about all of that is the fact that you've been like that from the moment I met you. I love you so much, Barrett, and I'm honored to be called your wife." The officiator takes over, continuing the ceremony, but it's all a blur until Barrett's lips are on mine. We kiss for a long time until I remember that Marion is watching us, and we need to tone it down a little. "Mom, Dad, you guys did it," she shouts, jumping up and down. Barrett looks at me in shock. It's the first time she's ever called him Dad. He scoops her up into his arms and spins her around. We stand under the gazebo for a moment, just hugging and celebrating, before walking over to the garden. A table is set up next to a pond, the sound of water trickling filling the air from the waterfall, in the center of it. We take our seats, eyeing the food in front of us, but before we eat, I hold up my glass. "I can't wait to go back to Disney with the two of you tomorrow." "What? We're going to Disney?" Marion shouts. "We sure are." She chatters about the surprise, practically bouncing out of her seat, while I think about how excited I am to spend a week with just these two, a week at the place where I first admitted how I felt about Barrett. After a moment, Barrett lifts up his glass in the same way I did. "To Minerva." "To Minerva," I say, "my best friend, even still." "To my mommy in heaven," Marion shouts. She doesn't look the least bit sad saying it, and that makes me so happy. The fact that she's able to view her mother's death without overwhelming sadness means that we're doing our jobs right. I look over at Barrett as Marion dives into her plate of food, and I give him a warm smile. We did it. He takes my hand in his and kisses it softly. Yes, we did.
Chapter 30. Barrett. I'll never get the image of Jackie walking toward me in her wedding dress out of my mind. That stunning creature is mine, forever and always. Once we get to the threshold of our room, I sweep her off her feet and carry her inside. The suite is adorned with rose petals, spread out in a trail leading up to our bed, which is made with white satin sheets. There's a bottle of champagne chilling on the side table, alongside a tray of chocolate-dipped strawberries. The soft glow of candlelight illuminates every corner of the room, adding a warm, romantic ambience to this special evening. Jackie gasps softly as she takes in the sight. She looks at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears of joy, and I feel my heart swell with love for her. Leaning in closely, I capture her lips with mine in a passionate kiss that speaks volumes about our shared desires for this night. Breaking the kiss, I guide Jackie to the plush settee at the side of the room. As she sits down, I kneel before her, gently removing her shoes and massaging her tired feet. Once done, I guide her up, picking her up in my arms and carrying her towards our bed. Gently laying Jackie down on the bed, I take a moment to admire her beauty. Her white wedding gown is illuminated by the soft candlelight, making her look like an angel fallen from heaven. Slowly, I unbutton the many intricate clasps of her gown at the back, each one releasing a shiver of anticipation in the room. As the last clasp is unbuttoned, I slide the gown off her shoulders, and it pools at her sides on the bed, leaving her in her white satin undergarments. Her skin is bathed in a soft golden glow from the dim lights, making me catch my breath at her ethereal beauty. In answer to the unspoken question in her eyes, I lean over and brush my lips across her jawline, trailing kisses down to the hollow of her neck. I hear a soft moan escape her lips, encouraging my actions further. My hands travel across her body in sensual exploration as our hearts beat as one against the silence of the night. I trace the curve of her waist with my fingers, eliciting a soft sigh from Jackie's parted lips. I bend over to press a gentle kiss on her bare shoulder, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. She turns towards me with an impish smile on her face, which ignites a passionate fire within me. With that smile still plastered on her face, she lowers herself to her knees and begins unbuttoning my pants. My heart pounds in my chest as she works the buttons free, her fingers dancing across my waistband with practiced ease. I watch her, the flickering candlelight painting her face in shades of gold and shadow. She's so beautiful. Catching her wrist, I gently pull her back up to me. I want this night to last, to savor every moment. She offers no resistance as I guide her hands to the buttons on my dress shirt. Her fingers are surprisingly steady as she undoes each one, revealing my bare chest beneath. She presses a soft kiss against my collarbone, and I can't help but shudder under her touch. Her fingers trail down my chest, over the muscles I'd honed from years of constant exercise. She looks up at me through her lashes, a small smile gracing her lips. Pausing for a moment, we lock eyes, the raw emotion between us so palpable it sends shivers down my spine. Then in one swift movement, Jackie peels off my shirt and tosses it aside. She takes a step back to admire me. Her eyes roam over my body with such open desire that it leaves me momentarily breathless. With a grin that is full of mischief and promise, Jackie closes the distance between us again and wraps her arms around my neck, pulling me down onto the bed beside her. The laughter that bubbles out of her is intoxicating, and I find myself matching it with my own. Her hair fans out around her on the pillow as she pulls me closer for yet another searing kiss, one hand lost in the tangle of my hair while the other explores the contours of my chest. Just when it was getting good, huh? Unfortunately, we can't share the happy details of this wedding night with you because it's too hot for YouTube. Find all of the delightful intimate moments by going to tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for incredible savings on the unabridged version and some bonus content to boot. Now back to our story. I love you, I whisper into her hair. She pulls herself closer to me in response, nuzzling against my chest. I love you too, she whispers back. We don't talk much after that. Instead, we lay there silently under the covers, sharing warmth and intimacy that leaves us both feeling content. At this moment, everything else seems insignificant. It's just me and Jackie and the passion we share. As sleep finally claims us both, I can't help but feel incredibly lucky to have Jackie by my side, as my wife, my confidant, my best friend, and the mother of our beautiful, spirited daughter. The last thought that crosses my mind before I succumb to sleep is how her laughter rings in my ears, her smile lighting up my world, and the way her body feels beneath mine.
Chapter 31. Jackie. I only have 20 minutes before I have to leave to pick Marion up from school, but here I am, leaning against the bathroom counter, staring at the stick as I wait for it to give me the results. I take a deep breath, trying to hold back any excitement in me just in case my hunch is wrong. I look up at the ceiling for the last minute of waiting, secretly hoping I'm right, even though I know I shouldn't get my hopes up. Okay, I whisper. 1, 2, 3. I look down at the stick. 2 pink lines. I'm pregnant. A smile slowly spreads across my face. I know exactly who I want to tell first. 30 minutes later, Marion is sitting behind me in the car. I drive us to a nearby park and turn the car off. Mom, you didn't tell me it was a park day. I turn to her grinning. It's not. I brought you here because I have something very important to tell you. No one else knows yet. Do you want to know what it is? Her eyes get really wide and her mouth falls open. She slaps her hand over her mouth and points at me before removing her hand. You're pregnant, she shouts. I stare at her in shock. How could she possibly have guessed that? How did you know? She starts bouncing in her seat. I don't know. I just did. Are you excited to be a big sister? Yes. How long until it gets here? Usually about 9 months. But listen, I haven't told your father yet. I want to surprise him tonight at dinner. Do you want to help me do it? She nods quickly. Yes? Okay, so we should probably start brainstorming ideas. I know I want to make a very special dinner, but we have to think of a fun way to tell him. Marion's face gets really serious for a moment as she thinks. Suddenly, her face lights up. What if I wore a shirt that said Big Sister on it? Then I ask him if he likes my new shirt. He'd be so surprised when he read it. I love that. I'll search for where I can get a shirt like that. And if we can't find one, we can just make it. What if we also say things that subtly hint towards the baby throughout the dinner, leading up to the shirt thing? I'm so excited. After a quick search online, I find a few stores that sell shirts like Marion described. We make that our first stop. Okay, now that we have the shirt, we should go get some stuff for dinner. What if we get stuff with the word baby in it, like baby carrots and baby corn? Marion suggests. I laugh. That's actually a great idea. We can do roasted baby corn, baby carrots, and baby broccoli. Oh, I can make some baby back ribs. Marion scrunches up her face. What's that? You like ribs, but I can make you some chicken on the side if you don't want to eat them. No, it's okay. I'll eat them. I want to be a part of the surprise. You will be. Okay, let's go get our ingredients then. The two of us walk through the grocery store, grabbing all the things we need. All the main components of the dinner have the word baby in them. It's the perfect idea. Once we get back home, Marion changes into her new shirt, and I start preparing the food. I'm practically shaking with excitement, waiting for him to get home so we can tell him. I just know he's going to be so happy about it. Not a single ounce of me is worried that he won't be. Marion runs into the kitchen. Okay, I'm wearing it. I turn to look at her. Now when he gets home, it's important that he doesn't read it before the time is right, okay? So maybe you can just sit at the table, scooched all the way in so that the words are hidden. What do you think? I can do that. Perfect. Now let's get to cooking. Okay. The table is all ready with the food, and your father should be home any minute now. He texted me 20 minutes ago that he was on his... The door opening in the next room interrupts me. Marion runs to her seat at the table and scoots her chair in so fast that it makes me laugh. It smells amazing, Barrett says, walking into the kitchen. I finished dinner a little early, so it's already done, I tell him. Okay, I'll just get out of my work clothes and come join you guys. I turn back to Marion, who shoots me an excited look. I mirror her look and take my seat at the table across from her. A couple of minutes later, Barrett walks in. He plants a kiss on the top of Marion's head before walking around the table and sitting next to me, giving me a kiss of my own on my cheek. Wow, this looks amazing, he says, looking around at all the food. I point to one of the serving dishes. We've got roasted baby corn, baby broccoli, and baby carrots. And the best part of all, baby back ribs. They were on sale at the store for an amazing price, so I figured, why not? And I don't think I've ever cooked you ribs before. Oh, I haven't had ribs in forever. This is going to be so good. Thank you, baby. You did not have to do all of this. I shrug. It's Friday. We all deserve a nice meal after working so hard all week. Yes, I got an A on my math test today, Dad. Oh, well, that definitely calls for celebration. Marion winks at me from across the table as Barrett puts his food on his plate. I hold in a laugh and take a sip of my water. How was work? I ask Barrett. Today was a good day. Got some new cases to look over, which I'll do on Monday. Nobody called me in a crisis, so that's always a miracle. How about you? Well, actually, my publishers called me today about my book. They said a release date is coming soon. Once that happens, they want to start discussing dates for a small tour. A tour? Wow, that's so cool. Can I come? Marion asks. It depends, but I'm sure we can bring you to at least some of the dates. And how was school? Other than that test you rocked, Barrett asks Marion. She looks at me and I give her a subtle nod. It's time. School was good, but it was actually what happened after school that was really cool. Oh yeah? And what's that? Did you guys go to the park? Kind of, but me and Mom went to the store and she let me get a new shirt. Do you want to see it? Sure, sweetie. She scoots back her chair and stands up so he can see it. I'm wearing it. He glances up and I watch him as he looks at her shirt. At first, it seems as if he doesn't get it, but then he lifts a brow and turns to me. You got her a shirt that says, Big Sister? He looks like he's still processing it, but then his face breaks out into a big smile. You're pregnant? I turn more towards him and take his hand. Yes, I'm pregnant. I found out earlier today. I don't think I've ever been more surprised. This is amazing. Are you excited, Dad? I'm going to get a little sister. Well, we don't know if it's going to be a sister yet, I tell her. I hope it is. I've always wanted a sister. Barrett takes my other hand, so he's holding both of them, and kisses them one at a time. I'm so happy that we get to expand our family. This is the best news ever. I'm so happy too. When I was waiting on the results of the test, I was so scared because I realized how badly I wanted this for us. He leans forward and plants a kiss on my lips. Dad, I can't believe you didn't get the hint when all the dinner foods had the word baby in them. He looks over the table. Oh my God, they totally did. How did I not think anything of that? I laugh. I was shocked that you didn't. I mean, come on. 4 things all named baby. It was so obvious. He kisses me again. It was, but I'm glad I didn't get it because the shirt was amazing. Marion played her part perfectly. We might need to think about getting this girl into theater. I joke. I'm proud of you, he tells her. I'm a horrible actor. I don't think I could have done that. You can repay me by letting me help decorate the baby's room, Marion says, sticking her nose up in the air. Me and Barrett laugh. Of course you can. We'll make a day of it and go to the store together. Marion claps before picking her fork back up. Okay, we have to eat, or we won't get to have the cake that me and Mom picked out to celebrate. Barrett turns to me. There's cake? There sure is, and it's your favorite too. He looks at me for a moment, an adoring look on his face. I love you so much. I press a palm to his face. I love you too, Barrett. My other hand goes to my stomach, even though I don't have a bump yet. But I will soon, and I look forward to that day. As our small family eats dinner, chatting about baby names and what color Marion's going to pick out for the nursery, I feel so satisfied, so full. My life truly could not get any better. And I feel so lucky to be sitting here, surrounded by the people I love most, and I can't wait to see what's next. Chapter 32. Marionette. I can't wait to show her. I'm running with Mom and Dad, holding their hands. Actually, I'm trying to make them run, but they're going so slow. Dad is carrying baby Mimi on his chest so that she can look out, so maybe that slows him down. And Mom is carrying the folding stroller on the arm strap, so maybe that keeps her slow too. But there's so much to see in so little time. Let's hurry. I can see the gate, and people are starting to go in. We can't be late. We stayed at the Contemporary Resort, even though it's less fun than the Characters Hotel, because that's the closest you can get to being in the Magic Kingdom without staying in Cinderella's castle. Only really, really lucky people stay there, like Mickey and Minnie Mouse. That's what Mom and Dad told me when I said I wanted to stay there, that it's not a real castle. But my question is, if it's not a real castle and no one lives there, How does Tinkerbell fly out of it every night? They haven't been able to answer. They just shrug. But I'm just happy walking through the palace, looking at the mosaics, dreaming I'll find a prince one day who's as nice as my dad. I don't think you'll miss anything if we're a few minutes after the hour. We'll be here for a week, Pumpkin, Dad says loud enough for me to hear. Maybe, but I don't want to find out later that they're giving prizes to the first people in or something. Come on. I'm secretly okay with going slow, but I don't tell them that. It's because I like my arms being a bridge between them. I think about that a lot, that I was a bridge for them. Not just with my arms, but I'm the reason they met. And I'm really happy about that. I think in my whole life, it's the best thing I've ever done. Besides me being an older sister to Mimi, but she's not very old and I'm only 8. So that means I'm going to be an even better big sister the more practice I get. But with bringing my parents together, that's something I only had to do once. The second time they got together, with their second wedding, I just helped it along. But that was all them. I helped name Mimi. My Earth Mom and my dad wanted to name her after my angel mommy all along. They didn't tell me that, though. They told me later. They asked me, "Who wants to help name the new baby?" After we found out she was a girl, and I yelled, "Me, me, me." And Mom said, "That's perfect, Mimi." I didn't understand at first, but I was so proud that I helped them even before I knew they wanted to name the baby after Mommy. Mom said that it was like a sign from my angel mommy that she was so happy for us. We all decided that Minerva wasn't a name that a baby would have. Just someone who's older than a baby, like my first mommy was. And we all love my mommy, but it would be sad to think of her every time we call the baby her name. It would make us think about how she's not here all the time. I think of my angel mom all the time. We all do. But calling her by the exact same name, it would feel like she's the same person, or replacing her, and she's not. Mimi is her own special person. That's why I cannot wait for her to see my favorite place on earth. My parents showed it to me, so it's my job to show it to her. She can't go on that many rides, sweetheart, my mom reminds me. I know, but there's so much more than rides. Just being here is so much of what's amazing. You're in a place that's like a dream, so when you leave, you have that with you everywhere. So she should have that at the very beginning. We get to the gate, and I get 4 maps, one for everyone. I tuck Mimi's map between her chest and the carrier, and she lets out a little squeal, then grabs it. See? She's excited. She wants to look at the map. She then sticks her fingers in her mouth, map in her loose grip, getting drool all over it. Yeah, she wants to eat it. Mom and Dad laugh hard at Dad's joke. I stretch myself up tall and jump, trying to take the map from her for her safety, but I can't reach. Mom helps and lifts me up, and I take the map back. I'll hold on to it for you, Mimi. Maybe ask her to drool on it, and then she can choose her favorite place, Dad says. I look at him for a second. You're not serious, right? He makes a confused face, then breaks into a smile. Of course I'm joking. We're here. I spin around, my arms open, taking in Main Street, USA. Where do you want to go first? It's a small world. Oh, brother, Dad says, but he's smiling. I won't be able to get the song out of my head all day. You can wait on a bench if you want, Mom tells him, as we get on the train to the back of the park. And leave my favorite girls? No way. We go around in the little boats, and I sit next to Dad and hold Mimi's hand. She laughs a lot in it, and I think she's trying to sing along with the song. I think I'm a little seasick. I hold my stomach walking back into the outside. Maybe just hungry, Mom says. I have just the place in mind to go, Dad tells us. It's right nearby. Aw, I can't pick? I like that Mom and Dad let me pick all the time. I'm used to it, but since it's a special occasion, that's okay. I'm choosing on behalf of your little sister. I think she'll like it. Okay, but only because I love you. Oh, I love you too, sweetie, Dad says. I meant Mimi. I reach up to hug him. But I love you too, Dad. And you too, Mom. But Mimi the most. We're all following Dad, and I feel like a lost boy behind Peter Pan. I hope it's someplace I like, but Dad knows me so well I would be surprised. Plus, it's Disney World. Everywhere is great. Is it here in Fantasyland or someplace else? Mom and Dad look at each other. A little of both? I give Dad a look of confusion. You'll see in a minute, Marion. We walk past the carousel, and we're getting closer to Cinderella's castle. Are we going to Cinderella's castle for lunch again? Yes. How did you guess? This is like my dream come true. I guess things a lot. Remember, I have superpowers. The two of them laugh before Mom and Dad kiss. It's cute. Mimi looks up at them and laughs, and Mom touches her cheek. We meet so many characters at lunch, just like last time. Cinderella sits down with us, and it's like meeting a movie star. No, it is meeting a movie star, because she's in one of the best movies in the world. She also likes It's a Small World. I tell her we're staying at the Contemporary Resort, and she tells me she stayed in all of the hotels here. Do you have a favorite? I ask her. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. I lean over closer to her ear and whisper so no one else can hear. Which one is it? She's quiet for a second, thinking about it. Then she points up. My jaw falls open. What? I look over to Mom and Dad, then run over to whisper to them. Mom, Dad, Cinderella just told me something. You're not going to believe it, but I was right. What is it, sweetie? Mom asks. There is a room upstairs and Cinderella has stayed there. Dad looks unimpressed. Well, sure, because it's her castle. Cinderella interrupts, which means I'm allowed to have guests. She kneels down to me. Would you like to come see it? Yes, of course. I look over at Mom and Dad and Mimi. Can my family come too? They sure can. We finish our lunch very quickly, and we all follow Cinderella up an elevator that takes us to the very top. You can see all of Disney World looking out of it. My fairy godmother can give you a wish to stay here for one night, Cinderella tells me. Would you like me to let her know you say yes? I look at Mom and Dad. Can we? Cinderella and my parents smile and laugh together. Of course we can, Dad says. Cinderella told us earlier that she'd keep the room for you and your family. And of course we said yes. Anything for you, Marionette. You deserve the world. Even Disney World? Everything. You deserve every bit of happiness. You deserve all your dreams to come true. So do you, Mom and Dad, and especially you, Mimi. We have always been a happy family, but today we are happily ever after. We got our very own castle.